Good morning, everyone. I would, before we start the meeting, just like to take a few moments to run a couple of technology tests. The good news is for this morning is that we clearly have a quorum, and that's good. We can get started here in just a few moments. I want to just remind folks that, excuse me, that the participation bar you can find should be on your right, and it shows all of the participants. I'm showing right now that there's 127 in the meeting. You should have that up. If not, you can go and hover on the bottom of the page and with your mouse, and you will see that there's a place that pops up that says participant. Just hit that and the bar will come up on the right. It's a white bar listing everyone that is in the meeting. I would also like to call your attention to, at the bottom of the participation bar, the hand raise tool. It's on the lower left-hand corner. You can see it. It's got a picture of a hand. That's how I will know, just like in the live meeting, that you wish to be recognized. So please make sure that you can see that raised hand tool. What I would like to do is quickly do a test of the voting platform. And I would ask Patrick Moreland if he would please launch a quick test ballot. And I'm going to ask you to go ahead and respond to that ballot. If you can see the ballot, vote aye. If you can't see the ballot, then you don't vote. Go ahead and vote. If you can see the ballot.
Tim Ellis?
Yes.
Now, when we do this in the real meeting, I'm going to allow probably 2 minutes initially, just to make sure that everyone has an opportunity. Do we know that everybody saw the ballot art, or do we need a no too? What did you get for a result, Patrick?
Well, we got a pretty good result. We got 115 results, but we got several people not voting. What you might do is ask anybody who does not see the poll to go ahead and raise their hand.
Okay, now having done that, I want to take the next step and then just ask any individuals who did not see that poll. And it looks like we got a pretty good response, but anyone who didn't see it, please raise your hand now.
We have one.
I got Christopher Chapman is the only one who didn't
Would you like to hear
see it. Mr. Chapman.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. You didn't see the poll?
Mm-mm.
You did not.
Where would it have showed up?
It should have showed up right in the middle of your screen. So what I'm going to ask you to do is please call the tech hotline. Anyone who has problems during the course of the day can call the tech hotline. Let me give you that number. You should jot it down. It's 802-265-5958. And Mr. Chapman, I recommend that you give them a call to find out what it was that is causing you some technical difficulties at this point.
Yeah,
okay.
I saw the ballot test at like 20 after 8. I mean, what?
Well, You should have it. I would call that number. We cannot
Yeah.
deal with
Well-
other, we've got to get started here with the
Yep.
meeting. So I'd like anyone having problems, 265-5958. Can we recognize Richard Rass?
Hi, I'm just wondering how you're confirming that because there's some people in here that doesn't look like they're members, and I'm just how are you confirming that they're not voting?
We're going to get to that. We will get to that in the course of the meeting. One thing that we're going to do here is give latecomers an opportunity to log in. We're going to start with the preliminaries. I'm going to open the meeting in a few minutes. And then after we go through the preliminaries, we'll take just a minute to allow everyone to modify their names. Right now, that is all locked and can't be accessed by you. We're going to open that up after the announcements and before we get into the substance of the meeting. Allow people to correct their name and their district, okay? Meanwhile, the people who are in here, there are no people actually in the meeting at the present time that would not normally be allowed in the meeting if the meeting was live. We have a preliminary motion allowing certain people to remain in the meeting with the clear understanding that they don't vote. That includes people like the town manager. That includes the ASL people, and there are others, but we'll deal with that in due course, okay?
I've muted.
Now, having said that, it is now almost 9:15. So we will call the meeting to order. At this time, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first ever virtual representative town meeting in Brattleboro. I am down in the select board meeting room. With me sitting as co-pilot right to my left is Patrick Moreland, who will be managing the technology this morning. Also in the room with me to the right, just so people know who's here, where we're at, is Jan Anderson. And I will explain to you Jan's function and how she will help us during the course of the day. But Jan is here. She will be the person who you will send motions to and so on. Again, we'll get into that. In the room behind me, the Hannah Cosman room, there is the town clerk, Hillary Francis, and she, of course, is carefully monitoring the quorum. So I would like to just remind everyone that their microphones will be kept mute and the cameras will be off. If you'd like to be recognized, raise your hand using the button in the participation bar, the participation panel we just talked about, and you will be recognized by the moderator as appropriate. Only town meeting members are allowed to join the meeting in a voting capacity, and all members of the public will only be allowed to join by telephone. Patience will be necessary as we move through this first ever Zoom representative town meeting. If there are individual technical issues that arrive, they will not invalidate this meeting. For technical support throughout the meeting, please contact, as I just mentioned earlier, 265-5958 via text or phone. Now, the chair has confirmed from the town clerk that quorum today is 75, and we have more than a quorum currently present, and we will keep during the course of the day a record at the time of each vote as to what the quorum numbers are. More on that in a minute. At this time, however, in keeping with our tradition at Brattleboro Town Meeting, I would like to call upon Kate O'Connor for a brief convocation. Kate is the Executive Director of the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce. She has served for 6 years on the Brattleboro Select Board, 4 years as Vice Chair, 2 years as Chair. And since stepping down in that capacity, she has joined this body, and it's with great pleasure that I would call upon Kate O'Connor for the convocation this morning.
Good morning, Lauren, and thank you.
Good morning.
Welcome to my house, everybody. As you may remember, the last time we were together as a group, we were at Academy School for the informational meeting. Just 2 days later, the state was shut down because of the coronavirus. And that seems like a lifetime ago. And this is a much different town meeting than the one we had planned in March. We're not together at the middle school. Instead, we're spread across town at our own homes, offices, and I know some town meeting reps are at the library. All of us sitting in front of a computer, iPhone, or an iPad. But while we're physically distanced, our mission remains the same, carrying out the responsibility of doing the town's business, something town meeting reps have been doing since 1960. Some of us are first-time town meeting reps, and some of us are first-time Zoom users. But we do have one important thing in common. We're all attending our first virtual town meeting, and there are bound to be glitches. And as Lauren just said, we're going to have to be patient with each other, and above all, have a good sense of humor all day long. Brattleboro town meetings always include spirited debate, and I have no doubt it will today. But unlike the polarized politics on the federal level, we have a track record of setting aside our differences when the meeting's over, something that is more important now than ever. Before I end, I want to take the liberty, on behalf of all town meeting reps, to thank the moderator, town staff, VCTV, and all the others who made this meeting possible. The work that went on behind the scenes to get us all here today was immense, and we owe them a round of applause. But of course, we're all muted, so we're just going to have to imagine that. I look forward to a great meeting, and I really hope we can be together in person in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. And thank you also for your service to the town of Brattleboro. At this time, in the absence of the Boy Scouts, the moderator will lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, that's okay. That's good. No, I want to see the flag. Okay, all right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. A little bit of improvisation as we go along here. Now, at this point in the meeting, it's been tradition to take note of the passing of former members of this body. And I would like to just very briefly do so. since our last meeting, which now has been more like 18 months rather than 12 months, several former members have passed away. One that passed away was Martha O'Connor, mother of the previous speaker. Martha was a representative town meeting member for 28 years, beginning in 1968. A dedicated public servant, she served on the select board for a 3-year term starting in 1991 and again in 2008. Her service included as chairwoman of the Brattleboro Select Board, as chairwoman of the Brattleboro Union High School Board. She also served the state of Vermont in her capacity as chairperson of the Vermont State Board of Education, the Vermont State School Boards Association, the Vermont State College Board of Trustees, and the Vermont Lottery Commission. In addition to Martha, Bill Shumway passed away. He served the town as a representative town meeting member for 12 years, beginning in 1969. Other members included Robert Colburn, who was a representative in the early 70s, Bob Ratty, also who was a member of this body in the early 70s, Mary Lou Buchanan, who passed away and who was a member in the 70s and part of the 80s as well. Sherwood Lake, who served for a period of time in the 80s, also a long-standing member of the Brattleboro Police Department. Eric Hoyer was around representative town meeting member for a period of 1996 to 2003. In addition, one of the newest members of this group and youngest members was Andrew Eames, who was with us last year as his first year as a representative town meeting member in 2019. And Andrew has since passed away. These were all former members of this body who all stepped up in one capacity or another to contribute to the welfare of this community. Please pause just for a moment of silence to honor their contribution to the town of Brattleboro. Thank you. The chair would now call upon our town clerk, Hillary Francis, for the opening and closing paragraphs of the warning.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be with you all. So in the warning, the legal voters qualified to vote in representative town meeting are hereby notified and warned to meet on Zoom on Saturday, the 12th day of September, 2020 at 8:30 a.m. to act on the articles listed below. If not all articles are acted upon on September 12th, then the meeting will continue on September 13th at a time to be determined on September 12th by the assembled members of representative town meeting. Dated at Brattleboro, Vermont, this 11th day of August, 2020, Brattleboro Select Board, Tim Wessel, Chair, Elizabeth McLaughlin, Vice Chair, Ian Goodnow, Clerk, Brandy Starr, and Daniel Quip. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. I would like to continue with the announcements, but I'll interrupt here just for a minute. I see that there's a hand up, Kurt Dimes.
Hi.
Hi.
Would it be proper to make an additional convocational remarks at this moment, Mr. Moderator?
Did I neglect to leave someone out of the list? I try to remember everyone, Mr. Dimes.
I could do that now or later as you.
I think it would be, if you don't mind, I think it would be better if we do it later. We've got a fairly lengthy agenda. I know there's a lot of people who have things that they want to say today. So if you don't mind, I would like to make that later. I was fearful that you might have known of someone else who would representative town meeting that might have passed away, Mr. Dimes.
No, good news. I know of no one else.
Great. Okay, let me get back to the procedural rules of the meeting. First, no town meeting member or voter of the town shall speak more than twice on the same question without leave of the town meeting members. Secondly, town meeting members or voters of the town who have once spoken shall not be entitled to speak to the exclusion of another who has not spoken. Third, the town meeting member shall not call the question immediately after speaking on the issue. Vermont law prohibits consideration of articles or matters that have not been warned for the meeting. Likewise, debate shall be confined to the merits of the question. Also, you can't amend a warned article such that it would bring up business that hasn't been properly warned. This means that you cannot take binding action under Article Other Business. This is all by state law. As always, we will respect, as Kate O'Connor mentioned in her convocation, our tradition of civility. Speakers are not allowed to engage in personal attacks on a member of this body or their motives. Motions and amendments, other than simple amendments, should be in writing and emailed to tmsecretary@brattleboro.org. Let me give you that again. What we're going to have to do, instead of you handing these things physically to the moderator, is if you could email them to, again, T as in town meeting, tmsecretary@brattleboro.org. Please use the raised hand feature in Zoom if you'd like to be recognized. Unmute your microphone and activate your camera when prompted. If Brattleboro voters who are not town meeting members wish to be heard, please call in by telephone, raise your hand, and you do that by dialing *9 and wait to be recognized by the moderator. You will dial *6 to be unmuted. In keeping with tradition and out of respect for fellow members, I would ask that you limit your remarks to no more than 2 minutes. This meeting is being broadcast live by Brattleboro Community Television on channel 1085. It's formerly channel 10. It is also live on Facebook, which you can share right now by going on Facebook to Brattleboro Community TV and sharing the video on your timeline. The meeting will be rebroadcast on channel 1085, and will be available online at brattleboro.tv.org. To speak at today's meeting so that everyone in the meeting and the viewers at home can hear you, please state your name and district and speak loudly and clearly. Please mute your TV when calling in to avoid confusing feedback. The meeting is being interpreted today for the deaf and hard of hearing by Elizabeth Fox, Karen Todd, Janet Dickinson, Christine Bricault, and Christine Hare. That's for today. And if necessary, by Janet Dickinson, Christine Bricault, Elizabeth Fox, and Crystal Hare on Sunday. Now, before we get to the first preliminary motion, the chair is going to, since we've had a few other people arrive, we now are up to 131 total people in the room, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, because we're going to ask in preliminary motions for permission, which we traditionally do in live town meeting, for certain people to stay in the room. But I would like at this point to give everyone a one-time opportunity to correct their name. And the way we're going to do it is there is a tool that Patrick Moreland can use at this particular time to open up that capability. So what you would do is we would like you to put in your name, your district, and any preferred pronouns if you choose, by right-clicking on your name now. And I'm going to allow a couple of minutes for this to happen. And I'm going to watch the screen and see how you're doing. But 2 or 3 minutes to go ahead and modify your name before we get to the first preliminary motion.
Actually, Art, just one thing I noticed.
Yeah.
It's under more. If you put your cursor on something, there's more,
Oh.
and then rename.
Okay, so let me correct what I say. If you touch your name and then click the button that says more, and once you see more, you can see several rows down, it says rename. That's how you go about doing it. So go ahead and I'll sort of keep track on people doing that. I want to scan down and see how we're doing. We have a question from Catherine Turnus with regard to that. Would you turn Catherine on, please? Catherine Turnus, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, we can hear you. You had a question.
Okay. My question is it necessary to have our district on there? Don't we have to announce that when we make a point?
You do, and we're not going to absolutely require it. The reason why we're asking that the names be changed is it's going to be easier for the town clerk to monitor the quorum if we have your legal names. And
name is fine. It's just the district I was concerned about.
Not absolutely essential, but if people would do it, we would appreciate it. If you're concerned about making the change, don't.
Okay, I won't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A couple of single names, Clarice and Georgia.
I've got 1 or 2 that I'd like to clarify. We have, I'm sorry. We have Spoon. I can guess who that is, but Spoon, if you can change your name, that would be great to your legal name. And we have also Clarice. If you could also put your first and last name in, that would be great if you can do it. Again, you hover on your name, and then you go to more, and you'll see that there's a drop-down opportunity for rename. Click on the rename and just go ahead and type in your name if you can. Also, Georgia. We know in each case who everyone is, but it's going to make it better because this is broadcast. People will know who you are, what your legal name is, and we will better be able to also maintain a quorum.
You want me to just fix that for her.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see, okay, there's a few hands up here. Let's touch base with Millicent Cooley first. Millicent, we'll open you up here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. I've been having technical troubles being heard from all morning since 7:15. So now it works. That's all I need to know. You can hear me on my computer. Excellent. Thank you.
Absolutely. Very good. Thank you. Let's call on Clarice next. Okay, we're going to open you up so that you can speak, Clarice. Still, oh, there we go.
I can't get to the list to change my name.
You cannot. Can we do it for you then?
Yes.
All right. And last name?
Knutson, Knutson.
Okay, we got you changed. How's that?
Okay, and you can put District 1 on there too.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, District 2.
District 2. Okay, hold on one second. We'll get that done. Just a few more bits of housekeeping here. Okay.
We've got a Virginia waiting room.
Okay.
Or we did, never mind.
Okay. Now the next hand up is Ann Kaplinka Lauer. You want to unmute?
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Is it possible to change the number, the phone number that's calling in, to that person's name so folks know who that is?
No, phone numbers we can't do. Phone numbers are going to appear as phone numbers only, and that's one of the ways that we're going to be able to distinguish members of the general public from actual members. Okay. Next is Ricky Rosati. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi.
Oop, sorry.
Oops, we lost you just for a second. Hold on 1 minute. Okay, question.
Yeah, I would like to move for us to vote on suspending the rules to activate the Zoom chat.
That is not appropriate for right now. If you could hold that, right now we're just dealing with technical matters. If you could hold that until I'll give you an opportunity to raise that after preliminary motion number 3. We've got 3 preliminary motions still to go through. Actually, no, I'll allow you to bring it up after preliminary motion number 1. So I'll come back to you for that.
The sooner.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. I think we're good. Looks good.
Okay.
Okay, now we will continue. We have 3 preliminary motions, and the chair would call upon and recognize Tim Wessel for preliminary motion number 1.
Hi, all. Apologize for the delay there. Good morning. And
now I know what it feels like to be in your usual chair.
Yeah, it's challenging sometimes, but you're doing a fine job, Mr. Moderator. Thank you all for sacrificing your Saturday and participating in Brattleboro's democracy. It's really a great feeling to be back in RTM, such as it is. I'd like to make a preliminary motion here, if I could. I move to suspend the rules and adopt the moderator's electronic meeting rules printed in the informational booklet for this representative town meeting as follows. The meeting will be conducted according to Robert's Rules of Order, the town charter, and Vermont state law, modified as follows for this online meeting. Quorum. The presence of a quorum shall be established by an online list of representative town meeting members who have logged on to Zoom at the beginning of the meeting. Thereafter, the continued presence of a quorum shall be determined by the online list of participating members. Audio video. The meeting shall include audio and video display of all representative town meeting members when recognized to speak. Non-members wishing to speak who are qualified voters of the town of Brattleboro may connect by designated telephone number and passcode. Assignment of the floor. To seek recognition by the moderator, a member shall use the raised hand tool, which can be accessed by clicking the participants button on the control bar at the bottom of the screen. Muting of a member's connection. Given the number of participants and in order to minimize undue background noise and interference with the meeting, all members shall be muted until recognized by the moderator. Voting. All votes shall be taken utilizing the Zoom polling feature, which will be launched as required to record each vote. The results will be announced by the moderator at the conclusion of each vote. Technical requirements and malfunctions. Each RTM member is responsible for their connection to the internet or telephone. The meeting shall not be invalidated on the grounds that the loss of or poor quality of a member's individual connection prevented their participation in the meeting. In any instance in which there is a conflict between these 6 enumerated electronic meeting rules and any provisions of Robert's Rules of Order, the town charter, or Vermont state law, then these electronic meeting rules shall prevail for this meeting. Thank you.
Is there a second? Please raise your hand if you wish to second. Would you open up George Carville, please?
Second.
Mr. Carville, do you wish to second the motion?
Yes, I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded as just read by Mr. Wessel. I will not reread the entire resolution unless somebody wishes me to do so. Since it is basically a preliminary motion, I do see a hand. No, hands are down. So no one has requested that I read the entirety of the motion. That being the case, we will, it having been moved and seconded, we will launch the poll. Now, one thing that I need to, Kathy,
I have launched the poll.
All right. The motion, all right, hold on. We shouldn't, don't launch the poll until I get.
I'm sorry, it's already launched.
Okay, all right.
We've got,
The motion is to suspend the rules, and it is not debatable, and it requires a 2/3 vote. That is what is required to do this. Now, I see Kathy Erfer has her name, has her hand up. Can you?
Would you like me to dismiss this?
I would, yes. So let's see, a little bumpy here until we get going. Please don't launch it till I say launch the poll, okay?
Okay, so I should get rid of this.
Yeah, let's get rid of this one and let's go to the question that we have there. We've got Kathy Erfer. which I assume is a point of information or a point of order. Kathy Erfer. Hi.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It is a point of order. I'm just curious. I had just sent this over to Jan. The polls seem to have an option for yay or nay, but there is not an option to abstain. And that may not be appropriate in all votes, may not be pertaining to this one, but just wondering if an option to abstain from a vote can be added.
The way that we do that typically in town meeting is you remain seated. You just simply do not rise for the yes. You don't rise for the no. We do not ask for abstentions. And my recommendation for today is that if you choose to abstain, don't vote. It would be the same fashion, okay? That way I don't have to have, Patrick doesn't have to reinvent what he's already put together. I have a question also, point of order, or a question from Oscar Heller.
Hello. Just wondering if it's possible, when you have the texts of the motion in writing, if it's possible to have them in the poll. If not, I understand, but it would probably be helpful.
That is a little difficult given the technology and the limitations, because it has to be typed out by Patrick. So what we're asking you to do is just follow along, if you would, in your booklet, which will include the text of the proposed vote. It does create a technological, a serious delay, and we can't do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now we're ready. We will now proceed to the first electronic vote. Please wait until you see the pop-up question. And the question once again is, shall we suspend the rules as proposed by Tim Wessel? You can go ahead and launch the poll. Now, if you do not see the poll, if for some reason it does not appear on your screen, please call the tech number. And again, the tech number is 265-5958 to have it, the hotline, tech hotline number. 802-265-5958. Hopefully we're going to get this down to very few, if any, people who are having tech problems. Also, you should be aware that people on the phone will not be able to vote. They are blocked from voting. That's part of the reason why the system was designed in the way it was, so that we can control the voting. So we now have the results of your vote. 98%, which is more than 2/3, 101 votes approving the special electronic rules.
Close the vote.
No, they're still voting, so let's keep going. Let's keep going. We still have a few votes coming in, so I'm not going to close it quite yet.
You let me know.
Yeah. We've allowed a minute and a half, I think, for the first couple of votes. For just until we get the hang of this, we might want to allow a little bit more time. So we are now approaching 2 minutes, and votes are still being cast. So it's now 2 minutes, and I will ask that the polls be closed. And we had 113 total votes cast, 111 yes, and 2 no. So we were able to sustain the 2/3, and you have adopted the first resolution, which is to allow the electronic rules. Now, let me just see. This is.
The number of eligible votes was 122.
Okay, we'll get to this as we move into the regular ones.
Right, each time,
Yeah,
each motion.
that'd be great.
Hand up.
Yeah, I now would recognize, since I previously agreed to recognize Ricky Rosati for a motion. Patrick, would you please unmute Ricky Rosati?
Can we move to include suspending the rules to activate the Zoom participant chat box?
Okay, let me address that. We had the opportunity to discuss this this past Thursday, and the moderator has given it some consideration and looked at the law and the rules relative to that. One of the fundamentally and very important features of Vermont town meeting is the moderator has to be able to control the discourse. All dialogue has to be directed through the moderator. That is something that the moderator insists on in live town meeting. There cannot be conversations going across the floor. Everything has to be through the moderator. That would be impossible to accomplish if we were to activate Zoom chat for a formal meeting like this. There's no way the moderator can moderate the main room and also moderate a parallel room, essentially, in the chat box. It would be impossible. I'm also informed by Mr. Moreland that it's not possible to change the course of the meeting once the settings have been established. Apparently, he has to go through a series of checks and make a series of decisions as to what settings will apply that will work to ensure the security of this meeting and also to ensure that the proper people have the ability to vote. He's already done that. Once that happens and once the meeting starts, we can't change any of the additional rules. So I'm sorry.
Well, I will offer for people who want to chat to leave comments on the BCTV Facebook page that's being live streamed.
Very well. The next person I would call on is Mr. Dimes has his hand up.
Hi, everybody. I wonder if we would reconsider the motion about the electronic meeting and offer an amendment to it, because I don't know if the body really recognized a terrible flaw in the proposal. It seems to me, from hearing it just once, that even if there were a majority of members experiencing technical difficulties or a majority of members disconnected, that the meeting would, by that motion, still be valid.
No, we still, Mr. Dimes, we still are going to need a quorum in the meeting. What that speaks to is if some people are unable to get in the meeting because of technical difficulties. Mr. Moreland, as most of you already know, has been extremely diligent in trying to help everyone get into this meeting. Nevertheless, we are certain that there may be some people who may continue to have some problems. So all that we're talking about is the people who are in the meeting. Obviously, we still need a quorum in which to conduct the meeting and to get a valid vote. Okay? Thank you. Okay, moving to preliminary motion number 2. The chair recognizes Elizabeth McLaughlin.
See her. Do you? Maybe it's under Liz.
Could be. This is the problem.
Yeah.
There it is.
Where?
Right there.
Would you mind asking her to change her name?
Liz, you threw us a curveball because we were looking for Elizabeth. Okay. Well,
Yeah, I changed that up so I could stick the select board in there.
Okay, well,
Anyway.
we have, we now know where you are, so that's fine, no problem.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I move that the following persons be authorized to remain in this Zoom meeting with the select board and town meeting members. Town manager Peter Elwell, town attorney Robert Fisher, assistant town manager Patrick Moreland, executive secretary Jan Anderson, and the ASL interpreters.
Okay, it has been moved by Ms. McLaughlin. Is there a second? Looking for a second. Okay, we have a second with, would you unmute Ronnie Byrne? Ronnie, can you hear me?
Yes.
And are you willing to second the motion?
Yes, I second the motion.
Okay. Thank you very much. In the future, when you're recognized, if you could give your name, identify yourself with your district, that again will help keeping this organized, both for us as well as for people who may be watching at home. So please give your name and your district. Also, I might just comment that if for motions only, you can email to the town, Jan Anderson's email address. The problem is if I have to deal with, this was a problem with chat, if I have to deal with a bunch of emails and to deal with what's going on the screen, I think we're going to get some gridlock here. So let's go back to the preliminary motion number 2. It has been moved and seconded that the following persons be authorized to remain in the Zoom meeting with the select board and town meeting members. Town manager Peter Elwell, town attorney Robert Fisher, assistant town manager Patrick Moreland, executive secretary Jan Anderson, and the ASL interpreters. If we're ready for that, well, we have a bunch of hands up here.
Those may all be seconds that haven't lowered their hands.
Okay, sure. All right, let's clear the hands up, please. From time to time, I'm going to have to clear the hands up. Did you?
I did, and this one came back,
Okay.
and that one came back.
All right. Okay, let's unmute Ann Kablinka Lauer. Point of information or point of order.
And Kaplinka District 2. I guess point of information, should BCTV also be on that list and still be staying in the meeting?
They're the next preliminary motion. That's the next motion. Okay. Any other further? No? Okay, we're good. Then I think that, not seeing any other questions, I think we're ready to, if you're ready for that, we'll launch the vote now, and I'll give you 2 minutes in which to vote. If you think that I ought to have them, yes. But otherwise, they are going to come. You can stack them here. I'll look at them when I can. People are getting their votes in quite quickly. It's been 54 seconds. We still are getting a few votes. We have 119 votes already. It's 1 minute. I'm trying to assess how long we need to give people, to give everyone an opportunity to register their vote, especially on these preliminary motions. We now have 121 people voting. And I think that's about everyone. So we will end the polling at this point, and listen to the results of your vote. 119 aye and 2 nay. And you have adopted preliminary motion number 2. And we're learning as we go along as to how long we have to keep the polls open. But that was very successful. Thank you all. The chair now will move to preliminary motion number 3 and recognizes Ian Goodnow. All right, Ian, I think you're on.
I'm on. Good morning, Representative Town Meeting. I move that the electronic media be permitted to remain in this Zoom meeting.
And again, I'm going to remind people, state your name, your district, or in your case, select board.
Yeah, Ian Goodnow. I am the select board clerk.
Okay, then the chair would then ask for a second. Please raise your hand if you are willing to second the motion. Chair would recognize Richard Cook. Can you hear me, Mr. Cook?
Yes.
And do you wish to second the motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The motion to allow the electronic media to remain in the Zoom meeting has been made and seconded. Are you ready for that question? If so, we will launch. Oh, we have a hand up. Dora Babulis. Point of order, point of information, Dora Babulis, we're getting you unmuted. Not yet.
Yes, we did that before.
Just a momentary delay here while we try to get Dora Babulis unmuted. We've sent a request for her to unmute. Oh, there. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
That's okay. Point of order or point of
Yeah, no, it is a point of order just because these articles are usually included in the list of articles and they are not. And for people to be able to follow along, particularly the public, it's, you know, people need to be able to expect what's coming up.
Right.
So I just, as a point of order, want to bring up the fact that this stuff isn't in the list of motions.
It usually, what we usually include.
It usually is.
Oh, you know what you may be thinking is there is for the select board, you may be thinking when you were on the select board, because there has to be a determination of who's going to make each motion. But in the actual warning, the preliminary motions are not, to my recollection, usually included.
I don't know. I always remember the electronic media being included in there, but you know, it's a new world.
Okay. Well, apologize. The good news is this is the last one. We go from here right into article number 1. So, but your point is nevertheless taken. Now let's go to Catherine Turnus.
Hey guys, I don't know if you realize that, but you might want to let Richard Cook know that he's got a feedback, so he must have his TV on or something, because he was coming through with a feedback.
Okay, I think you just did. Thank you. Kurt Dimes. Mr. Dimes.
Hi. I have some preliminary remarks and a motion.
Okay, we haven't adopted this yet, Mr. Dimes, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, out of order.
Yeah, so let me get this, and then I'll recognize you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the question is, shall the electronic media be permitted to remain in the Zoom meeting? We're going to launch the poll. Once again, this is good practice. Launch it now. We're almost to a minute, but I still see votes being cast. We have 118 votes cast. And we are at 1 minute. It looks like there's one more. And another vote cast. Another vote cast. For technical reasons, some people may take a little bit longer to, may need a little bit longer to vote. It looks like most people are getting the vote cast within a minute and a half. So I'm going to ask that the poll be ended and listen to the result of your vote. 121 aye, 1 nay, and you've approved preliminary motion number 3. Now, I said that I would get back to Mr. Dimes, but I see a question up by Millicent Cooley.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's a question about the first motion. I think you listed 5 people who are not reps who are in the meeting that we agreed to, and then plus an interpreter. I think I'm noticing appears to be 1 interpreter at a time. Maybe there's 2, and you. So I guess I'm wondering if we can derive at least approximately derive the number of reps, seated reps who are present by subtracting the number of seats for non-reps in the meeting. So if we, at this moment, have 33 people in the meeting, that would mean we'd have about, and I say about because people drop off and come back to some degree, we have about 127 seated reps out of the total number of seated reps. That's the first part. Is that valid? And then 2, or accurate, 2, how many seated reps are there at this moment in total for the town?
122. So there is basically, we have a form that we are using to keep track of the quorum. All right. And what we are doing is keeping track of the total number of people in the room, the number of people who do not have voting rights, and in fact, there are more people in the meeting than what you are suggesting for ASL interpreters. It can fluctuate. We are monitoring it. Right now, there's 2, but it may change. So we keep track of that. So out of the first motion, for example, we know there was 130 people in the room. 8 were non-voting. That left 122 voting members.
Right. How many reps are there in the town who are elected that could be here?
That is a question that I'm going to have to refer to the town clerk. So if Patrick can open up the town clerk's video and audio, we'll answer that question for you.
Okay, so the town meeting members, the select board, any state representatives, the moderator, myself, the town clerk, and the town treasurer are all voting members. Currently, we have 141 seats filled. There are still open seats in District 1 that didn't get filled during the caucus.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we are keeping, I do want to, that was a good question because it enables us to reiterate that we are keeping track of the quorum requirements. Okay, anything further, Ms. Cooley?
No, thank you.
Okay, I am waiting on my co-pilot to return and going to ask that he recognize Mr. Dimes, who I promised to come back to. Mr. Dimes,
Yes.
bearing in mind that I am required to rigidly stick to the agenda, I will give you a minute just to tell me, you wanted to make a brief statement, is that correct?
Well, don't I get 2 minutes like everyone else?
Well, okay, but you see, there's nothing on the floor right now, okay? And this is not an open meeting like a select board meeting. We have to just stick with the agenda. We have to just deal with the specific articles. Now, what we could do, I can allow you a lot more time under Article 20, which is other business. But
This is a preliminary motion bearing on the function of the meeting.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'll start just with a brief remarks excerpted from a letter in the paper by Brandy Starr 3 years ago. At the March 25th annual representative town meeting, Kurt Dimes brought up a motion to have the select board sit with the representatives during the meeting rather than on the stage. Mr. Dimes cited when that change should have been made and read from the town charter. I did not approach the microphone to support him, and that is a shame because he was quite correct. The select board does not preside over RTM, the moderator does. The elevation of the select board members onto the stage could, if inadvertently, give the sense to the reps of being presided over. While I would not have supported an on-the-spot change at this meeting because of audio-visual and other logistics, I do fully support looking closely at this seating change. Another representative, Tim Maciel, District 1, had an excellent idea about chair setup not being conducive to conversation, and so I agree with him. While I could watch the TV, that does not provide for the same level of synergy between humans. We do best with eye contact. I hope Mr. Dimes will accept my apology and know that I heard him, I agree with him, and taking his advice to heart. That's the end of, thank you, Brandy. That's the end of her remarks. And I would add, now COVID-19 has done by accident what BCS has been trying to do since 2012, seating the select board members equally with the rest of us members. It is an RTM meeting after all, not a select board meeting. So I remind my fellow members about our duty. The town charter says RTM is a source of proposals, ideas, and guidance for the town. It is not supposed to be just about proposals by the select board. We are the guiding body of this town. We, the RTM, are the guiding body of this town by law. So I move that henceforward, all members of RTM, whether elected or ex officio, be seated equally and without preeminence or favor.
Mr. Dimes, thank you for keeping that to 2 minutes. However, I'm going to rule it out of order at this stage of the proceeding. It is certainly, your point has been made, and you can renew that motion formally under Article 20, other business, at which point we can vote on it, and if you choose to do so, and further your position. But at this point, I am compelled to stick with the agenda, and I cannot deviate from the agenda. So let's see, we have Spoon Agave.
I
can hear you.
Am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to motion, if it is technically possible, to write out the motions on the ballot pop-up.
Okay. Thank you, Spoon. I also discussed that very thought with Patrick Moreland in the process of working out the details for how this meeting would be conducted. We looked at all kinds of different options. And that was one option because there is a way that that could be done. It could be done. However, because this was our first meeting and because of the technical issues related to that, it was specifically decided not to do it. It would create too much of a delay and too much of a complication. So we made a concerted, careful decision not to, and instead send the motions by email to Jan Anderson. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you on that. I do have more questions about why it is such a technical difficulty, but I'll accept what you say and I will withdraw that motion for now.
Thank you, Mr. Agave. We did have a lot of people over the course of this whole process offer suggestions, and I can assure you that Patrick has done his utmost best in trying to structure this year, and we will learn from this experience. Hopefully it won't happen again next year, but if it does, we'll know more. Thank you. So now the chair would ask you to unmute Marilyn Chirillo.
Yes, with regard to motions that come before us as the meeting progresses, can we see a written form of that? Maybe by a screen share or some other method that even holding up a piece of paper. Some of us are much better visual learners and require that visual in addition to the auditory. So if that's a possibility, it would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, again, I would say that all motions are in the booklet. Now, what won't be in the booklet are any amendments because we're not going to know about them until they're made. But if you look in your booklet, you will find all of the motions beginning with what we're about to begin with now. So just follow along with that. They're all in writing. And then for new motions or amendments, yeah, by the way, it's on page 11 of your book, of the little booklet, page 11. New motions, we're going to ask them to be sent here. I can read them. We looked into also screen sharing. Sorry to spend so much time with this. It adds another level of complexity and sophistication. And we felt that it was going to be enough just to handle this group as we were now. So in any event, I'm sorry, but we will do the best we can during the course of the day. Okay, I'm going to move now to the actual warning, and so that we can take up Article number 1. Article number 1 is to act on the auditor's report. And the chair at this time would recognize Mr. Quip.
Good morning. Oh, I guess I hid my view. Okay, so yes, I move that the town, Daniel Quip, District 2, actually, just so you know. I move that the town auditor's report be accepted as printed in the annual town report and posted on the town's website.
Okay, is there a second? I see Gary Stroud. Gary Stroud, do you second the motion?
I second Gary Stroud, District 2. I second the motion.
Okay.
Sound order.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that the town auditor's report be accepted as printed in the annual town report and posted on the town's website. Are you ready for that question? If so, I will launch the poll. You may vote. Okay, we will close voting and listen to the results of your vote. 114 aye and 2 nay. Total voting 116. And you have adopted Article 1. Article 2, to see if the town will authorize its select board to employ a certified public accountant or accountants. The chair recognizes Randy Starr.
Good morning. Can you
morning.
hear me? Can you hear me
Yes.
okay? Hi.
Yes, fine.
Okay, Brandy Starr, Select Board Member, District 3. I move to see if the town will authorize its select board to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants.
Is there a second? Chair would recognize Zach McLaughlin. Can you hear us?
I think Zach was, oh yeah, go ahead.
So Zach McLaughlin, District 1, I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to authorize the select board to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants. Are you ready for that question? If so, we will launch the poll. Okay, so it has now been a minute and a half, and I think everyone has had a chance to vote, so we will now end the voting. Listen to the results of your vote. 117 aye and 0 nay, and you have adopted Article 2. Article 3, to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the select board's appointment of a town clerk for a term of 1 year until the 2021 representative town meeting. The chair recognizes Tim Wessel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tim Wessel, Select Board Chair. I move that the appointment of Hillary Francis as town clerk for a term of 1 year until the 2021 representative town meeting be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? The chair calls on Terry Carter.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you wish to second the motion?
Terry Carter, District 3, I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the appointment of Hillary Francis as town clerk for a term of 1 year until 2021 representative town meeting be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Are you ready for that vote? If so, we will launch the poll. We are having people voting including right now. There are votes coming in, and it's looking to me like we should wait about a minute and a half per vote from what we've been seeing. Okay, we'll end the poll at this point. Listen to the results of your vote. Ayes, 119, nays, 0. And you have adopted Article 3. Article 4, to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the Select Board's appointment of a town treasurer for a term of 1 year until the 2021 representative town meeting. The chair recognizes Liz McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the appointment of Andre Yeager as town treasurer for a term of 1 year until the 2021 representative town meeting be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? Please recognize Denise Glover. Okay, Denise, do you wish to second this motion?
Denise Glover, District 2, I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the town ratify, approve, and confirm the Select Board's appointment of the town treasurer for a term of 1 year, that person being Andre Yeager. Are you ready for that vote? In which case we will launch the poll for Article 4. It's now been over a minute and a half. We'll suspend voting. Listen to the results of your vote. Ayes, 111, nays, 1, and you have adopted Article 4, appointing Andre Yeager as town treasurer. Article 5, to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the select board's appointment of a town attorney for a term of 1 year until the 2021 representative town meeting. The chair recognizes Ian Goodnow.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ian Goodnow, Select Board. I move that the appointment of the firm of Fisher and Fisher Law Offices, PC, as town attorney for a term of 1 year until the 2021 representative town meeting be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? Gary Stroud.
Gary Stroud, District 2. I approve.
Do you wish to second it, Mr.
I
Stroud?
second.
Thank
Gary
you.
Stroud, District 2, I second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the appointment of the firm of Fisher and Fisher Law Office, PC, as town attorney for a term of 1 year until 2021 representative town meeting be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Are you ready for that? I see a hand up, Spoonagabi.
We've been reappointing this law firm for I have no idea how long. I think longer than the 32 years I have been in town, and I have never seen an evaluation from the town on the work of this firm. And I would like to say that I think that's appropriate before we voted. It's not going to happen now, but I mention this to put that thought, that idea out there that this ought to be happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agave. Further discussion on Article 5. Seeing none, we will launch the poll. We're now at 2 minutes and listen, we will close the polling. Listen to the results of your vote. 102 aye and 9 nay. And you have approved the appointment of Fisher and Fisher Law Office PC as provided in Article 5. Article 6, to elect 2 representatives to the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year until 2021 representative town meeting. Members to be nominated from the floor. Before I recognize Mr. Quip, I will call for nominations for the 2 positions that currently exist for the Capital Grant Review Board. Are there nominations? Kathy, please unmute Kathy Erfer.
Good morning. Thank you. Kathy Erfer, District 3. I would like to nominate George Herzog.
What about yourself?
I'm sorry, you want me to go back and get it?
We can. We can, yeah, please go back and get it.
No, thank you.
Okay, you've been on for a few years, right?
I am not on the Capital Grants Review Board. I am just nominating George Herzog as per his desire to serve in that capacity.
Okay, great. Further nominations for the Capital Grant Review Board. Let me explain to you what it is. A Capital Grant Review Board is established under the charter to review and evaluate all requests made on behalf of the town or its board for grants or loans for capital expenditures. With that explanation, is there someone who would like to serve, or you can nominate yourself? Let's see. The chair recognizes John Logia.
Hi. Got to mute that one. Can you mute that one? I'd like to nominate Lissa Weinman for the Capital Review Board, Capital Grant Review Board.
Lissa Weinman. Very good. Are there further nominations? Gary, for the Capital, we have 2 right now. We have 2 seats. George Herzog, we have nominated Lissa Weinman. Are there further nominations? Gary Stroud.
I'd like to nominate myself.
Okay. You can do that. Further nominations. Ricky Rosati.
My question is it a paid position?
No, it is not. And it's a relatively low impact, if you will, position. It's my understanding they only meet a couple times a year, but it is not a paid position. We have 3 candidates so far. Is there further nominations? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to close nominations. Well, I tell you what, let's try something. Let's clear the queue. Unless there is a hand-raised objection, the chair will close nominations at this time without a formal vote to do so. Seeing no objections, nominations are now closed. So we have 3 candidates for 2 positions. I think it's going to be the best way to do them one at a time. Let's do them one at a time. Sure. You think?
Together.
You do?
You
Okay,
just may end
let's
up
try.
getting, so what would you like the question to be?
Okay.
Who shall we nominate?
What we're going to have to do is just craft this question. The question should be vote for 2. No, this is just nominations now. Let's see, nominations. I don't need a second. I do not need a second on nominations.
And then those 2 will go into the motion.
They will go into the motion, yes. Okay. So vote for 2. Yes.
What are the other names?
And the other name is George Herzog.
RTCOG.
And Leah. Everybody's tried.
Okay. All right, now let's see how this works, folks. We're going to launch this poll. The question for you in this particular poll is to elect 2 members. And so vote for 2. The poll is now being launched. I'm going to allow a good 2 minutes for this.
raise their hand? Their hand's not up, is it? Okay. Yes.
Okay. It has now been 2.5 minutes, and I would assume that everyone has had a chance to vote. Listen to the results of your vote. Gary Stroud, 79 votes. George Herzog, 71 votes. Lisa Weinman, 79 votes. And you have nominated Lisa Weinman and Gary Stroud. Having nominated 2 candidates, the chair will now recognize Daniel Quip.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. I move, Daniel Quip, District 2. I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Capital Grants Review Board for a term of 1 year until the 2021 Representative Town Meeting. Lisa Weinman and Gary Stroud.
Is there a second? Chair recognizes H.P. Lizito. Do you wish to second the nomination?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. H.B. Lizito, District 2, second the nomination.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the following people be appointed to serve on the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year until the 2021 Representative Town Meeting. Gary Stroud and Lisa Weinman. Are you ready for that vote? If so, we will launch the poll. All those in favor, please indicate, and all those opposed, please indicate.
Is that okay?
Yeah, we're good. That was great. I mean, that's good to know. Where are they?
Well, Alex Fisher wants to know.
Oh, yeah. The answer is yes. Okay, I think we can suspend the voting at this time. Listen to the results of your vote. 116 in favor and 1 opposed, and you have appointed Lisa Weinman and Gary Stroud to the Capital Grant Review Board pursuant to Article 6. Article 7, to see if the town will elect members to the Town Finance Committee for a term of 1 year until the 2021 Representative Town Meeting. Members to be nominated from the floor. So with that, the chair would open it up to nominations, and the chair would like to call upon the current Chair of the Finance Committee, Dr. Reichman.
There I am.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to start off by thanking the members of the current Finance Committee who have served diligently and longer than expected and put together a really excellent report that was published at the end of February. In addition to myself on the committee, I specifically want to note Maya Hasegawa, Oscar Heller, David Levenbach, and Connor Floyd, who deserve a lot of credit for the work they did. I also have nominations for the future Finance Committee, and I have a total of 5 names to offer. Those names are Maya Hasegawa, Oscar Heller, David Levenbach, Millicent Cooley, and Nora Dissinger.
Thank you. Are there further nominations for the Finance Committee? Can you go to the top? I want to check and see if there's any further. I see Maya Hasegawa. You are recognized.
I was just going to second the nominations.
Oh, terrific. Actually, you don't need to second a nomination.
Okay.
We're going to get to, in a minute, a full motion. I'm just trying to get the number of nominees. Do we have any additional nominees? How about Oscar Heller? Do you have any additional nominees? No? Okay. Then in that case, we have 5 nominees. This particular board committee does not have a limited number of people. So we do not need, I don't believe, I guess the question I'm going to ask the members first is, does anyone have any objection to voting on the 5 nominees as a slate? Raise your hand if you object to voting on them as a slate. Oscar Heller. Okay, let me hear what Oscar Heller's first recognized.
Yes, I do have a nominee. I think my hand got cleared before.
Oh, okay. Who's your nominee?
Paula Melton.
Okay. Great. And then I think I saw another hand up. Any other nominees? We have for nominees Maya Hasegawa, Oscar Heller, David Levenbach, Millicent Cooley, Nora Dissinger, and Paula Melton. Unless there are objections that are noted with a hand up, it would be the chair's suggestion that we vote on the slate. Is there any objections to voting on the slate? Seeing none, we will vote on the entire slate at, it's right.
Just yes or no.
Just yes or no.
Okay. Then we give it just a second.
Oops, I have there's a question there, Spoonagabi. Chair recognizes Spoon Agave.
I'm not going to object to your recommendation, but I'm having questions about the democratic nature of it, because we are setting this precedent that there are no limits to the membership in this committee. And is that going to be the standard from here on out? What if 12 people raise their hands? What would we do? That's for something to work out this next year, because this process leaves me a little bit uncomfortable, but I am not objecting.
Well, if you raise a good point, Mr. Agave. How do we know that each of these people would not have received a majority? They only need to receive a majority in order to, because we don't have a limit. If you're not objecting this year, we have handled it live in this fashion in the past. And I think you're raising a good question that we should probably talk about and think about for the future. But if you're not raising an objection this time, we can speed the process up by doing it as one slate. But I do appreciate your comment. Catherine Turnus.
Yeah, Catherine Turnus, District 3. I think this is also, I've sat on the Finance Committee before. I think the questions now was given, I'm questioning Franz to see what his feelings would be about that. I'm not against the slate, but to limit the amount of people, that's something that would be really difficult to do.
Okay, let me see what Mr. Fisher has to say about it.
Hi there. Just in answer to Spoon's question, the charter says that the representative town meeting shall fix from time to time and may alter the number of members and the manner of their selection. So if you are going to have the slate, that is essentially the representative town meeting voting as a whole to accept that number for the committee for this upcoming year. It can change year to year based on what representative town meeting wishes to do. So hope that helps. It's just, that's the way, that's the wording of the charter. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Ricky Rosati.
Hello. I raise the objection that the elected committee and board members are not paid, and move that we pay elected members a $25 per hour minimum.
That may be a valid recommendation. However, the moderator cannot accept that as a vote at this time because it is not germane to the question. Right now, we are only doing one thing, and that is nominating people. We're not talking about their compensation, their duties, or anything else. It's just the nomination who will serve. So
the nomination is very selective by only enabling people who can afford to serve by volunteering. We should expand that to include people who need to be paid for their time and not give free labor.
That's something that perhaps should be discussed with either the select board or the charter review committee or at some point in the future. But for today's purposes, I am limited to the merits of the question before us, which is the nomination. So we have to go back, return to the question of the question currently before you, having heard those comments, the question currently before you is, shall Maya Hasagawa, Oscar Heller, David Levenbach, Millicent Cooley, Nora Dissinger, and Paula Melton be nominated for the Town Finance Committee? And the vote has already been launched. No, it hasn't. All right, we're going to launch the vote here. Why did it start at 2 minutes? That I don't know. I think it may have been. Well, I don't know for sure. I'm going to take a break. All right. After we vote on this, yes. Please remind everybody to keep themselves logged in. Don't sign off. Oh yeah, yeah. Right. Do you want to take a break now? Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. Okay, we will suspend the polling at this point and the voting, and listen to the results of your nominations. As a slate, 111 in favor and 5 opposed. So you have approved the slate of Maya Hasagawa, Oscar Heller, David Levenbach, Millicent Cooley, Nora Dissinger, and Paula Melton. Now, the chair, there were hands up? Oh, see, I can't see those. Ooh, a lot of hands. All right, so we've got, looks like we may have some point of information or questions. Mary Casey. Okay, you're on, Mary.
Mr. Moderator, I did not hear Franz Reichman in that motion, and I thought he had nominated himself.
He did not.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Arlene Disler.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Just barely. Speak up, please.
Okay. I have a little bit of mic problems with my computer.
You are very difficult to hear, Ms. Disler. Try to get closer to the mic if you can.
that better?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Arlene Disler, District 2. In the past, it's always been really helpful to get the Finance Committee's report to read with the town report. And I'm wondering why that wasn't in this year.
I am sorry, I could not hear that.
She asked why the Finance Committee report was not in the town report.
Oh, why the Finance Committee report was sent out, actually, I think twice, but it was sent out separately. And was very comprehensive this year. I'm sorry if you didn't get it because I know it was sent out to all representatives.
Okay, well, I'm sorry too.
Okay. It's also on the town website if you want to look at it there.
Okay.
Okay. Liz McLaughlin. Question, Liz.
I'm unmuting myself there. I just wanted to say that having served on the Finance Committee with Franz Reichman, I want to thank him for his hard work and service for many years on the Finance Committee. And his hard work should be recognized before we go forward.
Here, here. Had you not done that, I had planned on also thanking him for an incredible job as chairperson of the Finance Committee. He has done an exhaustive job over the years, and I agree with that and second your motion informally, of course. I would now recognize Robin Morgan.
Hi, I just wanted to ask if when we're voting for these committee appointments, since in this format, it actually doesn't take any additional time to vote for the individual candidates instead of just the slate, if we could just see all of the names on every poll that we're voting that is electing people.
We can do that. It takes us a little bit longer, but we can do it. Patrick has to type them out, but absolutely we can do it. We were toying with whether to do that in any event, and going forward we will. Now, we still haven't concluded this article. So the chair, we have the nominees, but the chair needs to now recognize Brandy Starr for the motion formally appointing these people.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
I always check because I tend to have mic problems. Okay, Brandy Starr, District 3. I move to elect the members to the Town Finance Committee for a term of 1 year until the 2021 representative town meeting. I move the slate of nominees as presented. Unless you would like me to read each name, and I tried to write them down as fast as I could.
I can do it. Maya Hasagawa.
Yep.
Oscar Heller. David Levenbach. Millicent Cooley. Nora Dissinger. And Paula Melton.
Perfect. Nora was the one that I did not finish with. Okay, so I move the slate as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Catherine Turnus.
Oh, Catherine Turnus, District 3, I so move.
Okay, thank you. Is there any debate or further questions? Hearing none or seeing none, we will launch the poll approving the appointment of the 6 nominees as stated.
How do you want me to do that?
Just yes or no.
Didn't the board ask us to type that all the way?
Well, we can. Yeah, we can do that. Can you do that? All in one. But they won't be separate. This is not a separate vote. This is that would be to yes. Okay.
How's that look?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we've listed their names here, and this is the final vote on Article 7, appointing the 6 nominees to the Finance Committee. You may launch the vote now. Okay, we can end the polling at this point. Listen to the results of your vote. The ayes 113 and the nays 2, and you have approved Article number 7. Now it's 11 o'clock almost, so I would, unless there's objection, recommend that we take a 15-minute stretch and that we come back at 11:15. I'm sorry? Yes, please do not log out. Please do not log out. It is important that you stay logged in. Otherwise, we may have problems getting people in afterwards. We actually have a couple of people in the waiting room. So we can deal with a couple of technical issues while we are out, but we are adjourned until 11:15. welcome back. Hope everyone had a chance to grab a quick cup of coffee. In any event, we are now on to Article 8, although I see that Oscar Heller has his hand up. I will ask that Oscar be unmuted.
Hey, Oscar Heller, District 3. I just have a general point of information about some stuff that's coming up across the agenda. You can tell me if it's appropriate to address now, but there are a bunch of articles with amounts of money in them, but the budget is not one of the articles. Normally, we would be able to amend these to increase them or decrease them. I'm sure we can still decrease them, but are we still able to increase them? For example, Article 13 has a number. Could I amend that to a higher number?
Yeah, actually, you're right. It's really not germane at this point until we get there. However, I'll give you a quick preview. The answer is yes.
Okay.
Okay. We cannot revisit. We cannot revisit the budget that has already been adopted by the select board. That's done. And so we cannot get into debate, add money, or anything else to that. However, any money item that is going to come up today, Oscar, we can definitely increase or decrease within reason. Okay.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right, great. Then continuing with Article number 8, to see if the town will elect members to the Human Services Review Committee for a term of 1 year until the 2021 representative town meeting. Members to be nominated from the floor. With that, we will start with the nomination process, and I'd like to call upon a member of the committee for nomination. And so if we could recognize Kip Tewksbury. He's right on the top. He's all the way up there. He's got his hand up already. Oh, okay. There you go.
Okay. I'm Kipton Tewksbury, District 2, and was on the Human Services Review Committee last year. And I would like to place the following people in nomination for the committee for 2021. Ann Fielder, Sue Graff, John Kennedy, David Miner, and myself, Kipton Tewksbury. All these people were on the review committee that submitted the report for this year.
Thank you, Mr. Tewksbury. Are there further nominations? No, by the way, these are just nominations, so seconds are not required for nominations. So what I'm going to do is ask for further nominations and go to Terry Carter.
Okay, can you hear me? Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I nominate Juanita Lane.
Thank you. I would like to next call on Robin Morgan.
Hi, I'd like to nominate Ain Thompson.
Ain Thompson is nominated, is added. Additional nominations. Emmanuel Keppel.
Emmanuel Keppel, District 3. I'd like to nominate myself.
Okay. Further nominations. Gary Stroud.
Gary Stroud, District 2. I'd like to nominate myself.
Okay. Thank you, Gary. Catherine Turnus.
Catherine Turnus, District 3. I'd like to nominate myself.
Okay, and I see another hand up. Please unmute Sheila Linton.
I was actually going to nominate Gary Stroud, but I actually had a question as well. I didn't know if it's appropriate to ask that question now.
Sure, Gary has been already nominated. So you're just supporting his candidacy. That's fine. And if I can answer a question for you, I'm happy to do so.
I'm wondering if in this position or in any of these positions, if you could clarify the age that you have to be to sit on these committees, if you have to live in Brattleboro, and whether nominations can only be done from the floor and accepted from the floor and be final in terms of who serves on these committees, and whether that's different for each of these committees you're speaking of, or whether it goes across the board for town committees. And if you are, and if you could, when representing this vote of making nominations to the floor, clarify that with each article, would be really useful and helpful for folks nominating people.
You've got a lot of questions there, and they are all good. The Human Services Committee, and I would invite the town attorney to join in this, but the Human Services Committee is not a committee that is actually created by charter. This Human Services Committee was created by act of the town meeting membership. And there is, to my knowledge, and I will ask Bob Fisher to verify this, there is, to my knowledge, no limits on the number of people that serve, nor is it specified as to their age. Again, I'm going to let Bob Fisher speak to this. With regard to the Finance Committee, that is referenced in the town charter, and that specifically has already been dealt with. So I'm not going to, and it's really not a subject of this article, but the number of members there likewise are not fixed. These are good issues, but they are not, to my way of thinking, really addressed in any document. Mr. Fisher, can you elaborate on Sheila Linton's questions?
Yes, you are correct, Mr. Moderator, with regard to the Human Services. That is not in the charter. That has been created by act of the representative town meeting at prior town meetings, and it is the town meeting that sets the number and qualifications for membership to that committee. I am not aware of any limitation with regard to age or residency with regard to that committee. That would be left up to the representative town meeting members. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further nominations? Then what I'm going to propose is that you give us a few moments. If there are no other nominations, that you give us a few moments to create the poll. We're going to, consistent with the previous request of Robin Morgan, go ahead and include each name, and we will vote on each individual candidate. But I must say that given the fact that there is no limit to the number of people, there is no threshold other than a majority for appointing this entire slate. So we will label them all separately. You will see Ann Fielder, Sue Graff, John Kennedy, David Miner, Kipton Tewksbury, Juanita Lane, Ain Thompson, Emmanuel Keppel, Gary Stroud, and Catherine Turner on the list for your consideration. Catherine Turnus, I'm sorry.
So, do you want vote for no more than 10 and then have 10 choices, or shall you vote for the slate of these 10?
No, I want each one. Yes, no. Can we do that?
You want to do 10 individual questions?
Yeah, but can't we do them all the same?
All right, so one question, 10 names.
Right. Where they vote for all 10. Where they
Vote for no more than 10?
No, you can vote for whoever you want.
So
that's what I'm going to tell them.
Sure. I'm just wondering about what the question should be. So
all you need to do is put the candidates in.
I'll put the candidates in. You tell me what to type here.
Okay.
All right.
And do we just have a yes, no at the bottom?
So you're just going to.
That's what I'm asking Patrick if he's able to.
Are you going to be able
to box after?
Just give us a second here while we try to figure out how we're going to put this together. Well, I have discussed this with my co-pilot, and I find that the only way that we can vote for or that we can conceive of that each can be voted separately is if we throw up 10 separate votes. So we can do that. It would take quite a while because we'd have to allow 2 minutes for each vote. So what I'm going to ask is there anyone that would have an objection to this slate of candidates? Because if not, we'll just present the entire, no, not an objection to the slate, but to voting for the candidates as a slate, as opposed to individuals. And I see some objections, or at least some questions. Daniel Quip.
Hello, Daniel Quip, District 2. When we voted, well, when we looked at the nominations for the Capital Grant Review Board, you know, the question was asked and then there were 3 options. Could the same not be done here?
You're looking at me? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We could.
Well, then I think that would make the.
How did you set it up?
Daniel, the way that I set it up, we set it up in that one is we were voting for 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
So we grabbed the 2 with the most votes.
Yeah.
In this particular case, we could do that, and we could still come up with the number of votes each person would receive. But I guess my question is, where do you draw the line? And I guess where you would draw the line is if no one got a majority.
Right.
How does that sound?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we could do it in the same fashion. Do you have a problem with that, Patrick?
No.
Okay. We could do it as one vote, do it in the same fashion, and everyone would be nominated who received more than a majority of the votes. Does that work for you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that would work, and it would save us putting up 10 separate polls. So let's try that. Let's see, I've got one other hand up, Christopher Chapman. Can you hear us, Mr. Chapman?
Unmute. There we go. Yeah, if there's a technological limit to putting up 10 names for a vote on one vote, how about just splitting it up so we have 3, 3, and 4, and just have 3?
We can do it as 10.
Oh, we can.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
We can do it, and I think we can do it, and then just analyze the votes and make sure everyone got a majority. Or
yeah, great.
Okay.
Super. Thank you.
Unless there's objection, that's the way we're going to proceed. And Patrick will start crafting the ballot. It'll take a few minutes. If everyone can sit tight while he puts together the ballot.
Wouldn't it be anybody who gets any votes? Huh? Like if somebody only gets 1 vote, why should that kick them off?
No. Okay. Well, you're the moderator. Here, do you want me to read this to you?
Just like this.
Yeah. Kipton Tewksbury.
Just For the reference, 10 is the max.
Okay.
What's the other question?
Vote, they should vote for, you can vote for as many as you would like. And we will accept as many as you like. Vote for as many. You can vote for all 10. And
You want to write that too?
no. Vote for as many as you like. Okay. And I think that will work. And then what we're going to do is see if we don't get.
This ready?
Yes. Let's try this, folks. I think this will work. We're going to launch the poll. Oh, well, go ahead. We've launched the poll. Go ahead.
No, I have not.
Oh, you haven't. Yes, Mr. Chapman.
I'd just like to say that I'm very, very grateful to the town staff for enabling this. They've had to turn on a dime an awful lot, and look at what's happening right now. I really think QDIS is in order for this population of people who are doing their best to just make everything work. Who knew that we'd have to do this? And I'm so impressed. I'm so grateful.
Okay, well, thank you. Let's see if we can get this launched and see what happens. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay, we'll launch the poll. Again, you can vote for any or all.
There's an email coming in with the question.
Okay.
In the poll.
So we can end the poll at this point. we had a total voting of 119. So 119, a majority of 119 would be 60. In order to be elected, you would need to obtain at least a majority. Listen to the results of your voting. Ann Fielder, 100. Sue Graft. We should take these down. Are you taking them down? Okay. Sue Graff, 102. John Kennedy, 91. David Miner, 90. Kipton Tewksbury, 104. Juanita Lane, 90. Ain Thompson, 90. Emmanuel Keppel, 86. Gary Stroud, 94. And based upon, sorry, I didn't go. Catherine Turnus, 77. So based upon 60 being the threshold for a, a majority, all 10 have been nominated. We will, at this point, take the results of all 10 being nominated by more than a majority. Given the fact that we do not have any specified number of people on this committee, a majority prevails. With that, the chair would now call on Tim Wessel for the motion. And Tim, I would be happy to read the names for you if you would like.
Well, I think I have them all, but
super, great, good.
You can always correct me. I'd love to give you a break from talking. Here we go. Okay. I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Human Services Review Committee for a term of 1 year until the 2021 representative town meeting. And I think I have the right order. I have Ann Fielder, Sue Graff, John Kennedy, David Miner, Kipton Tewksbury, Juanita Lane, Ain Thompson, Emmanuel Keppel, Gary Stroud, and Catherine Turnus. And to further authorize the moderator to make additional interim appointments to the Human Services Review Committee for a term to expire at the next annual representative town meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second? The chair would recognize Cassandra Holloway.
I second to move.
Please state your name, please. Cassandra Holloway seconds the motion. Thank you. So it has been moved and seconded that the 10 people just nominated and delineated by Mr. Wessel be elected to the Human Services Committee for the coming year. Are you ready for that vote? If so, we'll post a yes or no poll. If so, all those in favor of this slate signify by saying aye. Noes, nay. And I'm going to allow about a minute and a half.
interpreters, and we're going to switch over shortly. and making sure they're okay.
Okay.
So Janet and Christine, interpreters are coming in.
Can you check there?
We would have had to let them in, we're not in yet.
I'd probably let them in.
No, there's only two ESL interpreters. It is, you can do ESL. You can do ESL.
There's Janet. You do that?
Okay.
Christine, somebody?
Christine Burkholz, BRI.
Don't see her yet.
Okay, so Janet's in already.
Okay, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll end the voting at this point. Listen to the results of your vote. 117 in favor of the slate and 2 opposed. And you have approved and adopted Article number 8. Now we go to Article 9. To elect 3 trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library to serve 3 years and 1 trustee to fill a 1-year unexpired term. The names for consideration are Jennifer Rowe, Karen Tyler, and John Wooder, each for a term to expire in 2023, and Gabriel Sestare for a term to expire in 2021. Are there further nominations? Seeing none, the chair would call upon Liz McLaughlin.
Okay. I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Board of Trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library: Jennifer Rowe, Karen Tyler, and John Woodward, each for a term to expire in 2023, and Gabriel Sestare for a term to expire in 2021.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Can you go up for seconds?
Emmanuel Keppel.
I second.
Again, please state your name when.
Sorry. Emmanuel Keppel, District 3.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that the following people be appointed to serve for the Board of Trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library: Jennifer Rowe, Karen Tyler, and John Woodward, each for the term to expire 2023, and Gabriel Sestare for a term to expire 2021. Are you ready for that vote? All right, then we will launch the ballot. just got another 2 votes. Okay, we'll suspend the voting, listen to the results of your voting. Ayes 112 and the nays 1. And you have approved the new appointees to the Board of Trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library. Article 10, to see if the town will authorize its select board to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenues. The chair recognizes Mr. Goodenough.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ian Goodnow, Select Board. I move that the Select Board be authorized to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue.
Is there a second? Zach McLaughlin.
Zach McLaughlin, District 1. I second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. It has been moved and seconded that the select board be authorized to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue. Are you ready for the question? Seeing no hands up, we will launch the poll now. Okay, we can end the polling at this point. Listen to the results of your vote. Ayes 109, nays 3, and you have approved Article 10. Article 11, to see what salaries the town will pay its select board members. The chair recognizes Daniel Quip.
Daniel Quip, District 2. I move that the salary of the Select Board Chairperson be set at $5,000 and that the salaries of the other members of the Select Board be set at $3,000 each.
Is there a second? Abigail Minukin, do you wish to second the motion?
Hi, I would like to propose an amendment.
Well, no, I need a second first before I can have any amendments. Let's clear the queue, and I need to ask for a second first. Yeah, I have to, because I need a second first. Is there anyone who wishes to second this motion? Chair recognizes Maya Hasagawa.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Now the chair would open it to discussion. And so now please put your hands up again if you would like to speak to the motion. It has been made and seconded that the salary of the select board chairperson be set at $5,000 and the salary of the other members of the select board be set at $3,000 each. The chair would recognize Mr. Dimes.
Thank you. I would propose an amendment that the chair be have a salary of $10,000 and that the other members have a salary of $8,000.
Thank you, Mr. Dimes. Let's clear the queue for a moment because I need a second to, if anyone wishes to second Mr. Dimes's motion. Abigail Minukin.
I will second the motion.
Okay. The motion is to amend the article by increasing the amount from $5,000 for the chairperson to $10,000 and from $3,000 for the other members of the select board to $8,000. The motion has been made and seconded. Is there discussion? Chair recognizes Ricky Rosati. Okay, I think we can hear you. No, we can't. Ricky Rosati, can you hear us? Your mic is open, so you should be able to hear us. Can we try it one more time?
I mean, it's already.
It's open, right?
It's open, yeah.
Okay. For some reason, we're not hearing you. Okay,
can hear you.
There we go. Now I hear you.
Okay, thank you for your patience. I would move to make an amendment that both the elected select board and committee members be paid $25 an hour.
Okay, so we can have one amendment. And then we can have one additional amendment to the amendment. So what you are suggesting or moving is that instead of the 10 and the 8, you would prefer to see it $25 per hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think that is an appropriate amendment to the current amendment. So I would ask if there is a second to
clear the slate first.
Yeah, we need to clear the slate first so I can see if there is a second to your motion. Yes. There's, let's unmute, yes, Mr. Carl. Mr. Carville, are you seconding the motion?
No, I'm not. Point of order, Mr.
Yes.
Moderator. The amendment, as I heard it, talked about the salaries of other committee members, and I don't think that's germane to this article.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe I didn't hear it correctly. Are you talking about the 10,000 for, what I heard was 10,000 for the chair and 8,000 for the other select board members is what I heard.
And then I also heard her say $25 an hour for all other committee members. Now, ask her to clarify.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I will, before I get the second, that's well taken. Will you please bring up Ricky Rosati again?
George
Okay.
Carvel did hear me correctly, but from my understanding, Lauren Crisp said that was not germane and that the amendment would be more successful if just directed at $25 per hour for just the select board members, which was what I thought he was motioning for a second of.
That's correct. I think it's germane if it's limited to just the select board, because that is what is the topic of Article 11. It's just the select board, in which case I think your $25, if you're just talking about the 5 select board people receiving $25 per hour, it is germane. Okay, then I'm looking for a second. We've got a couple of, let's start with Christopher Chapman. Are you seconding the motion, Mr. Chapman?
No, I'm not. I wanted to comment on the motion.
Well, we can't comment on it until we know whether or not it's even been seconded. If it's not seconded, then it's not before you, okay?
Great.
Okay, let's go to the next on the list. Sheila Linton. No, that, something happened to Sheila Linton. All right, Marta Gossage.
I would like to second the motion.
Okay. So it has been moved and seconded to pay the select people $25 an hour for their work. And it has been properly seconded. Is there debate on this motion? Mr. Chapman, you wish to be heard. Can you click on? He's up on the top.
There we go. Are we up?
Yes.
Okay. I think that if you do the math on the $25 an hour amendment motion, you'd find that the select board members are going to take quite a big cut in pay. And I'd like to further say that on the other side of the coin, when we get back to the matter of changing the select board compensation, that this should not be a matter of becoming a position with an expectation that it's an income source. It's a remuneration that is symbolic in value and can cover childcare. As I said a couple of years ago, when this question came up, is that I think that you could see that remuneration as too much, because this is a volunteer type arrangement where one is simply contributing more to society in stepping up to become a select board member. And on the other hand, if you were really compensated, then $75,000 wouldn't be enough. I think that the status quo is appropriate. Thank you.
I'm going to remind folks to please keep their remarks to 2 minutes. Mr. Chapman wasn't much over that, so that's good. Ann Kablinka Lauer, please unmute her.
Point of information for, I suppose, the select board chair and other select board members, roughly how many hours, if they could approximate, do they currently put into that position?
A member of the select board is interrogated should they wish to be. There's Tim Wessel.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Tim Wessel, Select Board Chair. The answer to that question can vary quite a bit depending on the Select Board load and the workload. It's actually surprisingly gone up the amount of hours, and I think the other Select Board members might agree after COVID hit. But I conservatively definitely put in over 35 hours per week working on select board issues, either communicating with people, studying things like that. So I won't speak to this particular motion, but hopefully that will, and I think it will vary depending on a select board member's commitment and interest in particular topics.
Thank you, Mr. Wessel. Chair would recognize Abigail Manukin.
Thank you. So just to clarify, I can speak generally about either one, or can I only speak to the second friendly amendment?
You can only speak at this point to the proposal for $25 an hour. We may get back to your amendment, but right now the amendment that is on the floor is $25 an hour. That's the one you need to speak to.
Okay. Well, at this point, I'm not in favor of doing this hourly, but I am in favor of raising salaries. So the main reason for that being that this feels like a really clear way in which poor and working class people are kept out of local politics. And so I'd like to see that shifted. But I will speak to this in further depth if it goes back to the original amendment. Thank you.
Zach McLaughlin.
So I have a question about the amendment itself. I guess I'm not clear as to whether the hourly wage would go exclusively to public meeting time, or speaking to what the select board chair was saying about the amount of hours that go into prep surrounding that work. So are we talking about a $25 wage for all public meeting time, or everything that encompasses all the work that goes up into being a select board member?
The motion was not clear on that issue. Further debate, Dora Boulis.
Dora Bublis, District 3. This is definitely a large philosophical question, because I agree that there's always an issue with keeping people, low-income folks, out of doing the select board. But I also think that there's always issues with budget. And if you increase the budget, then you have to decrease the budget somewhere else. And that's generally vital services. And we're probably going to see, they're probably debating right now what vital services to cut because revenues are going to be down. We know that as a result of what's going on with COVID. So I think while in theory, it would be a good thing, but we're not professionalizing our select board. It's always been volunteer and it continues to be volunteer. So I'm definitely not in favor of doing a 25 an hour salary.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wessel.
I'm very sorry, that was a hand left up and
Okay.
from before.
All right, is there any other further debate on this issue? And before I recognize Ricky Rosati for the second time, I want to make sure there's no one else who hasn't already had an opportunity to be heard. Gary Stroud.
Yeah, hi, Gary Stroud, District 2. I just like to think, I don't think they came aboard for any type of capital gain, the select board members or anything like that. I believe in my heart they came in to make a change and make a difference to the town. So I don't believe knowing that $25 an hour would be a driving force, because we all know that's really means of nothing, because compared to what's going on out there now financially with a lot of other people, I like to believe and think that they came in here to do a big part and to make a difference. The $25 an hour, I don't think would be, I don't believe is necessary, because the simple fact they're performing not just a civic duty, but also for a community to help out. And I believe in my heart that they came in to do this particular type of work. And I'm sure that they know that, and anyone else knows. Even I coming in here to do community work, I wasn't looking to come in for any financial gain or anything like that, just to do what I can do best, for not just for my town, but for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Arlene Disler. Okay, your mic is open.
Can you hear me?
Yes, better.
Yay. I just want to say, it seems to me that keeping track of hours would be like another job that the select board would have. It would be cumbersome and onerous. So I am against the hour.
Thank you. Ronnie Byrne.
Catching up with the technology, hold on. Ronnie Byrne, District 2. One need look no further than Washington, D.C. to see that having a professional governing class is not conducive necessarily to good government. The fact that our select board is composed of people who willingly volunteer their time for what is not nearly enough compensation gives me a great deal of faith and trust that decisions that are made by them are done with the best interests of our community. However, so I'm not in favor of $25 an hour. However, I think we can do a little bit better with recognizing their contribution and perhaps raise the level of their stipends. And I would really call it a stipend and not a salary. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Stephen Brown.
Mr. Moderator, Steve Brown, District 3, I move to call the question.
Okay, Mr. Brown has moved to call the question. That means to cease debate on the Rosati amendment. That requires a second. Is there a second to the cease debate? Chair would recognize Catherine Turnus.
Yeah, Catherine Turnus, District 3. I second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to stop debate, to cease debate on the Rosati motion. With that, we will launch the poll as to whether to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please say aye. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please mark no or nay. In order to cease debate, a 2/3 vote is required. We're going to wait for everyone to have an opportunity to enter their vote. Okay, I think that we can stop the polling now. Listen to the results of your vote on the issue of ceasing debate on the Rosati motion to amend. 98 aye, 86%, and 16 no, 14%, and you have voted to cease debate on the Rosati amendment. So the question will now be the Rosati motion to amend. Shall the motion be amended by replacing the compensation with $25 per hour for service on the select board? That is the Rosati motion. And since we've voted to cease debate, we are now going to launch the, I have a question there. Alex Fisher.
Hi,
Hi.
Lauren. I have a point of order question.
Sure.
So I'm wondering if, because we're not in the same space today, if when you ask for voting, if you could be consistent on the time that is open for folks to vote, and if you can give us a countdown. So if you're keeping the polls open for 2 minutes, give a 1-minute warning and a 30-second warning, so it's consistent every time we're voting.
I think that's well taken, and I've been trying to save time, but I see.
Or whatever time amount you want to give to the voting.
I think it's well taken, and I want everybody to have a chance to vote, and I think that I want to be fair on that, so I'll be a little bit more careful going forward. I think what I've been seeing is 1.5 minutes seems to be enough for everyone to get their ballot in. Thank you. All right, so the question is on the Rosati amendment. Shall the motion be amended by inserting $25 per hour compensation for the select board? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed signify with nay. You may commence voting now. Patrick, why does it start at 2 minutes?
That's all right, don't know. Yeah, I want to get a clock going.
Well, I think we should give them a minute and a half.
Perfect. Yeah. I think Alex's point was just consistency.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I think she's right. I think they're right. So we've got 48 seconds right now.
Okay.
Because we started at 2.
All right. I'll try and be a little better at getting this going on time. I don't see her. I don't see her.
Okay.
We're going to suspend the vote in 10 seconds. It looks like everyone voted within a minute 3. There's another vote. Excuse me, a minute 30. Okay, the vote will now end. Listen to the results of your vote on the Rosati amendment to the Dimes amendment. Those in favor, 9. Those opposed, 111. And the Rosati amendment fails. And we return to the Dimes amendment. Is there further debate on the Dimes amendment, which it was to increase the amount to be paid to the chair to $10,000 and other members of the select board to $8,000? Chair would ask that would recognize Jesse Kanan.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you. I'm not sure why the Golden Gate Bridge is behind me. I think this is a more important question than some of the comments that I've heard so far are bringing up. I absolutely agree that people do this for the right reasons that have nothing to do with money. And I think that has nothing to do with where this amendment is coming from. The point is that if we're serious about trying to encourage everyone in our community to participate in this democracy, there are structural reasons why they can't do that at the moment, and one of them is financial. And this is a pretty easy way to minimize some of those barriers for like a vast majority of the people that are in this town. Let me give myself as an example. I don't know if I'm the best example. I'm much better off than most people many people that I would want to encourage to be able to devote the time and energy to the select board. But for the last 8 years, I work a full-time job. I run a business, and that doesn't pay me very well. And as a result, for the last 8 or so years, I worked a night job 2-3 days a week for 16 hours a week or so, making $15 an hour. That made up a large percentage of my income. I also have little kids, and the fact that I had to spend 2 evenings a week working to pay my bills, and then also asking my family to sort of support that in all the ways that has to happen, meant that it was essentially impossible. It would be impossible for me to join the select board. I just didn't have the time to do that. If I had decided to join the select board and it would pay me $10,000 a year or $8,000 a year, or whatever, that would have made up for the fact that I could have quit my 2-night-a-week job, which is probably about what we're talking about for select board members, and I could have devoted the time and energy to that. But at the moment, on the current salary, that would have been impossible. So I fully support this amendment, and I think that it's really important if we're actually serious about trying to be inclusive, have an inclusive process, and represent the people of our town fairly. Thanks.
Thank you. And once again, I just would ask folks to try to limit their remarks to the 2-minute limitation. Chair would next, let's see, who hasn't spoken on this motion? Oscar Heller.
Hello, Oscar Heller, District 3. I want to echo what Jesse said. I think he said it very well. If you take what Tim Wessel said and just quickly put yourself in the shoes of someone who's, I don't know, working a 40-hour-a-week minimum wage job at Price Chopper and raising a family, the idea of that person being able to devote 35 hours a week of more or less free labor is pretty absurd. And you can see why people in those situations don't do it. Even if it was 10 hours a week, like Jesse was saying, that's still a big burden that will keep people out. I understand the value people put on volunteerism. The idea of someone joining the select board for the money is pretty gross, but I don't think that's what we're talking about here. We're just talking about access. And then I just want to say that while this select board in particular is relatively young and made up of people working jobs, that's uncommon. You could even look back a couple years and you will mostly see people who are retired or who are wealthier, and it's a pretty clear pattern. So I think I strongly support this amendment, and I think we should do it. Thank you.
Chair would recognize Robert Tortolani.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Tortolani, District 2. The question I have is, currently the amount of money paid to the select board members is $17,000 per year, and it would go up to $42,000 a year under this motion. I just wonder where that money is coming from.
Is there a member of the select board who could respond to Dr. Tortolani's question? I see Tim Wessel there.
Hi. Oh, this is so clumsy because I didn't really want to comment on that particular. I was trying to lower my hand. What's the question?
The doctor wanted to know where the additional funds would come from if in fact this happened, that there was an additional amount. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes.
The additional amount was approved.
Well, that would be something that the select board would be charged with determining. It would definitely be taxpayer funded, and I assume from the general funds.
Okay.
And
further discussion, let's see. I see the town manager, Peter Elwell, has his hand up. The chair would recognize Mr. Elwell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to respond to Dr. Tortolani's question.
Okay.
What Tim Wessel said is correct in terms of this certainly would be a general fund expense. That's where this happens now. It was where it would happen if it was increased. It's not uncommon during the course of a fiscal year that there are issues that arise that we need to address that weren't foreseen, as long as 18 months prior in the preparation of a budget. And when they're of the order of magnitude as this one is, of about $25,000, there's no absolute threshold, of course, but in recent years, there's been expenditures of $30,000 and $35,000. One expenditure I can remember of $65,000 that addressed a need that arose during the course of a fiscal year. And there was no need to have an increase in an offsetting revenue for that. It was just part of operating town government, that there are things that go over budget, there are things that come in under budget. So if the representative town meeting members approve this at $10,000 and $8,000 with this $25,000 increase for this year, I feel very confident that that can be absorbed within the operations of the FY21 budget. And as we prepare the FY22 budget, we would make sure that the additional funding was included in the proposed expenditures.
Thank you. Let's see, who hasn't had an opportunity to speak to this motion? I don't believe that Arlene Disler has had a chance to speak to this motion. So the chair would recognize Arlene Disler.
Thank you. Arlene Disler, District 2. Sorry. Oh, yes. So I would like to propose something that our Congress seems unable to do, which is a compromise, and to modify this in between these two numbers and raise the salary $7,000 for the chair and $5,000 for other select board members.
So 7,000 for the chair and 5,000 for the remaining members. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And do you wish to make that as a motion, Ms. Disler?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So this is would be a proposed amendment to the Dimes motion. I need to, before we can talk about it, we would need a second. So let's clear the queue for a minute and see if anyone is willing to second Ms. Disler's motion to compromise and make it 7,000 for the chair and 5,000 for the remaining members. Is there a second? Chair recognizes Maya Hasagawa.
I'll second Arlene's motion. Maya Hasagawa, District 2.
Okay.
Sorry.
So the issue on the floor is to amend by reducing the proposed number in the Dimes amendment to 7,000 for the chair and 5,000 for the remaining. Does anyone wish to speak to this? Chair recognizes Robin Morgan.
Yeah, actually, I just had a question about a point of order.
Yes.
If this is a friendly amendment, doesn't the person who originally made the amendment, Kurt, have to agree to it?
Yeah, it's not a friendly amendment. It's a secondary amendment. So it is not an amendment to Mr. Dimes's motion at all. His motion still stands. This is a subsequent secondary amendment. So we really now are talking first about Ms. Disler's amendment, and then once we dispose of that, we have to go back and discuss Mr. Dimes's.
I see. Okay, well, in that case, I would just say that I strongly support the original amendment as made by Mr. Dimes.
Let's see, Chair will call on Mr. Dimes in connection with the Disler amendment.
Thank you. I think the amendment to the amendment, that is Arlene's amendment, is superfluous. At this point, there is no opposition to the figures. The debate that I hear is about volunteerism and not volunteerism, and her amendment does not address that. Instead, I think we should just recognize that if somebody wants to be a volunteer on the select board, he or she can give the money back to the town. So I oppose the amendment to the amendment.
Okay. Chair would recognize Christopher Chapman.
Thank you. Okay. I did just a couple of computations on the last amendment that I thought would be helpful to the point behind really all the points that have been made so far. You really can't compensate people enough for what they put in. You just can't. If we assume just 3 hours a meeting times 24 of them at $25 an hour, it would have come to about $1,800. You know, a little more than half what's being made now by a non-chair select board member. If you take the 35 hours that are actually worked each week, multiply that by 52 and then by $25 times that many hours, it's $45,500. You cannot pay people enough to do the volunteerism that they do. It just has to be a token. And this is, yeah, I'm saying, you know, don't assume that I'm made of money in saying this. I found it very helpful to be paid $3,000. At one point, I asked the select board to make it zero, no compensation, but I was voted down. A token is appropriate. I think with a budget as tight as ours is, you know, we're going up to $190,000 proposed for human services. I think that's where the money should go, not to the select board. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ann Kablinka Lauer on the Disler amendment.
I would just like to go back to what Jesse was saying earlier about if the idea behind the stipend, if you will, is to cover costs of childcare or other, you know, work hours that someone might have missed. I think $10,000, the original amendment, is more realistic in the year 2020 than the Disler amendment.
Okay. Chair would recognize Ann McCluskey.
Okay, am I there? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, you know, I raised my hand before Ann just spoke, and I agree with her. As I've been listening, I keep going back to what the gentleman with the Golden Gate Bridge behind him told. I think his story was an important one to listen to. And, you know, he had calculated that $8,000 a year could free him up from his second job so that he could serve his town. And I think that his situation is very typical. We have a lot of people in town who are hardworking and raising families and would like to have a say, but they have to work a second job. And I understand the commentary about how this is not a job, this is volunteerism, but I'd like it to be available to more people. And I'm just concerned that the $5,000, which Arlene is suggesting, just might not make the difference. And if, you know, Mr. Golden Gate Bridge would like to chime in, I'd love to hear from him again, but that's up to him. Sorry, I don't remember your name.
And actually, we have a rule that everyone gets to speak one time before they get to speak a second time. And so I'm doing my best to call on everyone at least once on each amendment. Zach McLaughlin.
Just a point of order. We don't have a second on the Disler amendment, do we, at this point? Are we in discussion without a second?
We shouldn't be. I thought we did have a second. Yeah, yes, we did.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you checking on that. Let's see, Ms. Manukin.
Abby Manukin, District 2. I have a point of order question and a comment. I'll start with my point of order question, just to clarify. So if we vote on this second amendment, Arlene Disler's second amendment, and we vote yes, would we then not go back to an original vote on Kurt Dimes' amendment? But if we voted nay on this second amendment, we would go back?
You will, if you vote nay on the Disler amendment, you will be back to consider the Dimes amendment, okay? So.
I got that, but then what about the reverse?
Well, the reverse, what happens is if the Disler amendment is approved, then the numbers that are in the Disler amendment get inserted into the numbers that were offered by Dimes. So therefore, effectively, you don't go back to the Dimes numbers. Okay?
Okay. I still support the original amendment, but I will try to just have my comment once so that I don't need to come back again. But I want to call our attention to some of the comments that have been made about the way things have always been done and how this is how our town runs. We rely on this and this is just the way it is. That feels like very dangerous territory. There are lots of examples of ways that things have been done really horribly wrong and that have caused harm. And that shouldn't be used as a reason why we should continue to do something. So I will stand with Jesse and the others who have spoken to why this is the current salaries continue to be exclusionary and elitist, and how elitism needs to be distinguished from volunteerism. And those two things are different. And right now, the current salaries are making it elitist so that the people who are able to participate in this aren't relying on it as a source of income in some way. And so we are just eliminating the possibility of participation by a wide swath of people in this community. And so I highly support the original amendment with the 10,000 and 8,000. Thank you.
Okay, the chair would recognize Tom Franks. We're not hearing you, Mr. Franks.
Thank you.
There we are.
The last speaker, Tom Franks, District 2. The last speaker just used a phrase that prompted me to throw my hand up. And the phrase was relying on it as a source of income. Another speaker spoke to the dysfunction some of us see in our national capital. And I think a lot of the issues that I perceive there has to do with the fact that the people there are relying on it as a source of income. Someone I deeply respect many, many years ago, and it's been something that I've not had a good way to deal with or worked on deeply, but Danella Meadows spoke a very long time ago in the 90s about we have a lot of problems, we have a lot of interests, we work towards them all, and we are never going to succeed on any of them until we get money out of politics. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Dora Babulis. We're not hearing you. There we go. Now we hear you.
Hi, Dora Bubalis, District 3. I just want to go back to the town manager's comments, because what I heard was a lot of management speak saying it will be absorbed in the budget. Well, absorbing in the budget means that you take from one place to put in another, because most select board members and most townspeople can't keep raising taxes, and taxes are going to keep going up just because basic expenses are going up. So it does mean cuts to something, and something that might be really important to somebody. It's not just, oh, let's take this money and give more money to the select board. It comes from somewhere. So I just had to comment on that, because I want to make it clear. It does mean cuts.
Next to, let's see, George Harvey has been waiting.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I've been listening to everybody here, and it is clear to me that there's no ideal way to do this. If you pay a lot of money to the select board, you're going to be paying a lot of money to people who don't need it. And if you don't pay much money, you're going to be failing to pay money who do need it. And I think that maybe this is a stupid suggestion, but there might be another way that we could do this, which is to stick with the numbers that we've got now, but have the town open up a crowdfunding platform where people who are working for the community can actually earn crowdfunded, not out of taxes, the money that they need. And I know that if there are people who need that money, there are going to be people in this town who know it and who will support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I still want to pick people who have not been heard as best we can here. I see HB Lozito.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. HB Lozito, District 2. I wanted to address the money in politics comments. When I think about money in politics, what I'm thinking about, and when I often hear people talk about money in politics, they're talking about super PAC donations, they're talking about influence from lobbyists, they're talking about corporate donations to candidates, not about these kinds of stipends that allow working class and poor people and others to participate, holding positions of power in our community. I think further, if we're talking about money in politics in the way that it's been referenced in this conversation, it's already here and it's already with us. There's already money forces at play in politics and in who's able to serve on the select board, except it's coming from people's personal accounts and their access to wealth. Largely folks who can afford to do this, heavy lift, massive amount of work. I mean, I've been in meetings with the select board that have gone on for 7 hours recently, many weeks over weeks. And so there is already money there. It's coming from people's personal ability to do this large amount of work on behalf of the community on top of their other paid work and other family obligations. So I'd urge us to accept the amendment. I'm primarily in favor of Kurt's original amendment as stated. I will probably vote down the secondary amendment. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Liz Francese.
Yeah. Hi. I was going to say something similar to HB regarding getting money out of politics. I mean, I think what that refers to is getting capitalism out of politics, and the idea that we can't afford this because taxes are going to increase, because basic expenses are increasing. I think that's more in favor of giving a stipend to people, incentivizing different types of people in our community to join in this kind of work.
Thank you. The question is on the Disler motion to amend the Dimes amendment. Chair calls on Louise Zach.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Point of order. It's my understanding that we can't rule out the original Dimes amendment, I have a proposal, without voting on it. That we've got two proposals on the floor. Kurt did not accept the Disler proposal as a friendly amendment. So it seems to me that we have to deal with those two proposals separately or entertain another one and finally come down. Is that not true?
You are absolutely correct. We first must deal with the Disler amendment and thereafter deal with the Dimes amendment. So we have two separate things we have to deal with. First, the Disler, because that was a motion to amend Dimes. Okay, so it's a two-step process. You are correct.
So one could vote yes on the Disler and then later vote yes on the Dimes. Is that not true?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Next, the chair will recognize Maya Hasegawa.
I would like to call the question on the Disler amendment.
Okay, there's been a motion to, we have to clear the queue for a minute. There's been a motion to call the question, which means to suspend debate. And if we can clear the queue, I need to know if there's a second to the motion to call the question.
So I had cleared it.
Oh, okay, all right. So these are all people. Chair recognizes Richard Cook.
Hello, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, District 2, Dick Cook, District 2. I'll second the motion.
Okay, so thank you. It has been moved and seconded to call the question on the Disler amendment. So the question is, shall we suspend debate on the Disler amendment to move the number to 5,000 for the chair and 7,000 for the chair and 5 for the remaining members. Those who are in favor of suspending debate, please vote now. We will launch the poll. Oh, he does. I'll get it. This one started at 2, right? Oh, sorry, I think it did. Lost track. Still getting the reason.
You get up into the teens, so you start.
Yeah. That's it. Okay, we will end the voting and listen to the results of your vote on suspending debate. Ayes 91, the nays 23, and you have voted to suspend debate on the Dissler amendment. I have 2 hands up. The debate is ceased, so I've got to assume that these are point of order. Let me first call on the town manager, Mr. Elwell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm sorry to interject here, but in listening to your explanation about the amendment to the amendment, I think there's a clarification that would be helpful to the body. Is it okay if I express what I think needs to be clarified?
Sure.
So you correctly said, of course, that the when the Dissler amendment has been voted, if it's rejected, then the body just goes back to the original Dimes amendment. If it's approved, then the body still goes back to the Dimes amendment, but with the numbers in the Dimes amendment changed to reflect the Dissler amendment, right?
Right.
And in the most recent, you said that earlier. You've been asked this question twice, and you said that in the answer to the first question. The second time, you described going from the secondary motion back to the primary motion, or secondary amendment back to the primary amendment, but didn't reiterate the point that then the primary amendment would have the new numbers embedded in it, not the original numbers.
That is correct.
And because of the way the debate has unfolded and how some of the members have been talking about their intentions related to the secondary and the primary, I think it's important for folks to know that on the Dissler, the vote on the Dissler amendment is really making a choice between the Dissler amendment and the Dimes amendment.
From that standpoint, the way you explain it, Mr. Elwell, that is correct. And I'll try to make that clear when we get to the vote here once we go through. But I think you just did. I agree with your explanation. Another point of order, we have Tony Duncan.
Speak up, please.
Tony Duncan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So that was exactly my concern that the town manager brought up. My concern is that the way you described it at the end would possibly make it that people would vote yes for that vote and then think that they would be voting yes again for Kurt Dimes' vote, and that his the amounts there would be determined. So I'm concerned that people could have voted without understanding that that would be changing the numbers in the original vote.
That is correct. And again, I think that the town manager properly described it. Okay, does that satisfy Millicent as well? Or does Millicent still have a question? Let's recognize Millicent.
Hi, this is Millicent. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Unless I'm misunderstanding something feels wrong about the way this happened. I don't feel like that we've had a chance to vote on Kurt Dame's proposal. And there's a lot of people who like this proposal and have really spoken well for it. And I don't think it's gotten a fair vote.
There's a very easy way to do that, Ms. Cooley, and that is simply vote no on the Dissler amendment. Because if you vote no on the Disler amendment, that will then return us to the Dimes amendment. And you will have an opportunity to vote on his $10,000 number.
I thought we just voted on her amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we have voted to cease debate, but I want to make sure that everyone understands. Oh, wait a minute. We've got some more questions here. Kathleen White.
Hi.
Hi.
Kathleen White, District 3. I'm just trying to remember what the original numbers were when one of the select board members came forth with the amounts that they were asked, proposing that the select board be paid, just to be able to compare what the amendments are changing to.
Okay. The original motion that was made by Mr. Quip was $5,000 for the chairperson and $3,000 each for the remaining members of this select board. Mr. Dimes then moved to amend to increase the $5,000 to 10 and the other members to 8. And that is the primary motion that is before us. The secondary motion is now Mrs. Disler, and she is moving to modify Mr. Dimes' motion by suggesting that it be $7,000 for the chair and $5,000 for the remaining members. If you vote for Mrs. Disler's amendment and it succeeds, then it will replace the numbers that were proposed by Mr. Dimes. Do you understand that?
I'm sorry.
Okay, who else now? They are muted. Let me go to Art Meese.
Hi there. So I just wanted to clarify another thing. If we vote down the Disler amendment, and then also subsequently vote down the Dimes amendment, will there then also be another opportunity to put forward another amendment that might be somewhere in the neighborhood of the Disler amendment, or somewhere between the Disler amendment and the Dimes amendment? Like, will there still be an opportunity to adjust those numbers?
Yeah, I mean,
if these two specific proposals fail.
Yeah, we cannot put any more proposals on the table. You can't go any further than a secondary amendment. And that's where we are right now. But if we clear both the Dimes amendment and the Disler amendment, you still have the opportunity to further amend the motion. Let's see, let's go back to, I see only one person in the queue at this point. Again, there's no debate. This is all questions, point of order. Arlene Disler, point of order.
So I just wonder if you wouldn't mind saying if the current, the 5,000, 3,000, is that raised at all from the last year? Or is that the same as they've been giving?
Well, I don't know. We can get to that, Ms. Disler, but right now we have moved to cease debate. So I think unless you have a point of order, any questions relative to the motion have to wait until we get this vote on your motion through, because we have voted to cease debate and we need to take a vote on your motion, okay? So with that, I see no further questions. So the question is on the Disler amendment to amend the Dimes amendment by changing the compensation to the chair to 7,000 and the compensation to the remaining members to 5,000. If you approve that, that will become the new Dimes motion. If you don't approve that and you turn it down, then we will go back to the Dimes motion and the numbers that Mr. Dimes has proposed. So once again, the vote now is 7,000 for the chair, 5,000 for the remaining members. We will now post the poll, yes or no, to the Arlene Disler amendment.
Lunch break? Yeah. Sure. My question to you is, everybody should stay on. Please. As much as possible. Okay. I think it's been 2 minutes. Hasn't changed much.
Okay, we're going to suspend the poll and listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor of the Disler Amendment, 42. Those opposed to the Disler Amendment, 77. And the Disler Amendment has been defeated. We now return to the original Dimes Amendment for consideration, which is, shall we amend the article by increasing the sum for the chair's compensation to $10,000 and the other members' compensation to $8,000? Are you ready for that question? I see the chair's hand is up. Let's recognize Mr. Wessel.
Hello, I do, wow, my hair is getting crazy. I want to apologize for having been in the, with my hand up when I didn't mean to be earlier. I just wanted to speak to the original motion. That is the Dimes Amendment.
Right.
This has been coming up every year for those of you who are new members. And it's a little frustrating to sitting, well, to me as a sitting select board member, because it has been raised very recently. I believe it was either 2012 or 2013. Before that, I think it was raised about 10 years before that. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we are looking at, just so people have a across the state example, we are looking at being one of the better stipended select boards as of now. I think we're in the top 5. We may be in the top 3. And I just wanted to say that I'll be voting against this raise. To answer Arlene's question, the original motion was for the same amount. So that's 5,000 for chair and 3,000 for the other members. I'll be voting against it because I truly believe that if you want to start to reorganize how local politics pays people or doesn't pay people, that's something that you have to make a bigger picture look at to incrementally, like in small amounts, raise the select board salary. I don't think is the way to do it, because as we recently saw, there was a vote about whether or not Brattleboro should have a mayor. And at the crux of that vote is whether or not the leadership of this town should be professionalized. It truly is. And I think overwhelmingly the voters, I think 3-1, rejected that idea because they like the idea of a 5-member select board that's mostly volunteer with a stipend. So that's all I'll say. I just want to urge people to vote this down.
Further debate on the Dimes Amendment. Let's see. Ann Kablinka-Lauer.
I'd like to call the question. Ann Kablinka-Lauer, District 2.
So you have moved to cease debate. Clear the queue, please. Is there a second to cease debate? Emmanuel Keppel, would you please pull Emmanuel up?
Emmanuel Keppel, District 3. I second the motion.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to cease debate. Requires 2/3. We're going to launch the poll as to whether we cease debate on the Dimes Amendment. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed to ceasing debate, nay. Okay, we'll end the poll and listen to the results of your vote. 92 or 79% in favor of ceasing debate, 25 or 21% opposed to ceasing debate, and you have voted to cease debate on the Dimes Amendment. So therefore, we will now go to the Dimes Amendment for your consideration. So that everyone understands what we're doing, the Dimes, we got a point of order with Tom Franks, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, Tom.
Sorry, I just wasn't cleared from the last. I meant a second and neglected to clear myself.
Okay,
I apologize.
Okay, fine. Then the question is going to be, do we delete $5,000 for the chairperson and insert 10 for the chairperson, and delete 3,000 for each of the other members and insert 8? So the Dimes amendment is a proposal for $10,000 for the chair and 8 for each of the other members. Having explained that one more time, I'm going to now launch the poll, yes or no. This is to the Dimes amendment. I think it's at 119, it's been there, right? Yeah. Okay, we will now end the poll and listen to the results of your vote. Aye, 51, and nay, 68, and you have defeated the Dimes amendment. We now return to the original motion. Shall the salary of the select board chairperson be set at 5,000 and that of the salary of the other members of the select board be set to 3,000 each? Are you ready for that question? Now, I have some questions. Ronnie Byrne. Ronnie Byrne, or did Ronnie? I guess Ronnie Byrne went away.
They went away.
Okay. Steve Brown.
Mr. Moderator, I move to call the question. Steve Brown, District 3.
Please clear the queue. Is there a second to Mr. Brown's motion to cease debate?
Did I?
He's saying cease debate. They don't want to talk about it anymore.
Would you hit on Terry Carter? Chair recognizes Terry Carter. Do you wish to second the motion to cease debate? I'm sorry, I can't hear you yet.
I motion to cease the debate.
And you second it because it's already been.
I second the motion.
All right, it has been moved and seconded to cease debate. Requires 2/3 vote. It is not debatable, so we will launch the vote on whether or not we will cease debate on Article 11 And if I may, you ready?
Yep.
Let's, you may start to vote on whether to cease debate. Yes, if you want to cease debate. No, if you do not want to cease debate. For now.
Oh, Terry should come down. She knows that. The second.
In our minute and a half, I'll give 10 seconds more if anyone still hasn't voted. Okay, we will end the poll. Listen to the results of your vote. 84 to cease debate, which is 70%. 36 opposed to ceasing debate, which is 30%. You have reached the 2/3 threshold and have voted to suspend debate. So we now return to the ultimate question. But before I do that, we have Tony Duncan up on, has a question.
Yes, I mean, I understand that according to Robert's Rules of Orders, this was the proper procedure, but from understanding a sort of a logical and democratic point of view, I know that I voted against the Arlene proposal because I wanted the Dimes proposal to pass. And if I had known the Dimes proposal would not have passed, I would have voted for the Arlene Disler proposal. So even though maybe, you know, according to the rules, we did it the proper way, I'm very concerned that this issue is not actually reflecting the will of the people, since the difference between the, you know, and the voting down the Dames proposal was only about 10 votes. There might be 5 or 6 other people who voted the same way I did.
I thank you, Mr. Duncan. Unfortunately, that's one of the things you have to weigh when you vote, and it is, I have to follow the rules. And in this particular case, when we suspend the rules and cease debate, I have to follow. If 2/3 voted to suspend the rules, which they did, we now have to vote on the motion up or down.
Okay, so I have a question about that then as well. What happens if we vote against this proposal? Does it mean that the select board doesn't get paid, or is it possible?
It's a possibility. I mean, you could vote it down. Any of these, any article, you can vote down.
Well, I understand that, but is there any other option? Is the only option now either paying the select board for this initial proposal or not paying them at all?
That's correct. We have gone through all of the parliamentary maneuvers in an effort to change the sum. And where we have come back to is the original motion.
Okay.
Okay. So I will now call, oh, wait a minute. Oh, I have Jacqueline Stromberg. Can't hear you. Not yet. Please turn on your sound. Now I can hear you.
Point of information, what does the select board currently receive for a stipend?
All debate has been ceased, so we can't talk about it any further. Do we have any other questions? Catherine Turnus?
Lunch.
I plan on doing that immediately after this vote.
Thank you.
Since debate has been ceased and we now have to return to the original motion, which is, shall the salary of the select board chairperson be set at $5,000 and the salary of the other members of the select board be set at $3,000 each? Yes, if you approve the motion. No, if you do not. Go ahead and launch the poll. Okay, we can suspend. We'll give 5 more seconds here. I think you've been watching. Everybody has voted, I believe, but I'm going to end the poll now. Listen to the results of your vote. 108 for, 7 opposed, and you have adopted Article 11. And the chair would like to declare a recess for lunch of 1 hour, returning at 2:30. Please stay logged on. We will not have to go through all the log on process when we come back at 2:30 to resume with Article 12. Thank you all for your morning cooperation and attention. Oh, Kurt, well, we have a few questions. Let's see. Yeah, I can answer. Kurt Dimes.
Yeah, thank you. I have 2 points of information or order. First, though I agree with Peter Elwell, the town manager, I agree with him all the time. I think it's improper of him to speak. He's not an elected, nor is he an ex officio member of this body, and he's not supposed to speak unless he's interrogated. The second thing, I make this motion to raise the salaries again and again every year, and I'm very happy that it got such a good discussion and a much better support than ever before. But I think I should clarify, if we had defeated that motion, then the salary levels that were set by previous amendment would have been in place. It would not have been, they get nothing.
Okay.
And I think we could confirm that with Mr. Fisher, if he wouldn't mind.
Okay. Catherine Turnus.
I have a technical question for Patrick. When we release for lunch, can I use a drop down box and it'll be okay. I won't be logging out.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that should work.
Okay, thank
All right,
you.
and we'll see you all in 1 hour.
Okay.
I want to just touch base to make sure that everyone is indeed back. And as further means of just touching base to bring us back up to speed on the quorum. So I'm going to launch a quick poll to the effect, very simple, are you back from lunch? Please hit yes or no so that I can see the response. And if you don't see the poll for any reason, raise your hand, please.
There's your quorum.
Up to 85, 6, 86, 88. Okay, we're doing good, folks. We have 90 checked in already, 91. So we already have a quorum to move forward, and people are still moving in. 92, 93, in about 1 minute, we'll call the meeting back to order. Currently 95. Okay, we have 95 that have acknowledged that they received the poll and have responded. That makes the quorum. So we're going to end the poll, actually 96. Would anyone who didn't see the poll please raise your hand? And I see that Tom Franks has his hand up in any event. Anyone else that did not see the poll? Joshua Jones, you didn't see the poll? Let me unmute you. Can you hear me, Joshua?
Yes, sir.
You didn't get the poll?
I just returned a moment too late.
Oh,
My
okay.
apologies.
No, that's okay. You're fine. You're good. Okay. I guess everyone else received the poll, so that's good. And we have no questions up, so we shall reconvene the meeting. It is 25 to 3 with Article 12. Oh, there's a question from Tom Franks. Okay, Tom. Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Thank you. Yes. I want to ask, is there a process for reconsideration the previous item in our methodology?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Let's see. Kurt Dimes has got his hand up.
Two points of order information. First, I think it's, I mentioned probably too late before we recessed for lunch. Too late for everybody, for the whole body to hear. Mr. Elwell is not an elected member of the body, nor is he an ex officio member. I think it's improper for him to speak by our rules unless he is invited or interrogated. And I beg Mr. Fisher to confirm. And secondly, I think we need his confirmation also. We do have a provision for reconsideration under Robert's rules within, I think, 20 minutes of, I think that's what you told me at a previous occasion, Mr. Moderator.
With regard to Mr. Elwell was only trying to clarify, was not trying to, if anything, was not trying to obstruct in any way, shape, or form, but was simply trying to clarify. And I don't see that his comments were in any way detrimental.
Well, I actually agreed with what he said and appreciated his sentiments.
Right.
But he's not supposed to speak because he's not a member of the body, unless he is invited or interrogated.
Right. In terms of reconsideration, there's some state law on that, Mr. Dimes. Whether or not it applies here or not, because we did recess, I am not certain. Give me just a second and I'll talk. Give me 1 second and I'll go check with, see if I can find Mr. Fisher. And
Can you hear me now? Okay. With regard to reconsideration, the statute provides that a warrant article shall not be submitted for reconsideration if you've moved on to the next article. So if you, at this point, we have not taken up the next article. So if there were a motion to reconsider, now would be the time to take that up. And that's Title 17, Section 2661. And if I could also just add, at the risk of, I think I'm answering Mr. Dimes' question with regard to Mr. Elwell's participation. It's my view that when you invite the people inside the ropes, so to speak, if we picture when we're in the school and we have the roped off section, we have a motion at the beginning to invite people who are not representative town meeting members in. Mr. Elwell is one of those, and it's for the purpose of aiding and assisting. So if he's invited in, he should have the relative ability to participate as anybody else, which is generally done in a manner to assist. There are sometimes questions that come up where a quick comment either from the town manager or from myself as town attorney may answer a question and keep things from going down a certain path that with more uncertainty. So it's certainly meant to be the ability to assist as compared to anything else. Mr. Dimes is correct that the town manager is not an ex officio member of town meeting, but town meeting has invited him into the meeting today. Thank you.
Mr. Dimes, based on what Mr. Fisher says, I am about to introduce the next article. I'm not hearing you, Mr. Dimes.
I was thanking the attorney for his clarification.
Okay. So you're square with what his response was. Is that correct? Okay. Let's see. We have a question from Dr. Tortolani. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bob Tortolani, I'm District 2. In relationship to Mr. Dimes' comment, I thought that Peter Elwell's comments were directed to my question as to where that money was going to come from if we did approve it. So I thought it was very appropriate that he said what he said. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Tom Franks.
Thank you. One of the things that occurred to me now that I've had something to eat is the problem with Mr. Dime's motion is that it serves those who are already serving. It occurred to me that after some food in my belly, that we might, if it were possible, change the compensation for the select board for the following year and make it a one-year trial to see if it actually does have some impact. And if that were at all possible, I'd like to make a motion. Before I make a motion, I'd like to know if that would be possible. Thank you.
Well, if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is you are asking, consistent with what Mr. Fisher has just said, that before we move on to another article, you would like to move to reconsider. Is that correct? We're going to have to leave. I'm going to have a little bit of dialogue here with Mr. Franks.
That would be an option. If that's the only option, I don't want to subject this body to yet another series of motions if it were not possible to prospectively, set the compensation for the select board for the next fiscal year. So to that end, I would like to interrogate either Mr. Fisher or Mr. Elwell.
Mr. Elwell or Mr. Fisher are interrogated with regard to Mr. Frank's question.
So hopefully you can hear me. With regard to the reconsideration would be simply the previous question being reconsidered. To the extent of what Mr. Franks is asking, in my view, is more a matter for the moderator as to whether it's germane to what is before the meeting today for purposes of monies being raised in this fiscal or for this coming fiscal year, or actually the fiscal year we are in by virtue of our town meeting being somewhat late this year. But it was not warned for the purpose of looking at what to pay the select board for the following year. That would be an article for next year's 2021 representative town meeting. So from my standpoint, I don't think it's proper to be voting on that, but I would, with that legal basis, I would give deference to you, Mr. Moderator, on that.
I agree with you 100% because it is not germane. We can only deal with issues that are warned, and the following year is not warned. So yeah, it would not be germane.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Any further questions or motions that we have? Then let's move on to the next article, if everyone is now ready. Article 12. To see if the town will transfer from the unassigned general fund balance to the capital fund the sum of $223,000 to fund a portion of the cost of a new fire engine to replace a 1994 fire engine. Chair recognizes Brandy Starr.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Moderator.
Good afternoon.
At this time, I would ask that we please recognize Peter Elwell to provide further information about this article.
I tell you what, before you do that, could you make the motion and actually?
Oh, yes. Sorry. I'm reading off two different things. My
Okay.
apologies. So I'll look this direction and say, I move to see if the town will transfer from the unassigned general fund balance to the capital fund the sum of $223,000 to fund a portion of the cost of a new fire engine to replace a 1994 fire engine. And now at this time.
1 second. I need a second. I need a second. I'm looking for a second. And I have Ann Kablinka is now recognized.
Ann Kaplinka-Lair, District 2. I second Brandy Starr's motion for Article 12.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplinka-Lair. I would now get back to Brandy Starr and ask her if she wishes to speak or yield to Mr. Elwell.
Thank you. I wish to yield to Mr. Elwell.
Okay, in that case, the chair would recognize Mr. Elwell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to make 3 quick points about this article. The first is that the fire engine in question is a 1994 fire engine. It's 26 years old and well past its expected useful life. If the body needs any further details about the condition of the fire engine to be replaced, Assistant Fire Chief Len Howard is available to answer more detailed questions about that. But we hope that from the information that's already been provided, that it's the need for this purchase has been properly stated. And then as to the method of the purchase and the actual question before town meeting, using a portion of our unassigned fund balance for this, I'd like to make 2 points. They're familiar to the body as well as to others who pay attention to town government, but and they've also been set forth on page 14 of the booklet for this meeting in the summary regarding Article 12. But for the record, I'd like to just remind everyone that this type of use of the unassigned fund balance is in fact a financial best practice to make sure that we don't draw off of our community's savings bank, our savings account for recurring operating expenses, but rather use unassigned fund balance solely, whenever possible, solely for the purpose of addressing a long-term capital need, financing of a long-term capital need. So this is purchase of this fire engine using some operating funds and about half of the cost, a little less than half of the cost coming from fund balance is actually right on target with that best practice. And the other thing I wanted to just confirm for the record is that after using, if the body does approve the use of this $223,000 for this purpose, there will still be in the town's unassigned fund balance more than 10%, an amount that is equal to more than 10% of our annual operating budget. And so we will still be in compliance with the established guideline that we live by in terms of keeping funds available for unforeseen needs that may arise. Thank you.
Is there further debate? Maya Hasagawa.
Maya Hasagawa, District 2. I just wanted to support this expenditure. As a member of the Finance Committee, I spent a good deal of time looking at capital projects and large capital expenditures. And I think this is money well spent. And Mr. Elwell has given us a good reason to take the money from a fund balance. A fire engine is not something I think we can put off for another year. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Zach McLaughlin.
So my inquiry is either for Mr. Elwell or it could be a member of the Finance Committee. As a new member of this body, I'm curious as to whether or not the fund balance amount that is present at this moment is reflective of the last several years at being a similar amount of money, or if this was an unusual amount of money, either up or down.
Mr. Elwell is interrogated, should he wish to be. For now, if you would connect Mr. Elwell. He's all the way up.
Thank you. So the amount of fund balance that's available in any particular year is mostly a function of the amount of surplus that we had in our operating budget the year before. Under very extreme circumstances, like back when Irene happened in 2011, and the town had to address a large amount of emergency expense. There can be circumstances where we run a deficit and draw off of the fund balance for emergency purposes and come back to town meeting to get action taken to ratify the decisions that had to be made in real time. But that's very rare, thank goodness. And so in our basic operations with right now about an $18 million general fund budget, we'll always want to be coming in a couple of $100,000 to the good because that just reflects prudent planning and execution of the budget of that scale, right? It's a very small percentage of the overall amount of money, even though to any of us, that amount of money is, seems significant. So we're usually shooting for a sweet spot of somewhere in the $200,000 to $400,000 range. If we land there, we feel like the prior year's budget was right on target. Less than that means that, we cut it so close that, any small emergency might have actually caused us to go into the red. And larger than that, if there's not a very specific explanation for why, would indicate that we budgeted too much money and made the whole situation too comfortable and perhaps collected too much taxes the year before. We have had in the last 5 years 2 times when the surplus was quite a lot larger than that. And the reason why each time had to do with operating changes that had changed major aspects of town operations in a way that was saving a lot of money. So we saved it in real time during a particular fiscal year and had, in one case, about a $700,000 surplus that rolled over into fund balance. In another case, even higher than that. Most of the time we're down and around that 200 to 400. This one was $233,000, represents approximately the amount of surplus that we had in the operating budget that ended 15 months ago now, because that's the figure we'd be working from at the time that we drew up this budget for this year that we're in, that would have been adopted back in March, and in any case reflected numbers from the summer before. We did have another surplus this past year, and in the budget work that we'll do this fall and the budget that town meeting will look at next spring, there'll be a different figure. We'll talk with you about what that figure is and about whether there's any proper capital investment that would come from using the excess fund balance at that time.
Okay, we have now Catherine Turnus.
Catherine Turnus, District 3. I have a question for Peter. I was looking back at Article 6, where we had 2 representatives for the Capital Grant Review Board. What does that do as far as the capital fund? I mean, do you have grants that go through that go directly into the capital fund? I don't understand what the combination is, how they balance each other.
Right. That can happen. It is not something that is part of this item. The funding for the fire truck in question would be partially from the real-time revenues collected during this fiscal year and partially from this $233,000 use of fund balance. There are no grant funds involved in this, and no borrowing.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Dimes.
Hello again, Kurt Dimes, District 2. I would like to think that we are getting more realistic about the state of emergency that we're in. The scientific view of climate change comes to mind here. I don't think we have a emergency view of the budget. And the fire engine is not an emergency measure. Instead of putting money into that, we should be enlarging our reserve funds. We should really be thinking about having twice as much money on hand for the emergencies which are going to come with climate chaos. Secondly, about the merit of the proposal itself, I think we got to take a critical look at when a part of the government asks for money for projects and things, we should be very strict about it. The fire department has been very good, like many fire departments, like almost all of them across the country in the past few decades, at preventing fires. From 1989 to 2012, the number of fire calls went down nationally by 40%. And a similar statistic is true for Brattleboro. And that's because the fire department has been educating people earlier, telling people not to smoke in bed, changing fire codes, requiring more inspections, requiring smoke alarms and such. The fire department's work has shifted very smartly from conflagration mitigation to education. And we have an educated public now, which causes fewer fires. We don't need to keep the same number of pieces of equipment. Thank you.
I would ask once again and remind once again everyone who's speaking to, everybody's been doing a very good job with this, but once again to try to keep it to 2 minutes. Are there further questions or debate? Mr. Harvey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I absolutely agree with Kurt Dimes in every respect except one. And that is, I believe that as a person who has been studying, spending about 5 or 6 hours a day, in fact, every day studying climate change, I consider a fire engine a necessary thing to have for that kind of emergency, because much of the climate change emergency is in the form of fires. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you. I just remember, as far as the need for fire engines goes, that we nearly lost the Brooks House in 2011. Were it not for an extremely well-equipped and well-trained fire staff and system, mutual aid system, we would have lost that building and we'd have a gaping hole in Main Street still. And I agree with both speakers that climate change is a real and proven and present danger. And agree further with Mr. Harvey that climate change as it is known now, in addition to the flooding in Florida and along the East Coast in low-lying areas, fire from drought, unusual drought, is a major issue. We could be next. We don't know. It's unpredictable. I feel that it is wise to make the investment of this $250,000 or so dollars. Thank you.
Question is, shall the town transfer from the unassigned general fund balance to the capital fund the sum of $223,000 to fund a portion of the cost of a new fire engine to replace a 1994 fire engine. Ronnie Byrne. Okay.
Hi, Ronnie Byrne, District 2. I'm sorry, District 3. My husband just reminded me. With regard to the fire engine itself, I agree that given the climate change scenario, that we're all pretty much in agreement with, that it is a problem, that it seems to me like having up-to-date fire equipment would be a very prudent move. But having said that, my other question goes to the surplus and the emergency situation that we currently find ourselves in with regard to COVID. And I'm just wondering if we might find ourselves having to spend money on COVID-related issues because the federal government isn't stepping up when it should. And if so, are we going to have enough to cover that?
Are you interrogating Mr. Elwell or?
I'm interrogating whoever can best answer the question.
Mr. Moderator, I could speak to it in the terms of town operations. I think there is a larger question too.
Okay. Please do.
Thank you. So we've been fortunate so far in our experience with COVID. We've certainly incurred additional unplanned expenses, and then there have been other areas where we've had some savings. We are recovering some of the money that we've spent that we didn't expect to have to spend, as other governments are through some of the aid that's been available through the federal government and the state government. And the biggest surprise to us, frankly, is that some of our revenues that we expected to drop off dramatically. In one case, I'm talking here very specifically about the rooms and meals tax and the sales tax. The rooms and meals tax did decline, but not as dramatically as we expected. I think that probably curbside service has a fair amount to do with that, but honestly, I don't know. We don't get data that's granular enough for us to know exactly why it stayed up at a level better than we expected, but it did. And the sales tax, the first year collections of the sales tax, we only were estimating based on limited data. We had no real experience with collecting sales tax. So we estimated conservatively to be safe at $630,000 and then collected over $800,000 in the fiscal year that ended back in June. So, referring back to the earlier question about how this works from one year to another, our surplus for the year ended June 30 of this year actually was pretty substantial because of these unusual, unexpected circumstances. That's not to say that we're in a safe and comfortable place, because there is so much uncertainty regarding how long COVID will go on and things that may continue to, challenges that may continue to arise that are not explicitly anticipatable right now. So I think your point's well taken on that. But for right now, on behalf of town staff, and I believe on behalf of the select board and the action that the select board has taken regarding bringing this item forward, we would suggest to you that this is a high priority need and that it is a prudent expense, that town finances are in solid enough condition that it would be important to move ahead with this and to keep managing carefully as we go forward as additional needs arise.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Junie Pereira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just, the question I had was, Mr. Elwood just answered, because I find myself in a dilemma in terms of considering the uncertain financial outlook for the town of Brattleboro in the foreseeable future with the the issues that we just raised, and and trying to be um, very, very responsible with our fiscal and financial situation right now, and trying to use caution. But it's critical. It's nice to hear Mr. Elwell outlook, and yeah, I'll consider my vote for that. But that he answered a lot of the questions that I had. Thank you.
Right. Chair would recognize Emmanuel Keppel.
Emmanuel Keppel, District 3. I'd like to call the question, please. Thanks.
Okay, then we'll just clear the queue. Is there a second to calling the question? Chair recognizes Tom Green.
I second the motion to call the question.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to call the question to cease debate. We'll launch the poll. Once again, it's 2/3. All those in favor of ceasing debate on Article 12, please indicate by saying aye on the poll. Those opposed to ceasing debate on Article 12 signify by saying nay. Okay, we'll close the polls in 10 seconds. Still seeing votes being cast. Okay, the polls are closed. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor of ceasing debate, 100 or 87%. Those opposed to ceasing debate, 15 or 13%. Those in favor, 87%. And so the 2/3 vote having been obtained, debate is ceased. The question is, shall the town transfer from the unassigned general fund balance to the capital fund the sum of $223,000 to fund a portion of the cost of a new fire truck to replace a 1994 fire engine? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. And we are launching the poll now. If you want me to start running a clock, no, that's okay. But we should get in the habit of looking at whatever it's happening. I'm not sure what triggers it. I don't either, but we should watch. Okay, another 10 seconds and we will close the polls. It looks like we have the same number of votes on the board. Yeah, there's another one that we had a few moments ago. The polls are now closed. Listen to the results of your vote. 109 in favor, 7 opposed, and you have adopted Article 12. Article 13, to see if the town will appropriate the sum of $43,748 for the Community Marketing Initiative promotion of Brattleboro performed jointly by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. The chair recognizes Mr. Wessel.
Hi, everyone. I would like to move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $43,748 for the Community Marketing Initiative promotion of Brattleboro, performed jointly by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, to be dispersed to those agencies by the Select Board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of these funds and the evaluation of the results. And Mr. Moderator, I'll suggest a speaker if you don't mind after you get a second.
Sure. Thank you. Is there a second? Gary Stroud.
Hey, Gary Stroud, District 2. I second that motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $43,748 for the Community Marketing Initiative promotion of Brattleboro performed jointly by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, to be dispersed to those agencies by the Select Board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of the results. The chair once again would recognize Mr. Wessel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would suggest recognizing the Chamber of Commerce Executive Director, Kate O'Connor, to provide further information.
Mr. Wessel yields to Ms. O'Connor.
Everybody. Again, I'm Kate O'Connor and I'm the Executive Director of the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm also a representative from District 3. And also you can't see her when she's on the phone, is Stephanie Bonin, the Executive Director of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. And I have 2 minutes, so I'm going to do a brief overview of the program and then explain how we came up with the $43,000 figure. In your book that you all received on page 15 is an explanation on the process that led us to the marketing campaign that I'm going to show you today if you haven't already seen it. This will be our second year requesting funding. Last year, you folks gave us $42,119, and we implemented a campaign that many of you may have seen. I'm going to hold it up. It's the Love Brattleboro campaign. This is one of the graphics that we use. We have dozens and dozens, but this is what it looks like. And the purpose of it is to attract visitors to come to Brattleboro. We want them to come and recreate. We want them to come and stay, eat, shop. Obviously, the end result will be more revenue to our town. And the program was targeted at people within driving distance, mostly Western Mass and in Montreal. And within the larger campaign, we had what we call the mini campaign, which was targeting members of the LGBTQ+ community. kicked it off in January. The intent was to go January through July, but as we know, March, the state shut down, businesses shut down, travel restrictions. So the campaign was put on hold for March. And in June, when stores and restaurants were able to open again and there was travel within Vermont, we started again. But instead of targeting people from Montreal or outside of Vermont, we are now targeting people who live in Vermont and in driving distance. So our target market now is northern Vermont. And we have been, when we were between now, January and now, we've been using digital, print, social media. And if you're around town, you may see stickers and things that we've done, but it's mostly been towards people that do not live here. The $43,748 that we're asking for today is 10% of what the town collects from the 1% of the Meals and Rooms tax, if that makes sense to everybody. And we really hope that you will continue the funding. As we all know, COVID has hit all of us, but it's been particularly hard on the business community. And they're the people that employ us. The money that's generated through the sales tax and the rooms and meals tax goes into our town budget. And it's obviously, we have to have a thriving community, and our business community is really part of that. And I just want to take 1 second to make a brief editorial comment on, the town manager mentioned that we've had an increase in the sales tax that was really unexpected. And I just want to remind everyone, stores closed down for in-person business in March. And we don't want to admit it, but how many of us sat online and purchased something from Amazon? That 1% from that Amazon purchase is included in the tax that the town receives. And while that is really great for our bottom line and our budget, it's not good for our local retailers. So if we can get some more marketing money, if we can keep this going and get more money, to us as locals, that's what our goal is. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
You went a bit over two minutes, Ms. O'Connor, but we realized that you had to explain your program. The chair would now call on, Ricky Rosati.
I would move to make an amendment that the advertisement campaign be to Love Wanteskok, which is the indigenous name of the municipality, to decolonize Brattleboro.
That goes beyond what is germane to the actual substance of the proposal. The proposal is simply to appropriate money. So we can't get into other elements other than the purpose of the article, and that is purely money. If you
If
wish,
the amendment isn't made, then that is why I will be voting against appropriating the funds for it.
very well. Alex Fisher.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everyone. I will try to be very brief. I am going to be voting no on this. Same as last year when it was brought up to the town meeting and there was a serious lack of engagement with the queer community and with the BIPOC community, for which specifically the flag that Kate just held up represents. I know someone reminded me that I was the one at the meeting back at Academy, the informational meeting, to say what is actually needed is the creation of safety for folks in our own community, from queer, trans, and BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color communities, not making money off of those communities by using it as a marketing plan. So that is like one point. The other thing I will quickly say is using our marketing money and using our way of supporting businesses by way of transformative economic processes. So instead of focusing on tourism, if we can be focusing on solutions that work, like worker cooperatives and cooperative economies that keep resources in our communities, rather than continuing extractive economies, which pull them from other communities and lead to money being pulled similarly from our communities. And that is why I'll be voting no on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping your comments within 2 minutes. The chair would now recognize Louise Zach.
Louise Zach, District 3. I have a question. Is this anticipated that it will be an annual expense and based on the percentage of the rooms and meals tax rather than a specific plan that has a specific cost?
Ms. O'Connor is interrogated if she wishes to be.
Sure. At this point, what we hope is that it can be a continual program at 10% of the marketing of the rooms and meals collection. Obviously, if town meeting would like to give us more, we will take more, but that would be what we would come in for.
I do have one more question, and that is, do we have any evidence of concrete results from last year's marketing campaign?
Again, Ms. O'Connor, can you respond to the question of Mrs. Zach? Ms. Zach.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I can't give you dollar figures from retail or restaurants. I can give you information on the click-through rates that we receive. When people are on digitally and they click through, we've actually surpassed what our normal industry standards. Our click-through rate was, when we were doing it into Massachusetts, into Montreal, was 0.74%, and the industry average is 0.05%. So we actually have had success. That's just one statistic, but we've seen success in people seeing the marketing campaign.
Thank you.
Chair would recognize Liz Francese.
Hi. Okay. Hi. Yeah, I want to say, I think especially during COVID, that it is inappropriate to be considering a marketing campaign, but in general, I think we should be moving towards supporting a working class group of people. Also want to within Brattleboro, and I want to agree with Alex on the point of supporting BIPOC and LGBTQ as well, to make this a safe space and one that builds up our community rather than gives more to those who already have some. So I don't want to make a false comparison here, but it does seem very hypocritical, I guess, to be in support of something like this, but against increasing pay for select board members so that more working class people can join. And if we're going to do something like that, then we do need to have quantifiable results from this project. Thank you.
Chair would recognize Emily Megas Russell.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, fine.
All right, thanks so much. I have a quick comment and then a question for Kate. So my comment is in agreement with expressing my agreement and plan to also vote no per everything that Alex Fisher said, and also I support what Liz just said. Also, I want to just note the inequity in these articles and in the budget for the investment in the QT BIPOC, which is the queer, trans, Black, Indigenous, people of color, individuals and organizations in our community, compared with this budget number for a marketing campaign that appears to be utilizing the QT BIPOC flag as a tool that has been appropriated, it appears, in order to increase tourism. So just noticing the sort of inequity in the investment that we're making in the marketing campaign versus the organizations that live and work and serve our community directly and uplift the economic advancement of the individuals in our community. So that's why I'll be voting no. And then my question for Kate is about if there's any plan or update that y'all have received from the group doing this marketing proposal for how they would adapt their plan given COVID and the increased risk to our community with tourists coming here. Thank you.
Kate O'Connor is interrogated, should she wish to be.
Sure, thank you. We have been very conscious of COVID, and that's why we actually stopped the campaign in March. Once it was very clear it's not safe to come here. And we only started up again when the governor allowed travel throughout Vermont. We're not at this point, it sounds horrible, but we're not encouraging people from outside Vermont to come here. We're trying to keep it within Vermont. We've also made a clear attempt at the safety issue, and I don't know if you've seen around town, we've been doing a lot on social media, where we have, if you love Brattleboro, wear your mask, and we have a visual. So that's very conscious. It's very on the top of our minds. We want to be safe. And so that's with everything we do. And, we don't have a plan going forward yet. Once we get this money, we have to put it together and bring it to the select board. But that is, our own health and safety is on the utmost of all of our minds.
The question is on the community marketing initiative. The chair would recognize HB Lozito.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. HB Lozito, District 2. I don't know if it's a point of order question and then a comment. I'm wondering if you can reread the full text of the article. When you read it initially, I heard some different things than what was in my maybe abbreviated version in the packet, and that may affect my comments. So I'm wondering if you could read it again.
By all means. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $43,748 for the Community Marketing Initiative promotion of Brattleboro, performed jointly by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, to be dispersed to those agencies by the Select Board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of the results.
Thank you. I think the last part of that was missing from my packet, which is seems critical to me, and I think something that we've been discussing of, if I'm understanding correctly, the review and acceptance of a plan and evaluation remains in the article. And so am I correct in understanding that Select Board would still have to receive results and review and approve a plan this time around before the money gets dispersed?
It says to be dispersed to those agencies by the Select Board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of the results. So I believe your assessment is correct, but that's just my interpretation. You might want to talk to, again, in inquiry of Kate O'Connor.
Okay, I will interrogate Ms. O'Connor.
Is it okay, Mr. Moderator, for me to be interrogated?
Yes, if you have no objection, please, if you could respond to how that works.
Yeah, we plan to, obviously, if this motion passed, we'll do what we did last year, which was to put a plan together and bring it to the select board for approval in the public setting. So we'll take public comment. It's always an open process, and we'll do that again.
Further comments or questions? You got to leave HB Lozito on.
Thank you. I didn't realize I couldn't unmute myself after remuting myself. So that's a point of information for all of us. And then just a couple comments. I think that, I've seen the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance doing really, I think, phenomenal work during COVID with programs like Everyone Eats, gift card drives, partnerships with the Retreat Farm. And to me, a main difference between those efforts and this effort is that good work has been primarily supporting local residents while also supporting local businesses and doing both of those at the same time in a way that seems really special. I have some concerns about moving forward with this article. Again, would love to have more details and information. It sounds like we'll be able to get that. I really want to understand how they used the money, how the community benefited before moving through with the vote. Really want to understand what the impact is. I think it is absolutely true. There are so many people in our community struggling right now, including small businesses. But I guess I would love to see more innovative programs and partnerships like those I mentioned that I know the DBA has already been doing throughout COVID, as opposed to marketing money that's primarily aimed at tourists. When I've spoken with the marketing team behind this project, they continue to reiterate over and over again that tourists and not residents, or even turning tourists into residents, are a primary target for this effort. It feels to me like marketing is not a thing we need to be spending town money on at this time. Other folks have already spoken to COVID concerns, but I think COVID actually is doing a lot of Vermont marketing for us for free, right? Nationally, Vermont's been a destination for both tourism and new residents. The real estate market and the apartment rental market are absurd right now. So I think I question the usefulness of this program on a marketing initiative when we're seeing good work from these organizations already in other ways that are both helping businesses and residents. So I'll be voting no on this article.
Chair recognizes Christopher Chapman.
You got me? There we are. Okay. I am going to vote for this article. I was a little skeptical last year, but I think the whole system has its act together really nicely. $43,000 to help market Brattleboro is not that much, especially when we have so much competition for among destination places. Brattleboro wants to be a destination and not simply a gateway. This is going to help. I'd also point out from a 30,000-foot level that the COVID-19 issue is a crisis, of course, but in crisis there's opportunity. This is an opportunity to capitalize on Brattleboro with all the special things that it has in order to bring people here. That produces revenue. Revenue produces jobs. Jobs produce economic stability, produce other resources, etc. I plan to vote for this because I think it's an excellent investment in Brattleboro's future.
Chair recognizes Zach McLaughlin.
So my question can go either to Kate or Stephanie, and I'm curious as to whether the chamber or DBA has statistics on the portion of our population who are impacted by their jobs are impacted by tourism, and secondarily, if they also have numbers that would indicate the impact on the QT BIPOC community.
I do not see Stephanie on the board as a caller, so if Kate has no objection, she's interrogated it again.
Yeah, and I wish I had those numbers, but I don't, to be honest with you.
Okay, then the chair would recognize Marta Gossage.
Hi, Marta Gossage, District 3. I just wanted to say that having worked in an adjacent industry, I've seen plenty of campaigns that have page view and click-through rates, but it never comes down to conversions. Does this plan, as it is written and reported to the DBA and the chamber and the select board, is there any kind of measurement of conversions?
Can, once again, Ms. O'Connor is interrogated.
Yeah, one of our issues right now is the campaign started in January, and it was supposed to go until July, but we were stopped for March, April, and May. So the information that we were able to gather is less than what we normally would have been able to gather. And so what we're hoping, you know, is that you folks will see the value in this, allow us to run it for an entire year, so we can get, you know, more data. We, you know, obviously we have some data that supports that people are seeing it and people are looking at it. With the hardcore data you're looking for, because we hit with COVID, we have less of a period of time that we're able to collect data for.
Right, but is there a measurement specifically that's being reported on as far as conversions? Is there a metric of success other than click-throughs and page views? Is there a real world, you know, i.e. a conversion rate? Additional vision, like, is there anything in the proposal and plan that gives us a conversion or an end result measurement?
I'm trying to see if we've got a whole bunch of.
Yes.
Because without that conversion reporting, knowing that that's there and that that's being considered, I would vote no for this proposal, simply because I've watched companies throw dollars after dollars for page views and never see the increase in sales, even though their marketing agencies are celebrating all their click-throughs and page views. Sometimes it just doesn't end up translating to real world success.
Right, now I hear you. I hear you.
Chair, did Stephanie Bonin arrive?
She did.
Okay, I'd like to give the caller a opportunity to be heard, since she is the director of the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, unless there is objection.
You want to clear it and find out if there's objection?
No, let's just go ahead. Let's see. If there's any objection to Stephanie Bonin is the director, but she is not a resident voter of Brattleboro. Let's clear just for a minute and just make sure we don't have any objections. Is there any objections to her generally explaining her part of the program? Seeing none, we will call on Stephanie. Can you hear us, Stephanie?
Thank you very much.
There you go. We would like to give you an opportunity to briefly speak.
Sure. And do you mind if I go back to Zach McLaughlin's question?
No, not at all. Please do.
Okay. I believe that his question was, he was asking about how many, if we have data on how many jobs are affected by the visitor economy. Is that correct?
That's part of it. Yes.
To briefly okay, great. Okay. So although I don't have exact data, I just wanted to go back to that kind of tone of the question, which is our community is supported by all the people that live here and participate and appreciate our community. And our community is also supported and appreciated by people who visit. And so this campaign is about simply welcoming people to come and visit our community and appreciate that. And so that translates into when you go into the co-op and you're there during a weekend, when you recognize lots of people from out of town. That means that they need an increase in people checking out groceries on that weekend. So that all translates into jobs. Same with restaurants, same with events at our different venues. So yes, we don't have the data, but I just wanted to make sure that we weren't forgetting that jobs are incorporated into visitor economy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything further to say before I move to the next people who have questions?
I think the only thing I would also add, Kate is doing a great job of explaining it, but I would also urge people to just see it much more in a simple way. And that is that a lot of what Penniless Project did was create graphic images that looked fantastic and represented our community and said, come visit, and did the placement work of where those should be in all different areas that we were targeting. And it's I think it's a little bit more simple than how we're phrasing it. So, or how
you.
we're thinking about it. Mm-hmm.
The chair would recognize Stuart Copans.
Okay, yeah, and my perspective is that of an artist who belongs to an artist collective called Harmony Collective, which I'd encourage you all to visit. And we were closed from March until June and worried whether we were going to be able to survive. And in fact, sales from visitors have been sufficiently good, so we feel like we're going to be able to stay open for another year. And so I think marketing that encourages people to come to Brattleboro has a direct result in terms of helping us get people in the community that are going to buy the things we make. So I'm going to vote yes, and I hope other people do.
Chair recognizes Cassandra Holloway.
Thank you, Cassandra Holloway, District 3. So I have something to just say and then also to ask. So I would like to hear from maybe if there's any other business owners that would want to speak to this. I would love to hear more from them because I feel like those are the people we're kind of helping right now with this. And also I wanted to ask either Kate or Stephanie, it sounds like there wasn't a lot of discussion that was with our LGBTQ community organizations around using the flag. And I just wanted to get a little history on that and see kind of maybe in this conversation if that maybe shifts them a little bit about slowing down and talking to people who are actually being represented in their marketing. So that would be my question. And I do want to just echo HB's point that I think a lot of times bringing us in as community members, I live downtown, and thinking about that as well of how to kind of incorporate the work you do with our community because we're part of it, is great. So because tourism isn't happening all the time. So, you know, just want to throw that out there too. Make it a little bit more inclusive to the residents. So yes, so I'll answer that question. If Kate would answer that question, that'd be great. Thanks, Kate.
Kate O'Connor is interrogated.
Sure. Penniless Project did reach out to members of the LGBTQ community, but obviously if we go forward, if you folks fund this, we will make additional efforts because I'm hearing, and I know Stephanie is hearing everything you folks are saying today, and we really appreciate the input. The campaign itself is designed to be an outward-facing campaign, you know, getting people to come here. So you haven't seen a heavy focus of marketing to our, you know, within Brattleboro. We do use the image a lot. But again, we're happy to take suggestions and comments. But it was really designed to get people to come from somewhere else to spend their money so that we can get it here. But we'll make an effort. I'm hearing everything you're saying.
Further debate on Article 13, the Community Marketing Initiative, request for $43,748. Catherine Turnus.
Hi, Catherine Turnus, District 3. I guess, you know, I went out and walked quickly this morning over to the works and realized that Amy's is going away, Renaissance is going away, we lost Candle in the Night, and I'm sort of concerned about the people who have businesses that don't serve food, because are they leaving because it's really hard for them to cover their rent because of lack of business? And are we doing anything in regard to relieving some of these businesses with their landlords and their rent?
Chair recognizes Lisa Weinman. Mic should be open.
Oh, there you are. Okay. It kept muting me. I'm supportive of this measure in general, but I had a couple of questions for Kate. One was, who makes the decision about who sits on this marketing committee? I saw that there's 10 people on the committee. I myself would be interested in being on the committee, but I'm curious how those selections of the people who are making decisions about how this money is spent is made. I'm also interested to know more about your timing. When would there be another proposal made to the select board? When will the results be presented? It would be nice to have more information about what the plan was ahead before you ask for the money, for people here at town meeting to have a sense of what the campaign would look like moving forward. I would say that there's a lot of different organizations in town like Stone Church or Brattleboro Literary Festival or R118 Elliott or the Latches, who don't have much marketing money and could use a little boost for their own operations, because they're the ones that are out there actually generating the people coming in. So yeah, those are really my questions. But in general, I do support this concept, and I know that you made a lot of effort with the LGBTQ community, and you did, in fact, Penniless hired a friend of mine to do some of that outreach. So anyone who thinks that they weren't part of that from the start is mistaken. That's always been a priority, I know, of your effort. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Alex Fisher.
Hi again. Thank you. I wish I had spoken after HB because they were much more solutions oriented in what they were sharing in terms of, I think, building off of what Lissa just named is, I'd love to see the funding that we're talking about. It's not going to save us from a global pandemic. It is not going to save our downtown businesses. $43,000 is nothing for the number of businesses downtown. But I think what folks are getting at is, are there ways to actually uplift our queer and trans, Black, Indigenous, people of color communities while also supporting the town? And so I just want to call on two incredible events that happen and have happened in Brattleboro. One is the first annual BIPOC caucus that brought over 100 folks here for a full weekend, that also was catered by and put money back directly into BIPOC owned businesses. And similarly, for the last several years, Out in the Open has run the Out in the Open Summit, which has brought nearly, I believe, 100 folks here for weekends. And that is ways also of creating marketing within those communities. That's also creating events and creating ways to uplift the same communities while also supporting businesses owned by the communities that we're talking about. So I just want to throw out there ways that we can be marketing by way of also uplifting and also allocating resources locally. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Tim Wessel.
Hi, thank you. Just very quickly, I wanted to just lend my voice in support of this very quickly. The percentage of the rooms and meals that gets collected, you know, this is collected by these merchants, and it's collected largely from people who can afford to spend that extra little penny, and then out of that 10% gets given back in essence to the merchants through this program. But the real idea that won me over, I, like Chris Chapman, was very skeptical of this idea at first. But what won me over is the idea that this program does lift all boats. So this program allows us to collect some money and relieve a little bit of the tax burden from property taxpayers here in Brattleboro. And there's very few ways we can do that. And this is one of those ways. Giving 10% back, if it can increase, lift all boats, as I said, if it can increase the amount of income that our businesses, which helps them, which helps people who work there, et cetera. But it also helps the town coffers. So for me, it's a win-win. And honestly, as Kate pointed out, this hasn't had a chance to fully be implemented because of COVID. So in a way, I think it's kind of yanking the experiment before it's even had a chance to have a full year of figuring out if it's working. So really, what's the harm in giving it another year, doing our evaluations and holding them to account with BIPOC concerns, et cetera? That's fine. And that's going to be part of the select board's jobs, as you see described in the motion. So I would just urge people to support it. We're going to give it another year, and we'll go forward from there and evaluate. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Emily Megas Russell.
Hi, yeah, Emily Megas Russell, District 1, I think. Yes. So there are several things going through my mind right now, and I appreciate being able to speak again. I know I just spoke. I urge us to consider how we can make a commitment and hold ourselves accountable to our community by ensuring somehow that any revenue gained in this work, if it were to continue and be approved by this body, directly supports the queer and trans and BIPOC folks in our community and that work. And so I encourage us all to consider that we will have the opportunity to vote on that in supporting those organizations in an upcoming amendment. Yeah, and also a question to Kate, which is if the work hasn't quite gotten fully off the ground yet because of COVID, recognizing they just started in January, is there money still in the budget that these folks have to work with that hasn't been able to be implemented due to COVID-19?
So Connor is interrogated, should she desire to be.
There is a little bit of money left. What we did when the minute the governor said there could be in-state travel is when we shifted to inviting people from northern Vermont to come here. So we have a little bit left, but we wanted to, keep going and get the opportunity. So we shifted to in-state visitors instead of out-of-state visitors.
Chair calls on Mary White.
Hello, I would like to call the question.
Mary White calls the question to cease debate. If we can clear the queue. Is there a second? Ronnie, recognize Ronnie Byrne, please. Can you hear us?
Yes, Ronnie Byrne, District 3. I would like to second the motion to call the question.
Okay, thank you. So the question before us is, shall debate cease? Requires a 2/3 vote. We will launch the poll in just a second. All those in favor of ceasing debate, say aye. All those opposed, nay. And we will launch it now. We'll launch it now. So this is, yeah, almost a minute. 10 seconds for the polls to close. And we will close the polls at this point. Listen to the results of your vote. 93 in favor of ceasing debate, that's 80%. 23 opposed, it's 20%, and you have voted to cease debate. So the question is, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $43,748 for the Community Marketing Initiative promotion of Brattleboro, performed jointly by the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, to be distributed by those agencies by the Select Board upon review and acceptance of a satisfactory plan for the use of the funds and the evaluation of the results. The poll will be launched in just a moment. Vote yay if you're in favor of the motion, nay if you're against. Here comes the poll. Ten more seconds to complete balloting. And we will close the polls. Listen to the results of your vote. Those in favor, 76, and those opposed, 42. And you have adopted Article 13. Article 14, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District as approved by town meeting March 19th, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Acts to establish and regulate the Downtown Improvement District, to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization as reflected in its work plan and budget. The chair recognizes Liz McLaughlin.
Okay. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District, as approved by town meeting March 19th, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Downtown Improvement District, to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the downtown's duly designated downtown organization as reflected in its work plan. And Mr. Moderator, once you get a second, I want to come back.
Thank you. Is there a second? Waiting for someone who might be willing to second the motion. Denise Glover. Chair recognizes Denise Glover.
Glover, District 2, I second.
Thank you. And now the chair would go back to Ms. McLaughlin.
Mr. Moderator, please recognize DBA Executive Director Stephanie Bonin to provide further information about this article.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin yields to Stephanie Bonin. We will ask her to unmute right now. Can you hear us?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, you have the floor to explain this.
Thank you. We are here before you because we are funded in part by this $80,000 special assessment tax and would love to have your continued support. So since presenting to you last year and before the start of the COVID pandemic, we had many successes in our regular programming, and those included things like Playdate and Brat Love Crawl, our 3-season flower program, our community calendar called Plan a Go-Go, and also a lot of the work we do around magnifying through our social media channels what is already happening by all the incredible organizations, the events, the programs, all of the happenings in our community. We also are active coalition partners in discussions around housing, the art installation in the parking garage, and many other things. But I wanted to make sure to highlight that during the pandemic and during our last fiscal year, we had to pivot really fast and saw ourselves as more essential than ever before. We launched the 48-hour gift card challenge that contributed more than $57,000 into our local economy at the exact right moment. There unfortunately has been a lot of them, but at the moment that the business community and the organizations needed money the most. We also followed that up with our next program called the Nourishing Artists, and we launched this with New Chapter and the Bama Tech Group. And this was a project that infused over $12,000 into our local economy and distributed healthy restaurant meals to our artists once a week for 6 weeks. And lastly, we launched the One-to-One Project, which was created on the premise that I saw that our businesses and organizations needed to access any and all economic relief programs that were out there if they are going to survive. And what was happening with a lot of gigantic webinars, but what really needed to happen was all of us standing side by side, holding each other's hand and figuring out how to get through this and how to access any dollar that was out there. And the One-to-One Project has really provided tireless support and follow-up until we know that these conversations are done. And sometimes that looked like guidance with PPP programs, and other times it looked like how do you operate a dressing room in this COVID safe. So going forward and looking at the current budget that you have in front of you, we have already started that work. We're in that budget. And I wanted to highlight 2 programs, and that is Gallery Walk and Work Today. So Gallery Walk is now a program of DBA, and with an incredible volunteer team, we launched the new incarnation last Friday, which is Stream and Stroll. And then Work Today is the program in combination with the town and youth services to create one-day work options. And DBA has served as a supervisor so that somebody can be employed for the day and support Dick DeGray's tireless and many hours on our flower program. And so they have offered deadheading and watering and weeding of sidewalks and those types of things. Lastly, in our current budget, which you're looking at, I wanted to be really clear that we have been very nimble, and the current budget reflects lots of changes since COVID happened and forcing us to be innovative in a great way. Two programs that illustrate that are the Downtown Parklets and the Everyone Eats program. So the Parklets downtown, they sought to meet the need of needing to expand to outdoor spaces when you limit the ability to be indoors. So DOSA, Peter Havens, Blue Moose, Elliott Street Fish and Chips, Hermit Thrush, they have all been supported by these parklets. One testimonial that I have is that one of the businesses was 90% down compared to 2019. And the first weekend with the parklet, they were only down 45% compared to 2019. And then the Everyone Eats program is amazing, and it is taking the Federal CARES Act funds and buying ready-to-go meals at local restaurants and distributing them to all of us in our community that have been negatively affected by COVID. And to finish out that program, because it has 3 pillars, there's also a 10% mandate that 10% of the ingredients have to be purchased from local farms or food producers. So in the 6 weeks that the program has been up and running, we have distributed over 12,000 meals in our community. We're up to 850 meals a day. And that means we have been able to increase the revenue to our local restaurants by over $125,000 just in the first 6 weeks. And that program will run through the middle of December. So that was a quick nutshell, and I look forward to all of our discussion. Thank you.
Question is on Article 14, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District as approved by town meeting March 19th, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to establish and regulate the Downtown Improvement District, to be used for capital and operating costs and projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization as reflected in its work plan and budget. Are you ready for that? Oh no, we've got one question here, Liz Francese.
Hi, I just wanted to, I'm sorry, Liz Francis, District 3, I keep forgetting to say that. I just wanted to pose a question to Stephanie regarding the short-term rental summit. We've been talking about a lot of things here today, especially the inclusion of marginalized poor and working class people. I just want to know if you plan on, especially with how contested it was last year and where we are now with impending housing crises, if you plan to go forward with that summit.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
The short-term rent. Oh, thank you. Sorry. The short-term rental summit was canceled. It should have been held last spring. And then in terms of, we're straddling lots of years. So in terms of 2021 is what we're talking about. And we do not see that happening in 2021.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Tom Franks.
Thank you, Tom Franks, District 2. Stephanie, it was good to hear you mention some numbers in terms of the revenue generated. One of the things that's often concerned me about this and other efforts in marketing and development is a lack of solid evaluation data. I'd like to inquire if you're willing to tell us a little bit more about how you plan to capture, actual data, not just throughput and clicks, but actual outcomes on your efforts. Thank you.
Stephanie is interrogated, should she choose to be.
Thank you. Yes, the much sought after numbers. I am lucky that I do have numbers to report in that a lot of the programs that we did this year was able to capture sales data. So with the Nourishing Artists program, that was a challenge out to the community to purchase gift certificates and match New Chapter's $5,000. And so the stores had to report to me their gift certificate sales. And it's the same with the 48-hour gift card challenge. I think the DBA is much more than just about commerce. It is a community organization, and I get to really represent all of downtown, whether it's residents or organizations or businesses, because downtown is a gathering spot. So the analytics and data can be in the numbers that I have through those sales programs. It also could be in terms of the pedestrian counters that the Wyndham Commission gives me. It can also be in terms of Stone Church and how many people are coming to their concerts. So I think we have a lot of data points, and I will continue to share them as I get them.
Further questions or debate? I see none. Oh, Lisa Weinman.
Thank you. Lisa Weinman, District 1, but also a business owner in the Downtown Improvement District with 118 Elliott, which according to my calculations, we're assessed approximately almost $800 annually toward the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. And I appreciate the work of the Alliance, but that's a lot of money for folks like us that are facing basically a closed business right now. So I will say that one thing I find disturbing, and I just wanted Stephanie to comment on, is the opening the membership to the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance to people who are not paying the tax and allowing them an equal vote with those of us who are being taxed and are paying for the organization. I don't think that's fair. And I really don't think that, I think the property owners who are being assessed should have a much greater, maybe even be the only ones that are allowed to vote on the things that, you know, the budget and other decisions that the organization is making. And that's, you know, I'm just curious what Stephanie has to say about that, but I do appreciate the work of the organization. Thank you.
And Ms. Bowen is interrogated should she wish to be.
Yes, thank you. I think that what Lisa is referring to is our charter. There might be some confusion. So no one outside of the Downtown Improvement District has a vote. Only businesses that are dues paying members, which right now is $25 a year, or property owners, which pay the special assessment tax, can vote. What we did do this year, because we didn't feel that it was okay to ask any business for any money, we did give a complimentary membership to all the businesses. But they still have to sign up to be a member, and they still have to be in the Downtown Improvement District in order to vote. We do have a category called Friends of the DBA, which people can contribute to any amount, but they would not be a voting member. And then when COVID hit, we also opened up our private Facebook page for merchants to any merchant in downtown because we felt the need was so great and the conversations that we were having were so great that we wanted to make sure that other businesses that were feeling isolated and alone could chime into those conversations. I hope that answers the question.
Further debate. The question is, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District? And not seeing any further, no, she already spoke.
I think she's back.
Lisa, do you have anything further? Oh, now I've got some questions. Okay, let's go with Sheila Linton. Oh, yes. Are you still had some additional questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to state for the record that I think that those of us who are assessed at approximately $800 a year should have greater voting weight than those who are paying a $25 a year annual membership. So I don't know how to remedy that in terms of whether that's a decision of the select board but I don't think it's fair, and I'd like to see that changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me then recognize Sheila Linton.
Hello, Sheila Linton, District 2. I just had a question actually about the flower project. I was wondering where the money actually comes from for, it looks like it's volunteers. We know that Dick DeGray is one of the many people who help take care of the flowers, but there are lots of financial line items within this document, but I don't see anything specifically about the flowers, which has been a conversation for years. And so I was just kind of curious around that process of how much are the flowers a year to maintain and who's making those decisions.
Ms. Bonin is interrogated.
Yeah, thank you. I am really excited and proud about this year in particular. There's a variety of channels of how it was funded. So crowdsourced fundraiser with as little as $1 contribution raised $7,500 this year for the flower program. It was matched by a generous donor, Michael Knapp, downtown. We also received an anonymous private donor once COVID hit, who was concerned that the flower program would be the first to go. And then we have a line item in the budget that you're looking at that also includes the flower program. So many different channels. And then volunteer, yes, Dick DeGray, absolutely. And then also we have some support for him that we pay for in terms of flowering or different labor that he might need. And then we're also partnering with the Work Today program.
Chair recognizes Dora Boulis.
Hi, Dora Boulis, District 3. So I just wanted to respond to the concerns that Lissa Weinman was bringing up. And I understand where she's coming from as a property owner, but the select board felt it was important and to give the folks who are paying rent, and the landlords have the ability to pass on their assessment to those renters, to give them a say, and it creates a better community spirit within the organization, because it's not just property owners who create the downtown, the life downtown. And so as I don't think we're going to go back on that, because I think it's successful. And I'm sorry that as a property owner, because you are also in your particular situation, you are both the tenant and the property owner, but in most cases, it's not that. So I just want to say that I think it's important to give those folks who live and work in the community the ability to have a say in what the downtown organization does.
Ma'am, I think I'm about to say something.
Okay, now Chair would recognize Emily Megas Russell. And you're on.
Hi there, Emily Megas Russell, District 1. Yeah, I have a question for Stephanie. First of all, I just want to echo what HB said earlier and say I'm grateful and appreciative for all of the work and responsiveness and adaptability that the DBA has demonstrated to COVID and supporting our community through Everyone Eats and the other programs focused on folks who live and work here. And my question is about the Community Response Project. I'm curious if you could speak to specifically now and recently what this project has been focusing on.
Stephanie Bonin is interrogated if she chooses to be.
Sure. The Community Response Project hasn't met since COVID happened. So that's been, probably about 6 months since meeting. And it also had a little bit morphed into a housing discussion, but not entirely. And that housing discussion has morphed into a much larger, how are we as a community responding and interacting, not in our silos, but together to look at all the impacts of COVID and make sure that we're all standing or sitting at the table together. So to answer your question directly, that coalition, that project team hasn't been, I think our last meeting might have been in February, and then has had lots of morphing going on since then.
Chair recognizes Steve Brown.
Steve Brown, District 3. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to call the question, please.
Okay, Mr. Brown calls the question, and that requires a second. Does anyone wish to second Mr. Brown's motion? Zach McLaughlin.
Zach McLaughlin, District 1, I'd second the motion.
It's been made, motion has been made and seconded to cease debate. So we will, this requires 2/3 vote. We're going to launch the ballot. Those in favor of ceasing debate signify by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed to ceasing debate, nay. And we will launch the ballot now. Going to allow another 10 seconds to conclude the balloting. And that will end the balloting. Listen to the results of your vote. 95 in favor of ceasing debate for a total of 84%. 18 opposed to ceasing debate for a total of 16%. And you have voted to cease debate on Article 14. We return to the question. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $80,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District as approved by town meeting March 19th, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Downtown Improvement District, to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the downtown duly designated downtown organization as reflected in its work plan and budget. All those in favor will vote. Well, we have, I can see that we have maybe a point of order, a point of information from Carol Barber. You have to unmute. We're still not hearing you.
Oh, I had raised my hand. I had raised my hand to second that previous motion, and I didn't do it fast enough. So.
Oh, okay. So you're all set then, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So the question is, all those in favor of appropriating the sum of $80,000 signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. And the poll will launch now. Okay, we're going to give another 10 seconds to enter your votes. And that will conclude the polling on this matter. Listen to the results of your vote. 98 in favor and 18 opposed, and you have adopted Article 14. Now we'll go on to Article 15 after a 10-minute break. So what I would like, it's now 4:30. If everyone can remain logged in, we'll be back in 10 minutes and we will start with Article 15. Thank you for your patience. We are now live. Everyone should be back. Carol Barber's still got her hand up. We'll put her hand down for her. And do we have any other housekeeping to do before we move to Article 15? I think not. Okay, the next order of business is Article 15. To see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $190,105 to support human services programs and facilities as more particularly delineated in your booklet. I will spare you listening to me to read all of that. However, I will be calling on Ian Goodnow to make the motion, so you will hear it in its entirety. Chair recognizes Ian Goodnow, Article 15.
Yep, and bear with me. It's a little bit of a long one. All right. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $190,105 to support human service programs and facilities for the residents of Brattleboro to be allocated among service providers in the following manner. AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, $2,000. Big Brothers and Big Sisters, $6,375. Boys and Girls Club of Brattleboro, $17,000. Brattleboro Area Hospice, $2,550. Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition, also known as Building a Positive Community, $11,250. Brattleboro Center for Children, $4,500. Brattleboro Community Justice Center, $5,950. Brattleboro Senior Meals, $5,250. Family Garden, $2,500. Gathering Place, $3,750. Green Mountain RSVP, $700. Groundworks Collaborative, $19,000. Healthcare and Rehabilitation Services of Southeastern Vermont, $7,500. Kids Place, $4,000. Meeting Waters YMCA, $7,125. Out in the Open, formerly known as Green Mountain Crossroads, $8,500. The Root Social Justice Center, $5,250. Senior Solutions, $2,700. Southeastern Vermont Community Action Incorporated, also known as SEVCA, $11,400. Turning Point, $15,000. Vermont Association for the Blind and Visually Impaired, $700. Vermont Center for Independent Living, $1,600. Visiting Nurse and Hospice for Vermont and New Hampshire, $10,980. Windham County Humane Society, $1,000. Windham County Safe Place Child Advocacy Center and Southeastern Unit for Special Investigations, $2,700. Women's Freedom Center, $14,250. Windham Southeast Supervisory Union Summer Food Program, $6,375. Youth Services, $10,200.
All right, is there a second? Let's see, we have Terry Carter.
See, am I on? Yes. I second the motion. Terry
Okay.
Carter, District 3.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to yield to Kipton Tewksbury to provide further information on this article.
Very well. Mr. Goodnow yields to Kip Tewksbury. Chair recognizes Mr. Tewksbury.
Hello, Kipton Tewksbury. I was one of the members of the Human Service Review Committee for the last year. I'm just going to provide a quick summary, and otherwise I think maybe more useful to answer any specific questions people have. But we received applications from 33 agencies totaling $241,200. Since following guidelines passed by this board in previous years, we tried to stay close to 1% of the town's proposed budget. And so that we came in a little over that at $190,105. But it was close enough, and we felt would adequately address both the requests and the services that the agencies provided. Another RTM member who was also on the committee is John Kennedy, if he has anything to share also, or correct me if I misstate myself.
Are you yielding, Mr. Tewksbury, to Mr. Kennedy?
Only if he has anything else he'd like to say.
Mr. Kennedy is being interrogated.
I was appointed by the committee to be the point person.
Ah, okay.
So otherwise, people should, members of the group should ask any questions that might be a more effective use of our time.
Very well, thank you. Let me just see if Mr. Kennedy has anything further to add, if he's available and wishes to be interrogated.
No, Lauren, I don't think I have anything to add beyond what Kip has already mentioned, other than the fact that most of the requests and the allocations varied based on the amount of money that the organizations themselves requested.
Very well.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. Stay tuned, however, because there may be questions. So let's go and see if we have any questions or comments. I need to take a look at Robin Morgan. Chair recognizes Robin Morgan.
Hi.
Hi.
Robin Morgan, District 3. I would like to make an amendment to this motion.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to amend Article 15 to increase funding for all human services organizations by 10% and to further increase funding to Black, Indigenous, and people of color-led organizations, namely the Root Social Justice Center, to $7,000.
Excuse me. You can raise the, you're going to be able to raise the amount, whatever you would like, but we cannot do line item. Again, that's consistent with our long tradition and with Vermont law that we can't specifically do line item amendments. However, we can amend this budget up or down as you would like. And you can give non-binding recommendations to the select board, but you should stick first with what your motion has to stick with, the amount that you want. And then in the course of your discussion, if you want to tell them where you want to put it, that's okay too. And they can do if they choose to.
Okay, well, I will just then skip to the last sentence of my motion, which is this would be an overall increase of $20,235.50 for a total human services budget of $210,340.50. And I would like to speak to the motion, please.
Yes, let me see if I understand it. And you're basically saying that you want to add to the budget a gross amount to the human services budget of $20,235.50, making the total $210,340.50. Is that correct, Ms. Morgan?
Yes.
Okay. Very well. Then I need first to clear the queue to secure a second. Is there a second to Ms. Morgan's? All right, the chair will recognize Art Meese.
I Farm East District 3. I second the motion.
Very good, thank you. So the motion has been made and seconded to increase the budget by the sum of $20,000. This is the human services budget, by a sum of $20,235.50. Ms. Morgan would like to speak to the motion, and you have the floor, Ms. Morgan.
Thank you. I want to very much first honor and appreciate the thoughtful work of the Human Services Committee. I want to quote their statement that is published on page 19 in the booklet. Our goal as the Human Services Review Committee is to ensure the quality of life of the people in the town so they can be successful. The town's human services allocations are important to each agency's ability to serve the local needs of residents. And I fully agree with that. And I think that while the budget that is presented here for these organizations would normally be a reasonable one, it's undeniable that the situation for everyone, and especially for our vulnerable residents, has undergone an immense change since the time that this budget was developed. So I think it's fitting that we make some adjustments to this. The effects of the pandemic have been devastating on our community and highlighted the need for these essential human services. And that is why I would like to see an across the board increase of 10%. So realizing these are not binding amounts of where this is allocated, but just advising the select board that this is the intention of where I would like this money increased to.
Yes.
Additionally, this summer has been a time of intense trauma for Black, Indigenous, and people of color who have also been disproportionately impacted by COVID. It has also been a time of reckoning for many of us white folks to think about how we can support a more just world and a more just community. The best way to create more safety and support for the BIPOC folks in our community is to help Black, Indigenous, and people of color-led organizations do the work they consider the most supportive and helpful. So that is why I'm asking for the Root, which is, to my knowledge, the only BIPOC-led organization that requested funding from the town, to be fully funded as requested up to $7,000. So that would be an additional, I think, $1,225 beyond the 10% increase that I asked for all the organizations. So that's where the number comes from.
Ms. Morgan, I see in the motion that Root Social Justice is in for $5,250. So if you wanted to go to 7, that would be $1,750, would it not?
Right. I was just saying, like, I mean, however you want to do the math, we want them to get 7,000. So if you increase them by 10% like everybody else, they would still need an additional amount to get to what they had fully asked for.
And you understand that the motion is just to raise the sum by $20,235, and that you're making this recommendation as a part of your motion to the select board for their consideration should your motion pass. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is there anyone who wishes to speak to the, have you completed your speech with regard
that's all
to
for me.
Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the Morgan amendment? The chair would recognize Tony Duncan.
Hi, I just want to confirm that the numbers that the committee put to this were determined before COVID. So just to support her amendment, saying that if these numbers were done before this crisis, it seems pretty evident to me that it would be important to increase the amounts.
Other comments? Chris Chapman.
Thank you very much. I would point out that in increasing allocations of the budgeted items has a direct impact on property owners, and this includes lower income people, and an indirect effect on renters. So there's an ironic effect here. I'd like to suggest that instead of raising this amount of money, which was raised, I think, about 90% last year, which would make this close to 100% increase over 2 years ago, that our select board make possible additions or contributions of funds from people in excess of their property taxes. We know that there is inequity throughout our community, the country, and the world, but this is also a very generous society, and we should recognize that there are people who would like very much to benefit and benefit others and have the means to do so. We're doing it as an institution in Brattleboro, but individuals could too. I'd like to, I discourage this vote for that reason, that there is a better alternative, I think, and that we could take advantage of it perhaps to the greater benefit, much greater benefit than what is proposed in the motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ann Kablinka Lauer.
Ann Kaplinka-Lair, District 2, point of information and then a comment about the amendment. In terms of your comment about not increasing specific line items, I could understand that that's the role of the committee. Is there a way that this body could make a recommendation to the select board if we increase the overall amount for human services and then make a recommendation that would be non-binding, that would go to a specific organization?
Yes, that's what Ms. Morgan just did.
Okay, just clarifying that.
That's exactly what she did.
Great, thank you. Then I support the amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes David Levenbach.
Okay. So I'm unmuted. If I understand correctly, this is really a point of order or point of information. In the case of an article like this, is this simply a recommendation to the select board to make these expenditures, or is this essentially a legislative act by the RTM to spend these dollars from the town?
It's a legislative act by RTM to spend these dollars on human services. Where they might apply them is not binding on the select board, but historically they have listened to the direction of town meeting.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Chair will recognize Catherine Turnus.
Hi, it's Catherine Turnus, District 3. In response to Robin's amendment, I do support it. One of the things everybody seems to be worried about is where this is going to come from, or what part of the budget. And I'm probably not going to be very popular at this moment, but it's called defunding the police. This is the very first time that we have not been able to challenge the budget, the town budget, like we used to before. So we don't know the line items. And I think that's one way that we can support our social services, where the money should go to.
Yeah, we're, just to make it clear, where this money comes from, we're not concerned with at this point because the budget has already been adopted.
Well, yes, I'm aware of that.
Obviously, it has to come from somewhere. But what I'm simply saying is that the issue here that is germane is the amount of money to allocate to human services. And Ms. Morgan has made an amendment to raise the budget by an additional $20,235.50. And she's made her non-binding recommendations as to where she would like to see it go. That's all acceptable in terms of a germane motion. So my question is, do you have anything else that you would like to add to that?
No, the only thing is that I think that the amount of money that is allocated, even including what Robin has said, can be a lot more if we looked at our budget more closely in
Okay.
the areas I suggested.
Okay, you know, there's one person that I would like to take because this human service budget was not only vetted by the Human Services Committee. John Kennedy is sitting here patiently waiting to be heard, but it was also vetted to a large degree, I believe, by the Finance Committee. And I see, and also I should point out, by the Select Board. So there's been 3 separate committees that have vetted this budget. But I see that the Finance Committee Chair, Franz Reichman, has his hand up. So I would like to recognize him at this point because of his role on the Finance Committee.
Yeah.
Hello? You're getting some feedback, Dr. Reichman, and maybe you have 2 devices on.
Yes, I will admonish my companion here. Yes, the Finance Committee did review the Human Services Committee's work and supports the original amount of money allocated, although we didn't talk about whether it should be more, as I recall. However, that's not why I raised my hand. So what I'm concerned with is your ruling that the individual line items cannot be adjusted. And whereas I recognize that that would be true in a motion where the original amount was specified, but the original line items were not included as we normally do with the budget. In this case, the motion as made included all those line items as read by Ian Goodnow. And I wonder whether then it's not permissible in that setting for the body to address those individual line items as included in the motion.
That has never been our case in light of Vermont law. However, we can ask the town attorney, even though we may not see in the budget generally all of the details, it's all backed up by details. And we have always stated that that is for the purview, that is in the purview of the Select Board to make those allocations. They are responsible for the general oversight and affairs and property of the town. So we have taken the view that we can raise it or lower it, as the case may be, and make recommendations. But I will defer to the town attorney on that, Dr. Reichman.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Fisher available?
Mr. Moderator, that is correct what you have just stated, and the only addition that I would make to that is that by representative town meeting vote, the Committee on the Human Resources and how the town of Brattleboro makes its recommendations for the funding thereof was done by representative town meeting. So while this process is a bit different from other smaller towns where you may have just a few organizations come before the town at annual town meeting, Brattleboro being a host or hub town has a large number of these human service organizations, and that's why the town meeting created the process that we follow. So that's my only addition to what you correctly stated before with regard to the vote is up or down as to the actual amount. And to my knowledge, we have not had select boards diverge from the recommendations made at representative town meeting. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Dr. Reichman?
I believe it does.
Thank you. let me bounce around here a little bit. Well, let's see. Kurt Dimes has had his hand up for quite a bit. Mr. Dimes.
For Dimes District 2, I beg to differ with the town attorney. I recall specifically, I think the year was 2011. We had a vote on the pay-as-you-throw proposal. And not only did we change a line item, we added a line item expense. And that was for a salary for the recycling coordinator, the pay-as-you-throw coordinator. And we added that Moss Kaler would take that office. So I think there are probably other examples of adding and amending line items as well. So I think we should reconsider your ruling.
Well,
and allow Robin's original amendment.
Again, the select board, to my knowledge, has always honored, but does not need to. You can always, if you choose, appeal my ruling if you wish to, Mr. Dimes. But that has been for a long time the way that I've seen it done. In the case of that pay-as-you-throw thing, I have a vague recollection of that, and I think that once again was the same thing. We appropriated extra money. I don't want to be talking about things years ago, but we appropriated extra money with a recommendation as to how it be expended, which is exactly what Ms. Morgan is doing in her particular motion here.
I recall we approved it right there at the meeting, and couldn't this be verified easily enough
Well,
right now?
What happened back in 2011 is inconsequential. We'll get totally bogged down. As I said, your remedy today, if you don't like the ruling of the moderator, is you can appeal the moderator's ruling.
Okay, for the sake of Robin's amendment, I would like to appeal to the members here, recognizing there is a reasonable doubt now that the moderator is mistaken, and we should allow her amendment.
Okay, there needs to be a second to that. If we can clear the queue, is there a second to Mr. Dimes's motion to appeal the ruling of the moderator? Arlene Disler? Do you wish to second the motion?
No, I don't. I thought I had taken my hand down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I have,
All right.
yeah.
Right, then there is a hand up with from Ricky Rosati. Do you wish to second Mr. Dimes's motion to appeal the moderator's decision?
Yes, I second Kurt Dimes' appeal.
Okay, thank you. So the question for the body is this. The moderator has stated that it is germane and appropriate to raise the budget, but not on a line item basis. So I'm going to ask the question, is whether the moderator's decision should be sustained. All those in favor of sustaining the moderator's position, vote aye. All those opposed to the moderator's position, vote no. And we'll launch the poll right now. So we'll give it about another 15 seconds. And we can close the poll. Listen to the results of your vote. Those supporting and sustaining the moderator's opinion, 80. Those opposed to the moderator's opinion, 32. And you've sustained the moderator's position. And frankly, I think that we may be talking kind of semantics here, because as a practical matter, Mr. Dimes, Ms. Morgan's amendment is very clear what she wants, where she wants the money to go. And my experience is that the select board has always honored that as a practical matter. So I think that we should move on. Chair would call on Marta Gossage.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak in support of this amendment. I think that, you know, as far as the position of the town meeting and the reps represent a different form of government, type of government than the committee members or the select board. It's a more populist and has kind of a will of the community sentiment. And I do believe that if we pass this, it's not a whole lot of money, but I think it possibly could make a big difference. And in supporting the Root Social Justice Center and acknowledging that they're a vital part, not only to Brattleboro, but also that, again, you know, just to repeat what was said before, that this is a watershed year to admit the history of racism in this country and the challenges that folks of color face, and the fact that when economic or, you know, other emergencies arise, that those of color have historically been most marginalized, and that our money and energies can best be spent to give those communities, those on the ground in those communities and who have the needs of those communities at their forefront, just this bit of extra sentiment that we, Brattleboro, as a community support them, I think would be very, very important. And because of that, I really hope that this group, this kind of community sentiment group, can make a vote that says, yeah, we really want to fund the Root Social Justice Center for the amount that they requested this year, which I believe we just discussed was prior to the pandemic hitting, was what was requested. And I really feel like this is just a small gesture that could potentially send a strong signal that where our priorities are and where our values are as a community.
I think you just did that with that very nice speech, but furthermore, I might also suggest that you could offer a similar sort of resolution, should you choose to do so, under other business. It may not be binding, but as you pointed out, it expresses sentiment of the group. So if you choose to do so, you could do it under the category of other business.
Thank you.
Chair would call on George Carvel.
There we go. I have a question, and then I wanted to speak to the amendment, Mr. Moderator. When Robin was presenting her amendment, there was then a lot of talk about, you know, is this, is that. Did we ever get that full amendment? Do we have that?
I believe I do, yes. Her amendment is to increase funding by $20,235.50 for a total appropriation for human services of $210,000 $340.50. Her recommendation is that 10% of it goes across the board and that root social justice get a total of 7,000.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I agree. I know that was the intent of the amendment. And my understanding is that the good work that the Human Services Committee has done and the review by the Finance Committee and so forth all really took place before this COVID thing really hit us and has impacted a lot of people in Brattleboro. And as we know, in Brattleboro and nationwide, has impacted people of color to a greater extent. And I think that the amendment is the least we can do to help minimize some of those impacts. And I speak in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Andy Davis.
Hi, Andrew Davis, District 3. I think we live in a very compassionate town and we live in a very compassionate state. And there's multiple streams of assistance flowing in many, many directions right now. The thing I'm a little bit concerned about is the process. We have struggled for years to provide guidance to this committee. And with many feels like hours of discussion, we came up with the guideline of 1% of the budget so that we wouldn't be rethinking the rethinking the decisions of the members of the Human Services Committee each year. I noticed there are 5 organizations that requested money that got no money. And I see some of them are close to my own heart. And I just feel like there's a process thing here that is very important in municipal government that does not erase compassion. All organizations need multiple sources of funding. I noticed the Root Justice Center did not ask for money last year. Every time they have asked for money, they have received a generous amount with regard to their request. I'm not an uncompassionate person, but I'm very respectful of process. And I sort of wonder if I would ever want to serve on this committee because I feel like its work is always laid out on the table and dissected at this body instead of respecting the decisions that were made. There are ways to give more moving forward, as the moderator just mentioned during other business. Thank you.
The chair would recognize Christopher Kane.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Christopher Kane, District 2, I think. 3. All right, sorry, I've moved around a bunch, so it's hard to remember what district you're in because always moving because of rent and everything. But yeah, no, just to speak on what Andy just said, you know, it is hard to want to be on one of these committees for a different reason though. It's going to be difficult to live sustainably on one of those committees. It's going to be hard to sustain yourself if you're not making a livable wage on one of those committees. We should not be, I don't think that there's any reason not to fund these more. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me to want to, like, this is again, the whole volunteerism thing. It's the same idea. How are you going to get people to want to volunteer if there's no incentive I mean, if you want to volunteer to like pick up trash or whatever, like that's great. You know, that's great. But we as a town need to be funding these programs far more, funding these people that want to be in these programs to sustain them. Yeah, that's all I had to say. I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And once again, I appreciate everyone keeping their remarks to within 2 minutes. Chair would next call upon Liz McLaughlin.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to go over some things that the select board discussed regarding this matter. On June 2nd, we had a meeting to reevaluate the budget in light of the delays for COVID and so forth. And I brought up to my colleagues that I thought the human service budget should be reevaluated because of COVID. And I got a communal shrug. And I pursued that with town staff, and town staff spoke to the committee. And the committee said it was inappropriate to reopen the process, and it would be much better to tackle it again in the following year. And I reflected on that. And I reflected on when the committee came to the select board earlier in the year. And they had a very detailed process that they went through with a matrix, and they explained how they all have backgrounds in human services and allocations of this kind. And they were very professional and very thorough in going through the weighing of the various services. And while I believe that COVID had an effect on many elements in our community, I wouldn't, I wouldn't want to be the one who would weigh, I'm sure the Women's Freedom Center has been impacted, and I'm sure there's a lot of resources that have been impacted. And the reason why we shouldn't be spending all this time discussing and weighing these matters is because the Human Service Committee has already done it. And I respect their process. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, another person who hasn't spoken, Jacqueline Stromberg. Chair recognizes Jacqueline Stromberg. Okay, I think your mic is on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I guess I need to remind the representatives that if we had unlimited money, we could do everything. But we have to remember the taxpayer in this process also. And I think that's where my consideration goes. So I would vote against raising this particular article.
Chair would recognize Cassandra Holloway.
Hi, Cassandra Holloway, District 3. So I'm actually receiving some of our organization, Building a Positive Community, is receiving some funding from this. And I remember last year, this really coming up and we spent a lot of time on this, and people left on other articles. And I also have great respect for the process of the Human Service Committee and all the work that they put into this. And I don't like how we're constantly trying to push more money, and I don't think this is the time to do that. I think if people want to see more money, it should be done earlier in the process, not at these meetings. And I do appreciate people wanting to give to our organizations. We definitely always are in need. But again, I think it really does it's kind of, I find like a disrespect to the people who've gone through the process, and there could always be something that comes up or something. 30% of people who are in recovery are relapsing right now. So do we give more money to Turning Point? It's like, I think COVID's going to be showing up in a lot of vulnerable populations, and not that I don't want more money to go BIPOC and LGBTQ communities and all of the vulnerable communities, but I don't think this is how we go about it. It just takes up way too much time. And I think there's other solutions that we could have other than just trying to inch more money out each year. And I do think about our taxpayers as well. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Tom Frank. Tom Frank's on the top. Not hearing you, Tom. Hold on.
Sorry, I didn't realize my hand was up. It's probably been a couple motions ago.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I'm bringing it down. Thank you.
Okay. Then the chair would recognize Abigail Minukin.
No, I got it.
Thank you, Abigail Minukin, District 2. There are a couple points I want to speak to. Most recently, I'm feeling some frustration at the idea that we are just supposed to approve everything that committees provide to us or present to us for this meeting. My understanding as a town meeting representative who is elected to this body is that we are here to discuss those items, and that we may disagree on some of them, and that is part of this democratic process. And if we're actually being asked to just rubber stamp every single article that's being presented to us, then that needs to be named. And that is not what I feel like I am here to do. So that is my first frustration. Sorry if I'm getting heated up. My second point is that it feels really irresponsible to say, similar to my first point, that we can't reassess them post-COVID or post-Black Lives Matter uprisings that have been impacting this entire nation, but also right here in Brattleboro. This is not an out there issue. These are not out there issues. These are issues here and now. And if we can't actually address them in the here and now, then it feels like, what is the point of being here for this process? We are in a very different moment than we were in March. And we need to really acknowledge that and own that and vote in light of that. I am in full support of this motion. And I know my time will be up, but I also want to say that I actually want to move towards funding human services more. I think 1% was what the body was recommending last year, but I think that I would like to see us move in the direction of really putting our money where our values and compassion and heart is. And I hope that that is through investing in human services in this community. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Dora Bubalis.
Hi, Dora Bubalis, District 3. I said this last year, and I'm going to say it again. First, I want to echo the people who talk about process. And yes, I agree. There's a lot of need in this community, and there's a lot of human services, but for every action, there could be a reaction. This is a political body, and it is elected. And the reason why they started doing this whole thing where they said, Human Services Committee, you vet it, and we're going to abide by that, we're not going to mess around with the amounts, is because for years they spent time in town meeting arguing about funding one organization over another. And it became very ugly. And so they started creating this committee to be able to do that. I want to say that if you start talking about trying to do things out of process, then what happens is people come back the next year and they say, let's defund for 2%. It could happen. So from my perspective, let's abide by the committee and let's come up with it. Let's do something. Let's talk about process. Let's talk about figuring out how to get more money to human services. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Kipton Tewksbury.
Kipton Tewksbury, District 2 and Human Services Review Committee member. Since we did all of this work last September, it was well ahead of COVID or the upheaval for people of color and Black Lives Matter. And so I can't say whether we would have kind of made the allocations differently, but I would have considered anyway the notion of raising the total amounts because of the COVID and social situations that, as I say, manifest themselves here actually in Brattleboro. At the time, we felt under the constraint of last year's town meeting to be around 1% of the budget. I'm personally not opposed to raising the entire amount. Some, if this body wants to, I'm not in favor of trying to do line items, or they could maybe appear in new business as suggestions, non-binding suggestions. Thank you.
The chair would recognize Lissa Weinman.
I want to speak in favor of really the question of process, while also recognizing that, yes, this is a populist forum and we have a unique opportunity to hear each other, but we need to recognize the work that has been going on day to day. I mean, this is a one-day thing, we show up, but it's very important that this discussion about increasing the budget go on, because I am in favor of increasing it. But I don't think it's fair to step up for just one organization in this context. As much as I love the Root Social Justice Center, it's all of these organizations post-COVID need it. So I would be in favor of raising the budget, that 20,000, and having it either spread out or put to the committee to come back and decide how to spend it, the existing committee, how to spend the additional 20,000. But for our purposes here, I think, we should call the question of whether to add the $20,000 to the budget right now. And also, please, everyone needs to really step up and increase these conversations about the role of policing and the role of social services, because the police locally are doing so much in terms of their CARES program and trying to be social servants. So there needs to be more interaction and dialogue in that area. And I'd be happy to also participate in that. So thank you, everyone. And let's raise this budget a bit.
I did hear you say call the question. You can't speak and also call the question at the same time. So I'll respect your comments, but I'm not going to consider that as a motion to call the question. Okay, let's mix this up. How about, let's see, Ann McCluskey has not spoken, I don't believe. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for recognizing me, Ann McCluskey, District 1.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
yes, hear you fine. And
Okay.
Ann McCluskey has called the question. I'll need to clear the queue to see if there's a second. Is there a second? Tom Green.
Tom Green, District 3. I second the motion to call the question.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to call the question on the Morgan Amendment to add $20,235.50 to the Human Services budget. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please indicate by voting aye, and those opposed to calling the question and ceasing debate, voting no. I'll launch the poll now. We'll give you 15 more seconds. And the poll is now closed. Listen to the results of your vote. 87 votes in favor of calling the question, that's 78%. 24 votes opposed, that's 22%. And you have voted to cease debate on the Morgan Amendment. So we now go to the substance of the Morgan Amendment, which is to amend the Human Services budget by adding $20,235.50 for a total of $210,340.50, with the non-binding recommendation that 10% go across the board and that Root Social Justice Center be bumped up to the full amount they asked for, $7,000. That is the motion. All those in favor of the Morgan Amendment, please signify by indicating aye. Those opposed to the Morgan Amendment indicate by no. We're going to launch the poll now. We're going to give everyone another 15 seconds. And the polls are now closed. Listen to the result of your vote. 64 votes yes, aye, and 49 votes nay. And you have adopted the Morgan amendment, increasing the human service budget by $20,235.50 to be expended as recommended in a non-binding fashion. So we return to now the motion as it has been amended. And I ask, is there further debate? Zach McLaughlin.
I actually just raised my hand because I know that it looked like Ms. Linton had her hand up for a while. I didn't know if she had a point of order or point of information prior to that vote.
Well, thank you. Then the chair recognizes Ms. Linton.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Sheila Linton, District 2. I just want to, in transparency, I am one of the co-founders and one of the co-directors of the Root Social Justice Center. And since there's a lot of conversation happening about the Root Social Justice Center, I thought I'd just chime in. So first of all, I want to appreciate all the conversation that's going on, and thank you, Robin, for your amendment, which I did say yes to, but I also want to be really transparent that I feel and believe that we should be increasing the budget for human services. I do feel and believe that those who were not funded at all, that there's no reason for that and they should be funded. And I do agree that also disproportionately brown and Black people are experiencing the COVID as well as the uprising, the impacts of the uprising. And so I just wanted to just briefly say a little bit about the Root Social Justice Center. In April of 2020, the Root became an all POC-led organization in the midst of COVID happening and with the uprise happening in May. The Root and our communities have always been navigating the landscape of health disparities and white supremacy, both as individuals in our lives and organizations serving many of the folks of color, both locally, statewide, regionally, and beyond. Now our work has tripled since the pandemic and since the uprise, and we as an organization were not able to take a break or even a pause during these last 6 months. As Robin quoted, I believe, the quote from the Human Service Agency's Review Committee of what their goal is, and I'll paraphrase, is to ensure the quality of life of people in town so they can be successful. And I agree that means everyone. And I also agree that disproportionately brown and Black people are experiencing things that do not allow us to have that opportunity. And so as we talk about that as a community, we have to recognize that that is some of our experiences. And so I just wanted to give a brief testimony of some people who have come through our Root doors, who have said, because we've been talking a lot about tourism, and I believe Chris Chapman said something about getting people here. Well, I want to understand about keeping people here. I'm born and raised in this community, and there are certain things that keep me here and keep me grounded. And if there wasn't resources for me as a person of color specifically that I could go to, then I wouldn't be able to exist in this community, and neither would my family. And so when we talk about this tourism, I want us to really focus on, again, what many people have said, which is about what about the people who are here, who's contributing to our taxes, who's contributing to our community, who's contributing to our lives, and they keep on being forgot. And I know I'm probably over 2 minutes, but I just wanted to say that there are people who come through our doors as far as people in DC. There are people looking at us nationwide because they want this to be a place to raise their families. And these are BIPOC folks, these are multiracial families, and these are white folks who want to be in more racially diverse communities and support racial justice work. We are collaborating with healing people. We are providing survival needs for people of color. We are creating jobs as all POC led organization. We're bringing tourism in with our events. We're bringing BIPOC people together, and we're crossing over into all of your agencies that are being represented today, because in all those agencies, BIPOC is disproportionately impacted. So I just want to remind people that though I believe with this love campaign that we should be supporting all organizations that request money, I'm in favor of supporting not only the Root, but other organizations that are BIPOC led, such as the Susu Healing Collective and others that are here in our community being supported as well. So thank you for that time, and I apologize that I went over.
Okay. The question is on the human services budget, to see whether the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $210,340.50 with the recommendation that the Root Social Justice Center get a total of $7,000. Are you ready for that vote? If so, all those in favor of the human services budget as amended, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed by saying nay. We will launch the vote now. And we're going to give it 15 more seconds. And we will close the voting. Listen to the results of your vote. 87 aye, 25 nay, and you have approved Article 15 as amended. Now it is now 5:50 p.m. And so we need to make a decision as to whether we're going to attempt to conclude this evening, or if we've got 4 more articles. Let me launch a poll. All those in favor of concluding the meeting this evening, please signify by aye. If you prefer tomorrow morning, say no. That may be confusing. So aye for tonight, no for tomorrow. Ready? Let's launch the vote. Aye for completing tonight, nay for coming back tomorrow morning. give you another 30 seconds to conclude the voting. And we will suspend the voting, listen to the results of your poll. 87 would prefer to conclude tonight, 28 would prefer to conclude tomorrow. So we will move on. The rest of these look to me like they could be fairly quick, but I would like to take just 10 minutes. How much you need here? Do you want 10 minutes? Is fine, unless you think it should be more. No. If there's an objection, we'll take another 10-minute recess and we'll come back and see if we can't complete the agenda with Article 16 being the next. So 10 minutes. It is now 5:53, just a little bit after 6, and give us a short little stretch, bathroom break, and we'll be back at, say, 3 minutes after 6. Okay, we're back, and we will start now with Article 16, to see if the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1st, 2020, shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments, payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes, that such payment of the installment shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. on September 15th, 2020, November 16, 2020, February 16, 2021, and May 17, 2021, and that interest at a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of payment on any overdue payment of the town tax, installment, or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 18, 2021. The chair recognizes Daniel Quip.
Good evening. I hope you all have had some dinner. I move that the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1st, 2020 shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments, payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes, that such payment of the installments shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. of September 15th, 2020, November 16th, 2020, February 16th, 2021, May 17th, 2021, and that interest at a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of payment on any overdue payment of the town tax, installment, or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 18th, 2021. And Mr. Moderator, if you could come back to me after we get a second.
Is there a second? Terry Carter is recognized.
Terry Carter, District 3, I second the motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded as just outlined by Mr. Quip, and the chair recognizes Mr. Quip to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Please recognize Peter Elwell to provide further information about this article.
Okay, Mr. Quip yields to Mr. Elwell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I wanted to make one quick point about this article and then also offer an answer to a question that we've been asked by several members of the body. So they've gotten an answer directly. I want to make sure the whole body has the information. The overarching point I wanted to make is that the language in this motion and in this article is the same language as is usually proposed related to taxation. So it's usually a partner with the budget item. We've talked at length in preparation for this meeting about why there isn't a budget article on this year, but there still remains the need for the representative town meeting to approve this language or language like it in order for the taxpayers in Brattleboro to be able to pay property taxes in installments. The state statutes require that if you don't have an action of town meeting allowing the payment of taxes in installments, that the taxes are annual taxes for the whole year are due in one payment 30 days after the issuance of the tax bill. So that segues into, so that's why this is on, and that's why we're asking for representative town meeting to approve the normal 4 installment plan. It's a segue into the clarification I want to offer because understandably, there were several members who were confused about the language calling for the first installment to be paid only a few days following this representative town meeting, being due on September 15th as we're here on September 12th. This is what we did this year because of the longstanding practice of Brattleboro allowing the 4 installment payments and the value that that presents, the convenience that that presents to the taxpayers. And the fact that our only alternative under the statutes would have been to issue one tax bill for the entire amount owed for the whole year. What we did when we were in position to set the tax rate and mail out the tax bills was send them out in the normal manner with the expectation that this article would be approved at this meeting. And I conferred with the town attorney prior to doing that to make sure that if we made that assumption and then the body took a different action, that we'd be able to adjust and implement the different action taken. And I got that assurance, yes, that we could proceed in this manner. So if this article is approved exactly as it has been presented, then we'll proceed as it's written here, which is in our normal manner that happens every year, even though this year has been such an unusual one. If the body were to reject this article, what we would do is immediately reissue tax bills, but for the balance of the amount. So some taxpayers will have paid, some taxpayers may not have paid yet for the first quarter. We would person by person send out a new tax bill requiring that 30 days later the entire amount would be paid to the town. I'm confident that that alternative is not going to be taken. But if the body did decide to, rather than approve the language as it's been presented, approve something that is in an amended form, then we'll follow the direction that we receive in this meeting and issue amended tax bills. I can't describe how they'd be amended because that would depend on what action we receive out of the meeting. Hopefully that's clarified rather than confuse the matter, but I'll be happy to answer further questions as the discussion occurs if that's necessary.
Further questions with regard to Article 16? Ricky Rosati.
I would move to make an amendment that there be no late penalties.
That there be no late penalties, period, no matter whether you pay this 10 years from now or what. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. No late penalties.
I personally would prefer no late penalties, period, but for the sake of compromise for a more successful likelihood of a seconding, then let's say no late penalties this year, and hopefully that will set a precedent for that, depending on how people treat that and if the circumstances of how they pay it back, then maybe that can be extended in the future. Thank you.
Okay, but don't hang up because I want to make sure I understand your motion. So your motion is that there be no late penalties assessed for late payments made within the calendar year 2020. Is that correct?
Let's say until the next representative meeting. So that would be until 2021. Because this would be a longer term care to protect people's financial interests during an economic crisis. I don't think people should be fined to be fined if they're too poor to pay their bills.
So no late penalties for payments due through, and so that we could be a little bit more precise, can we say through March or through April 1st? How would that be?
Well, because we don't know when the next representative meeting will be, that's not scheduled yet, right?
Well, if all goes well, it will be the third Saturday in March of 2021. So
It's right
that's
around
why,
the corner, but yeah, let's just say until then. I think that is a small step of progress at least.
okay. Until next, you want to say the next town meeting, or do you want to give a fixed date?
The next meeting.
Next representative town meeting. Okay, I think I have it. So no late penalties can be assessed for payments that may be late through the representative town meeting in 2021. Does that sound okay?
It's right around the corner, but yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, let me see if there is a second to your motion. If we can clear the queue. Chair recognizes Henry Pereira. Mr. Pereira, are you willing to second the motion?
Yes, I am. I'm willing to second the motion presented by Ricky.
Okay, thank you. So the motion to amend is simply to state that there will be no imposition of late penalties for payments due through the next representative town meeting in 2021. Is there discussion on the Rosati motion to amend? Arlene Disler.
Can there be a friendly amendment to this to say no penalties for the tax year? It seems like that would be sort of a more, I don't know, reasonable thing.
For the taxable year, which you want to define what taxable year you're referring to. Give an end date.
So May 2021. May 2021. So
okay.
for the four payments due for this, what we are setting right now.
Okay, you're requesting a friendly amendment. I would need to see whether Ricky Rosati will agree with that.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the reasoning of why she's trying to change the time frame date.
Ms. Disler, you are interrogated as to why you're trying to change her time frame date.
Yeah.
She has made the motion that it goes through the, until the next town meeting. Does it really make any difference if it just gets stretched for another month or two? In other words, why is it necessary to stretch it to May 20th?
Because that's the last payment for this tax year that we're
Okay.
talking about.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
All right, so you're willing to accept that friendly amendment?
Totally.
Okay. Instead of the next, so the friendly amendment, unless there's an objection, would be that no penalty would be imposed for any late payment due through May 20, 2021. Are you ready for that vote? I don't see any, oh, wait a minute. No, there is a long list here. Okay, so I will flip this to Mr. Elwell to respond to quickly, and then I'll go to some of the other.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just, I want to explain what I think I've heard to make sure that I'm understanding correctly the intent of the motion,
Right.
and say how it would be implemented. So I heard you just say May 20 a minute ago, and we certainly could accept that date rather than the May 18th that was pre-printed, but whichever specific date, it'll be important for the action to instruct us what's to happen after that date. So my understanding is that the language that comes before that, that talks about the 1% per month, would not be activated at the timeframes that are indicated in the original motion. But when we get to May 18th or May 20th of 2021, that the penalty system, as it is designed and has been uniformly enforced in prior years, would come into effect. And so there would be both at that point, all taxes due and owing in this year would have to have been paid, or any remaining balance would be subject to the 8% penalty and the 1% per month. Is that correct?
Well, that is, I'm glad you brought that up. To be perfectly honest with you, Mr. Elwell, I thought we were only dealing with the penalty, which would be the 8%.
Okay. I just need to know the intent of the motion. I'm not trying to direct it one way or the other.
Now, the way that I believe Ricky Rosati read the motion was that there would be the imposition of no penalties for late payments through May 20th, 2021. So to me, that doesn't mean there won't be any interest. It just simply means that there would be no penalty payments.
But Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
What you just described is what's in the original motion, which is the 1% a month is what accrues during the course of the tax year. And then the 8% penalty doesn't come into effect until the fourth quarterly payment is overdue.
Okay, so what you're effectively saying is the motion already states exactly what the Rosati amendment would do. Is that what you're saying?
Well, in the way that you've described it, yes, but my understanding of the intent of it is to eliminate the interest accrual up until May 18th of 2021, and then to let the system operate as it normally does on and after that fourth quarterly due date.
Okay. I have to inquire of Ricky Rosati of what her intent, what their intention is on this one, because that's not as I understood it. But if that's their intent to eliminate both the interest and the penalty, then I need to clarify that. No?
I'm willing to continue. It looks like Mr. Elwell wants to say more.
Yes, Mr. Elwell, do you want to further augment what you were just saying?
No, it's just conferring. I'm sorry. I'm conferring here in my office with the town attorney. The point of confusion here is that there is no penalty until the last payment is due. There's never any penalty that kicks in the earlier part of the tax year. So it's interest in the earlier part of the year and then interest and penalty after the final payment is due. So I think the intent of the motion will be satisfied by not having interest accrue on earlier quarterly payments that are not made in full. And then on May 18th of 2021, any remaining balance would be subject both to the 8% penalty and 1% monthly interest.
Thereafter.
After going forward from May 18th, 2021.
Right. Okay. So the way I believe, Ricky Rosati, that it would make the most sense to word the motion is there will be no imposition of interest for on payments due through May 20th, 2021. Does that sound reasonable to you, first of all, Mr. Elwell? Yes. Ricky Rosati, did you hear what I've sort of modified based upon what I have heard Mr. Elwell said, to say that what you intend is there will be no imposition of any interest on payments that may be due through May 20th, 2021.
I want the article to not include any threat of late payment penalties or interest, period.
Late payment penalties or interest through May 20th again of 2021, correct?
Yeah, that way, from my understanding, the people who can't afford to pay it will not be obligated to or enforced to pay late fees or interest rates after that period of time. And that the next representative meeting will delegate to see if they do want to do that.
Okay, I think we may have it, and we may need to slightly recraft it so that there's no question, but if I can restate it, and if you can agree, that there will be no imposition of late payments on installments due or interest through May 20th, 2021. That's what you want to have. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that make sense, Mr. Elwell? Whether you like it or not.
Yeah, I'm not speaking to for or against it. I need to understand it clearly, and I still think I'm hearing it two different ways. So I thought I heard just now when you restated it, what I heard was what I described a few minutes ago, where there would be forgiveness up until the May payment deadline has come and gone. And then anyone with a remaining balance after that May payment deadline would be subject on their remaining balance. That's what I heard from what you said, Mr. Moderator. And Ricky, I know I'm hearing something different from you. So that's why I think we don't yet know exactly what is proposed in the amendment.
You're not looking to delay the payment. You're looking to have the payment waived. There will be no imposition of the payment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I think what I hear them saying is that there will be no, sorry to take so long on this, but it's a little bit complicated.
I appreciate this process. Thank you.
There will be no imposition of late payment or interest due on any payments to be made before May 20th, 2021. No, you can't, you don't think that makes sense?
No, that is what you and I have been saying. I don't think that's the intent of Ricky's motion, because Ricky, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you just restated your intention that for any of the payments for this tax year, there not be a penalty.
Correct.
So that we completely eliminate all payments for this tax year, all penalty, which means all penalty and interest on any payments due this year. Is that correct?
Yeah, and let's just leave it until our next meeting to see if we do want to start charging people penalties again.
Mr. Moderator, I'm sorry. Stop me if I'm out of order, but
No, you're not.
Before we get further on into discussion, that part of this needs to be further addressed as well, because I don't think that's possible. And Bob Fisher should chime in, but I'd like to explain why I think the deferral of a decision to refine this to next March's town meeting is not possible. May I address that?
Yes, so it's better if there's a fixed date like May 20th.
Well, yes. Yes, in the first instance, that's helpful so that the clarity of the motion can be understood by all the members so they know what they're voting on. But the second part of it is just not possible, I believe, under the law. And so we need for Bob Fisher to provide advice here to say whether I'm right or wrong on this. But I believe that this town meeting is addressing the FY21 taxes, and that the March 20th, 2021 town meeting will be addressing the FY22 taxes. And so the decision that gets made now, either regarding this amendment or regarding the overall motion, ultimately regarding the overall motion, will provide to town staff the direction of how we will handle the collection of taxes for this tax year. And when this body meets again in March of 2021, the representative town meeting will be addressing tax policy as it relates to the next fiscal year. And I don't believe we'll be in a position to modify the interest and penalties that apply to this current fiscal year, because that decision will have been made today, and we will have implemented 3/4 of the installment plan.
I would like to delay the penalties for as long as possible.
The intent, as you can hear the motion, is to delay the penalties given the COVID situation. And so the question is, how is the best way to frame that in a way that is not going to create too much confusion in the event this should be adopted? Maybe I should get Bob Fisher's opinion on this. Is Mr. Fisher handy?
Up here. And there he is. Okay, so because we warn the interest to be collected each year, a motion to do away with the interest for this fiscal year could be done as Ricky is suggesting at this point. And the same goes for the 8% penalty for this year. So taxes that are being collected for fiscal year 21. We do not have the ability to go beyond that because at next March's 2021, the annual town meeting at that point will again be voting annually as it historically does and pursuant to the statute, both on the penalty to be imposed and on the rate of interest to be imposed on delinquent taxes. So I agree with the town manager that we can only take Ricky's motion for purposes of this fiscal year. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, for the purposes of this fiscal year, which ends when?
June 30th, 2021.
June 30th, 2021. So can we just say that the motion is to eliminate interest and penalty through June 30th, 2021?
I'm even happier with that. Thank you.
Does that work from a practical standpoint? It does. And
From a
it's
practical standpoint, yes, that is clear, and I believe legal. Bob should confirm that, but it's clear both for our purposes for implementation and for the body's purposes in deciding the matter.
Okay. So for the purposes of getting to the bottom of Ricky Rosati's motion to amend, we're going to simply say, assuming that Ricky Rosati agrees, that the motion to amend is to eliminate interest and penalty through June 30th, 2021.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right. Now, it was Mr. Pereira who voted I believe it was Mr. Pereira who voted to second that. Do you agree, Mr. Pereira, since you seconded it, with the final outcome of how we have crafted this motion? What's his first name? Henry Pereira. Right there, up there. No, right there. Yep. Does that need to get his mic on?
Yes, thank you. I have to unmute. I do agree with it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is to eliminate interest and penalties through June 30th, 2021. And that makes it simple enough for everyone to understand. We've got quite a few people who want to be heard. So let's start with Ian Goodnow.
Am I on? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to speak to this motion for a moment, or amendment for a moment. As a select board member and a justice of the peace, I sit on the Brattleboro Board of Abatements, which I imagine that many people in representative town meeting know about, but it is a quasi-judicial body made up of the select board, the listers, the town clerk, and the justice of the peace. And it kind of covers this in a way already. We imagined that because of COVID, it was going to be a very busy abatement season, and it really wasn't. And so I think as the RTM considers this, that the Board of Abatements should be something that people are aware of.
Thank you. Chair would call upon Chris Chapman.
Unmute. There we go. I caution about unintended consequences. I think it's, well, let me just say that I absolutely applaud the motive behind what Ricky is talking about. I think this is why I love Brattleboro, because it's really a community with people with big hearts looking out for one another, looking out for one another's best interests. And I thank Ricky for that. The unintended consequence I see, being a former selectman who used to have to worry about the town's finances at the for $3,000 a year. This is an open invitation for people to be late on their property taxes in a town that operates on the cash basis. We pay our taxes so that the town can pay its bills, pay its people, make its bond payments, pay the bills. And I could see that a shortfall in tax revenue could occur that forces the town to borrow because we have approved that. And the interest on that borrowing will be paid for by somebody, and I'm going to guess that's the taxpayers. So I caution about the wisdom of this motion that has been cobbed together basically at the last minute. I recommend against it, but with, as I said, a wholehearted compliment, heartfelt thanks to Ricky for looking out for the most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Daniel Quip.
Good evening. I just wanted to kind of provide some information because most people probably have the skinny version, but in the big version, which contains the budget that was passed, I want to kind of just let people know what interest and penalties were budgeted for fiscal year 2021. So interest is budgeted for $60,000 and penalties is $55,000. Both of those figures are pretty consistent with the actual from the last 3 years that we have actual data for. So I totally understand the reason why Ricky has proposed this amendment, but I just want the body to understand the dollar amount that will be lost to the general fund if this amendment were to pass.
Other discussion on the Ricky Rosati motion to amend. Tom Franks.
Hello?
Yes, you've got the floor.
Oh, thank you. Sorry for the delay. I strongly oppose this motion. And I would, at the end, ask to interrogate a member of town staff on a hypothetical. If there are no penalties or no interest, assume that the rate of payment of taxes on a timely basis will decrease. I'd ask, I can imagine, 15, 20%. So let's just say, make it easy, 0.25% of taxes, a quarter of the taxes, people choose to defer until May 21st. I'd interrogate a member of the town how much that would cost in taxpayers and interest to make that up.
A member of the staff, preferably, perhaps Mr. Elwell, is interrogated should he choose to be.
So it's impossible to give a direct answer to the question because it is hypothetical, because we don't know what interest rate we would pay if we had to borrow, and whether or not we had to borrow would depend on the rate of underpayment and the timing of that underpayment, you know, whether that continued all the way through and depending on how other revenues are coming in. So there's so many variables at play here that for me to give a factual response would be irresponsible, because there is no factual response to offer. I think the question speaks more rhetorically to the risk that is involved in this decision, which other people have spoken to as well. And that's what, among the things that the body needs to weigh in making the decision, is there is risk in terms of cash flow for the town. And there is a question of equity. There are, you know, questions of equity actually that cut multiple ways here.
Chair recognizes Brandy Starr.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you for that. So I'm listening to this and I'm just kind of taking in the whole day, and I'm hearing, you know, when it comes to COVID issues, we're really fine with, you know, giving the marketing team that works with the DBA and the chamber more money, but we aren't really willing to always branch out farther than that. And I think I've been feeling a little bit of frustration at the amount of pushback. Like, we don't know, once we close things up because it's too cold, we don't know what possible ramifications we're going to have with this virus. And I want us to use our collective power to give relief where we can. And in a Dillon's rules state, we can't give all of the relief that we need, right? And in a town with a tight budget, we can't give all of the relief. But when we sit in positions of power during times of crisis, we must be willing to be brave enough to give relief where we can. We have no idea what's ahead of us. And I would much rather say, oh, I've got egg on my face because we gave too much relief and it wasn't necessary, than holy crap, it got really bad and we should have done better. So I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Art Meese.
Hi, Farm East District 3. Yeah, I'm definitely in support of this proposal, and I'm also somewhat concerned about, you know, what it would do to our cash position. So I would love to hear from Peter Elwell. You know, we've heard that you can't really predict what you know, what it's going to do is in terms of like having to pay more interest and things like that. But would you be able to tell us what the cash position of the town is, and if what the ability of the town would be to weather the lack of income for a couple months from property taxes from landowners?
Mr. Elwell, if you could respond.
Sure. So the reason I replied the way I did a minute ago, and I need to again, I'll try to phrase it differently and see if maybe I can say something that is more useful to you. But the reason I can't give an unequivocal and clear and factual answer is because it all depends on how many taxpayers avail themselves of the opportunity to not pay on time, since there won't be a penalty. And so if all the taxpayers did that, we would have a cash flow problem. We would need to borrow funds, and how much it would cost us all collectively, you know, in the end when we caught back up, would depend on how long we had to borrow and what the interest rate was and how much we had to borrow. If only some of the taxpayers avail themselves of this additional time, then the town's in a good, strong cash position. And it all depends on what percentage of taxes don't get paid and whether people wait all the way until next June because they can, or pay along the way because they can, right? So the potential exists that people would choose not to pay as a matter of their own household convenience, and the burden to the broad community would be significant if most taxpayers made that choice. If most taxpayers made the choice of paying what they can afford to pay, and so therefore, much of the taxes paid on time, some were late but got paid before next June, and only, I would hope, the minority of taxes, in terms of community impact, would be those that would be still owing at the end of June, then, we might have sufficient cash flow to see ourselves through without borrowing. But whether or not, what actually happens depends entirely upon those variables that none of us can predict accurately.
I heard Tom Frank just throw out the number of 20%. It's like, if you assumed that, like where it's obvious, you obviously probably didn't give an exact figure, but just sort of.
Yeah, I don't want to shoot from the hip on a hypothetical. I'm sorry. Given time to actually run some numbers, we could give you good, clear answers to, at what point we would need to borrow. For today's purposes, really all I can offer you is there is a real risk of that happening, but only if more than just the people who really can't afford to pay take advantage of the convenience.
Thank you. Chair would recognize Mr. Wessel, the Select Board Chair.
Hi, just really quickly, I thought I would offer a little bit more of a concrete answer. I know Fleur was looking for something and Tom Franks too. Obviously, it's a lot of hypothetical. We do know a substantial amount, as Daniel pointed out, would be lost, but beyond that, we don't quite know. But one story I can tell you that just happened on the select board is that way back in March at the beginning of COVID, we eliminated the disconnection notices for everybody, basically for water and sewer. Makes perfect sense for COVID, right? Because everybody needs to wash their hands to keep everyone else safe. And so we need that running. So we're not going to disconnect, right? But what we found was that unfortunately there were certain numbers of businesses, and these are very specific commercial and industrial accounts, that didn't pay, and normally they would have been paying. They didn't pay. They took advantage of us waiving this, and the amount of money was substantial. It was about $180,000, if I'm remembering correctly, right, compared to residential, which some people didn't pay during this period and still haven't paid, but that's more like $70,000. Okay, so we looked at that and we realized we have to reinstate the disconnection notices because these businesses can pay. So the reason I bring this up is that this tool that we're trying to use here, well-intentioned, as mentioned, is the wrong tool. The correct tool for doing something like this is our very fair and well-established abatement process that Ian mentioned, serves on more often than I do, I have to admit. It's been taken advantage of, and less so than you might think, and that's very good. But I think that we must be very cautious using this, how do you say, very blunt, heavy tool to establish, to try to solve this one issue of relief to a certain number of people out there. Thank you.
Chair would recognize, let's see, someone new. Orion Barber. We're not hearing you. Orion, you need to, there you go. Now you got to speak up because I still can't hear you. No, you're still on mute. Or no, it appears You were active, but I wasn't hearing you. Let's try it again. Send him another signal to open him up, or Ryan Barber. Okay, your mic should be live, but I'm not hearing you. Can't hear you. All right, I'm not sure what's going on, Orion. We'd like to hear from you. We'll come back to you if you can figure it out. I'm going to move up to the top of the stack, Liz Francese.
Hi, Liz Francis, District 3. I'm going to admit, this is my first year as a representative town meeting member. So, fairly new to Brattleboro within the last 5 years. So I might not understand these concepts better, but, and I do respect a lot of what Peter says in general. I've been to a lot of select board meetings, and these meetings, and I do really appreciate your proportioned perspective on things. Like Tim pointed out, there are a lot of hypotheticals here, and I think in general, the reason why I want to speak to this is because I have this platform right now as a town meeting member, and I'm just going to keep beating this drum. I'm really, to reflect what Brandy said, just really just generally ashamed that we continually, time after time, especially people who live in relative comfort during this pandemic, compared to those who do not live in comfort and are not here and cannot speak to this, we do support things that represent the capitalism that we're comfortable with, such as the marketing program for the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. They reflect what we're used to as what is sensible for making money, but we don't have any numbers to prove that that is actually helping our town and helping our people and helping our community, yet we're just undeniably in support of it. And I think that is the reason, is because we have comfort in that, and because we ourselves, or many of the people here, haven't lost a ton of comfort. So I just want to see more of us in support of the people who need support in this community, because I think when we build up the working class people, the poor people, the marginalized people, we are going to see much more gains in this town. I live downtown. It looks very, very terrible right now. And just my last note, there's a lot of assumptions that happen with every single one of these meetings that I go to, that people who want change to happen need to be here and need to be more involved, but I hear more involved voices speaking for the things that I am speaking for than I hear speaking against. I hear the same voices over and over again speaking against, but those of us who show up, who volunteer, who are part of this community day after day, but maybe cannot afford a house, maybe do not have a lot of capital in this town, our voice is worth less than those who have the capital. We are the ones who want to inherit this town from you. And I really think that one of our voices should count for one of yours, not 10 of ours for one of yours.
Okay, let's see, trying to draw in some, how about Tom Green?
Sorry, I did not mean to raise my hand. That was an accident.
Okay, Ronnie Byrne. And if we could try to be cognizant of the 2-minute rule, it is getting late and we do want to try to move through this. Ronnie Byrne is being recognized.
the fuck? Where am I?
There you go. Ronnie Byrne, I think we hear you.
Hi there.
Okay, we can't see you, but we hear you.
I don't know what's going on with my computer right now. Oh, there I am. Okay. I just have a question. I'd like to know more about the Board of Abatement from that Ian and Tim were speaking about with regard to their process and whether or not in their deliberations, would they be taking into account what someone's financial circumstances might be because of how they've been impacted by COVID? Because I'm wondering if maybe Ricky's amendment actually isn't necessary if we already have a mechanism in place to deal with people who have to pay their taxes late because of their financial circumstances.
So who with the administration would like to respond to that inquiry? Or a member of the board? Let's see. Mr. Elwell, I'm sure you could respond to it, correct?
Actually, within staff, the more appropriate person would be Town Clerk Hillary Francis. But I think, you know, it was Ian who brought this up earlier, and I know has experience actually serving on that board, and perhaps one of the other select board members might want to speak to it too, but within staff, it would be Hillary.
Okay. Would the town clerk wish to respond to the inquiry, Hillary Francis?
There we go.
What the question really, you've got the question, Hillary? Yes.
I do. I'm looking for my procedures, but to give a quick answer, the Board of Abatement is legally allowed to grant abatements for a certain number of situations. So if somebody has passed away, if there's been damage to a property, there's specific rules. One of those is inability to pay. And we recommend to the person requesting an abatement to provide their financial documents to the board so that we can look at what are the expenses, what's the revenue, and the board, we have a requirement to have a minimum of 13 people on the board anytime we hear an abatement. And then we work together to assess the situation. So inability to pay, financial reasons is certainly one of the reasons why we're allowed to grant an abatement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Perhaps we could get some further, Liz McLaughlin has had her name up as well. So the chair would recognize her.
Well, good evening. Yes, you know, once I became a select board member, I was also a Board of Abatement, and it's very interesting and it's very fair. So I applaud Ronnie Byrne for her question because I think it really does answer Ricky's query, that it's a very fair process. And I think that the unintended consequence of this motion would be unfair to the rank and file taxpayer of Brattleboro, because other people who are perhaps more unscrupulous, let's give a Trumpian example. Okay, so there's this abatement process that discusses people's finances and takes care of these issues for the less fortunate. And then there's the Trumpian model of someone who's going to wait till the end and say, oh, there's no penalty. The people who pay their taxes ahead of time are suckers and losers. And there's your answer.
Chair would recognize another one who hasn't spoken today, Robert Ozer.
So, Mr. Moderator, can you hear me?
I can. You're slightly delayed, but I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're going to turn your camera on. We may hear you better. Go ahead.
Okay.
That's
My
much better.
internet connection is unstable. Yeah, it says my internet connection is unstable. So I just want to know that. Okay. Okay. So I also serve on the Board of Abatement, and when I looked at Article 16 initially, I had some concern because the due date of the first tax bill was September the 15th, and we're now at September 12th. So I thought there might be some process or due process issue there. But the tax bill's already gone out. So folks are really on notice as to due dates. That was my initial concern. Sitting on the Board of Abatement, I can tell you that it's kind of like a court of equity, because you get to that section where someone alleges that they have inability to pay, then you need to inquire closely and work with that individual sometimes on what that means. We had a recent case, not mentioning names, but one of the board members even reached out to that individual with his own expertise to figure stuff out for that person. So, and that was probably going above and beyond the call. But I guess my 2 points are that that's sort of a measured response to an issue that's presented. And this is a very well-intentioned amendment, but it may be a little bit overbroad in that we're not too sure what it is, what the problem is that's being presented, that it's seeking to resolve. So I'll leave it there, but that's my input.
Again, I would like to remind everyone to keep their comments to 2 minutes. Kurt Dimes.
I'm sleepy and I'm worried that although this is a very serious debate, I'm interested in both sides. I don't know which way to go. But when people get tired, they tend to call the motion because they're tired and not because they feel that all of the sides, all of the issues, all the aspects of the issue have been heard. So I move to recess. A little while ago, Mr. Moderator, you suggested there were only 4 articles left. There were 5.
That's true.
Article 20 includes all of the ideas, proposals, and commentary and guidance of the RTM. Okay. All of that will be, just gone to sleepy-headed muddles like me if we don't recess. So I just move that we recess till tomorrow when clear heads can debate these important issues with respect to the issues.
A motion to recess until a time certain. I would assume 8:30, Mr. Dimes, correct?
Yes, we've been at it for 10.5 hours already.
Okay. Motion for recess is a privileged motion, takes priority here, and it does require a second. So I'm going to clear the queue. Is there a second to recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30? Kathleen, Chair recognizes Kathleen White.
Hi, thank you. I would like to second Kurt Dimes's amendment to recess until tomorrow morning.
his motion.
His
His
motion.
motion to recess until 8:30. Is there, it is debatable. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on that, or can we just submit it immediately to a vote of the group? It does take precedent, and it does suspend debate on the current article. So the question is there any debate on the Dimes motion to recess? I don't see any hands up. Up, Lissa Weinman, yes.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I would vote against the amendment because I think if we're going to take a recess, we should close this debate at least. I think that the whole discussion of the abatement has made it clear that there is an avenue available for people should they not be able to handle their taxes, and the town, maybe we would want to pass a sense of the town meeting motion or something that says the town should be more generous, or there should be more abatements available in the COVID era. So I would support that, but I think that I cannot support Ricky's motion just because it would lead to very bad behavior on many people's part. And there is the mechanism to relieve people who need it from having to pay those interests and penalties already. So I would move to call the question. I know that's not up and I can't do that, but that's, I think we should, if we're going to take a recess, that we should at least finish this debate on this article. Thank you.
Right now, we have one question before us, and that is the Dimes motion to recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30. That's the question for decision. Tom Franks.
I'm sorry, I was just going to call the question.
Too late.
Yeah. Call the question on the motion to recess.
Now, oh, well, we've only got
Not too late. Well,
we've only got one more, I think. Chris Chapman on the question of recess.
Well, I'm calling the question.
You're calling the question. Okay. So the calling of the question on the recess, is there a second to Mr. Frank's motion to cease debate on the question of the recess? I guess I was headed out the door before I knew it. The question is on the motion to cease debate on the Dimes motion to recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. The chair recognizes Mary Casey. Do you intend to second that motion to cease debate?
Yes, I intend to second the motion to cease debate on the Dimes motion to, to end debate on it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion is, do we cease debate? And the ceasing debate will be ceasing debate on whether to continue tomorrow morning at 8:30, recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. So first question, do we cease debate? All those in favor of ceasing debate, please mark your ballot aye. Those opposed to ceasing debate, mark your ballot no or nay. Ceasing debate requires a 2/3 vote. We're getting a good return here on votes. I'm going to allow 15 more seconds. And voting is ended. Listen to the results of your vote on ceasing debate. 90 in favor of ceasing debate, that's 79%. 24 against ceasing debate, that's 21%. And debate ceases on the motion. So the motion is before you, do we recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30 as moved by Mr. Dimes? All those in favor of recessing until tomorrow morning at 8:30 indicate by yes on your poll. Those opposed to recessing until tomorrow morning indicate by no on your poll. We're going to allow 15 more seconds. And the poll is closed. Listen to the results of your vote. 41 voting to cease debate and not cease debate, to recess until tomorrow morning. 70 voting nay, and so we continue on. So let's return to the underlying question, and that is the Rosati Amendment. Are there further discussion with regard to the Rosati Amendment? And I see quite a few. Richard Cook is a new one.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
move the question.
Okay. Richard Cook has moved to cease debate on the Rosati Amendment. Let's clear the queue and ask for a second. Ronnie Byrne, do you wish to second the motion to cease debate on the Rosati motion to amend?
Yes.
Okay.
I second the motion to cease debate and call the question on the Rosati amendment.
Okay. So it requires 2/3 vote to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate signify by marking aye. Those opposed signify by marking nay. And we will launch the poll now. Going to allow another 15 seconds. And we will close the poll. Listen to the results of your vote. 97 voting to cease debate, that's 87%. 14% or 14 or voting nay, that's 13%. The 2/3 being obtained. The debate on the Rosati motion is ceased. So now we go to the Rosati motion, the motion to amend. And the question is, shall you eliminate the interest and penalty on the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list through June 30th, 2021? All those in favor signify by marking aye. Those opposed to the Rosati motion to amend, no. You may commence. Okay, we're going to give another 15 seconds. I think some of you must be finishing up with dinner. We're actually getting more people now. And we will close the poll. The ayes 25, the nays 88, and the Rosati amendment is defeated. We now return to the original Article 16. Shall the town and town school taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1st, 2020, let me start over again. That the town and town school taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1st, 2020 shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments, payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes. That such payment of the installments shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. on September 15th, 2020, November 16th, 2020, February 16th, 2021, and May 17th, 2021, and that interest at a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of the payment on any overdue payment of the town tax, installment, or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on March 18th, 2021. Are you ready for that question? I see a bunch of hands. Okay. I'm not sure all of those are. I tell you what, I'm going to clear the queue because I think some of those are left over from before. I'm going to clear the queue. Are you ready for that question? Okay. Daniel Quick.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I just want to kind of give some of my professional experience through dealing with folks through my work at SevCare. So, you know, since the pandemic, 2 things have happened. Well, a million things have happened, but 2 things that pertain to this matter. One is Green Mountain Power have issued a moratorium. Well, the Public Utilities Commission has issued a moratorium on electricity disconnections, which in this area is about Green Mountain Power customers. And that is in effect until September 30th. And the impact of that has largely been that folks who, you know, might have been struggling to pay or, you know, were on the edge, have chosen to prioritize other things, which makes total sense, and now find themselves with back balances, and that agencies like ours are coming for assistance. And the COVID relief programming that has been enacted through federal funding and then through the state doesn't often actually help with that kind of thing. And how this pertains to this matter is that there is actually a program through the Vermont Housing Finance Agency that is largely designed to help people with mortgage arrears as a result of COVID impacts, but it does also speak to property tax arrears. And so I just wanted people to know that this program exists. And if you go to vhfa.org/MAP, it's called the Mortgage Assistance Program, you will find information on how to apply. So in addition to the Board of Abatement, there are other avenues to go to for relief on COVID-related impacts pertaining to property taxes. And I would be happy to talk to people in my SEVCA role about that.
Chair recognizes Joshua.
Joshua Jones, District 2. I call the question.
Mr. Moderator, you're muted, but I'm hoping that you asked for a second, and I'm here to supply said second.
I didn't know I was muted. I don't know. Maybe I think I'm going home. Okay. I did. I asked for a second. Mr. McLaughlin, do you wish to second the motion?
I do. Zach McLaughlin, District 1.
Okay. So the motion is to cease debate on Article 16. It's been seconded. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please mark your ballot aye. Those opposed to ceasing debate, mark your ballot nay. Requires 2/3. We're going to allow 15 more seconds to get your vote in. And we will now end the vote. Ayes 100, 91%. The nays 10, 9%. And you have voted to cease debate. So we now return to Article 16. Shall the town and school taxes that the town and school district taxes assessed on the grand list as of April 1, 2020 shall be due and payable in 4 equal installments payable to the town treasurer until overdue, then to the collector of taxes, that such payment of installments shall be received by the town treasurer's office on or before 5 p.m. on September 15th, 2020, November 16th, 2020, February 16th, 2021, and May 17th, 2021, and that interest at a rate of 1% per month be charged from the due date of installments on the overdue payment of the town tax, installment or portion thereof, and that a penalty of 8% be charged on any overdue payment that remains due and owing on May 18th, 2021. All those in favor, mark your ballot aye. Those opposed, mark your ballot no. We're launching the ballot now. We'll allow another 15 seconds to conclude the vote. And we'll end the vote there. Listen to the results of your vote. 105 aye and 5 nay. And you have adopted Article 16. Article 17, to see if the town will authorize the expenditure of $36,147 from program income, a revolving loan fund that disperses proceeds which originated as community development block grants as a contribution to the operation of Southern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS. The chair recognizes Randy Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move to see if the town will authorize the expenditure of $36,147 from program income, which is a revolving loan fund that disperses proceeds which originate as community development block grants as a contribution to the operation of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, known as SEVEDS. And I'll need to speak to this when it comes back after a second, please.
Thank you. Is there a second? Gary Strad. Mr. Strad, will you second the motion?
I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to authorize the select board to expend $36,147 for program income, a revolving loan fund that disperses proceeds which originated as community development block grants as a contribution to the operation of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS. The chair recognizes Ms. Starr.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, please recognize BDCC Executive Director Adam Grinald for brief remarks about this article. Thank you.
Okay. Unless there's objection, the chair will now recognize Mr. Grinald. You now are unmuted, Mr. Grinald.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for being with us.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Brandy, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight with you. Given the time of day and in this format, I would like to simply thank the Select Board, the town meeting representatives, and the residents of Brattleboro for their long-standing support of the SEVEDS programming. On the line with me today is our Director of Programs, Jennifer Stromston, and should there be any questions from the body, both Jennifer and I are available to address those. Thank you.
Is there any debate on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 17 as read, please mark your ballot yay. All those opposed, please mark your ballot nay. We're going to allow 15 more seconds to complete the vote. And voting is now closed. Polls are closed. Listen to the results of your vote. Ayes 82, nays 25, and you have approved Article 17. Article 18, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $223,276.47 through special assessments on property within the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District as approved by town meeting March 24th, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to establish and regulate the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines servicing the Mountain Home and Deepwood Mobile Home Park. The chair recognizes Mr. Wessel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $223,276.47 through special assessments on property within the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District as approved by town meeting March 24th, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to establish and regulate the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood Mobile Home Parks.
Is there a second? And Kaplanka Lauer, do you wish to second the motion?
And Kaplanka-Lair, District 2, I second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded as just stated. Is there any discussion? Ricky Rosati.
My question is if the water treatment includes a service to test the water quality at the residents' taps, because the water quality from the treatment center through the plumbing can be significantly different from house to house.
Actually, that's not germane to this particular article. However, perhaps there is somebody who could answer that for you. It should be a fairly quick question to answer. Is there anyone from the administration that could answer that? Mr. Elwell? Is he up at the top? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The town does very extensive testing both at the water treatment plant and at locations throughout our water distribution system. We don't routinely test water inside of basically beyond the extent of the system that the town controls. So in the private laterals that go from the town mains into buildings, as well as inside buildings, there is no ongoing program for that, and we very rarely get involved in such testing. There are unique circumstances under which we have been involved in testing like that, and there has been some pretty extensive communication between Ms. Rosati and the town utility staff around this. So we'll be happy to follow up individually about that if there's further action needed.
Further discussion?
I would like to move to make an amendment that the budget appropriate an amount so that people who are low income can receive the financial resources to access water quality testing from their taps.
I'm sorry, Ricky Rosati, that the chair has to overrule. That is out of order. It's beyond the scope of this article. This is simply a pass-through financing article. And so it goes, I have to rule your motion to amend out of order. Other questions? Christopher Kane.
Hello.
Hi.
Sorry, this window is in my way. Christopher Kane, District 3. I live downtown. I just want to make sure, like, what we're doing right now is like allocating funds to basically give people that live in homes in the Mountain Home Trailer Park clean water. Is that correct? Or am I wrong? That's my question.
This is
land back.
This is a long-standing debt vehicle that was used, if I'm, correct me, Mr. Elwell, if I'm stating this incorrectly, but this has been for many years and is nothing more than a debt pass-through, a way that the town helped Mountain Home to finance their system. So all we're doing here is dealing with the payment of the debt. We're not dealing with the actual system. This article just deals with the special assessment. So that's why getting into details on the water system is simply not germane. Am I more or less correct on that, Mr. Elwell?
Yes. May I have 30 or 40 seconds just to say
30 or 40 seconds, yes, because some of the newer, you've explained this many times in the past, but some of the newer members perhaps don't know what it's about. So yes.
So what you said is correct and is the essence of this article. This article is an ongoing annual item and will be for many years to come still on debt that has a 30-year time frame, and we're only less than halfway through it at this point in the payout. But I think it's especially important to note in the context of how many of the discussions today have focused on matters of equity, and particularly about ways in which the community does or doesn't rally to support folks who have particular needs in the community. This is an example of something that happened several years ago where the utility systems in the Mountain Home Trailer Park were determined to be unsafe and needing substantial, I think, replacement. Actually, it was before my time with the town. I don't know all the details of the capital improvement. What I know is that the scope of that capital improvement and the cost of it, even though these were private pipes, were where the town would not normally be involved. The scope of that was beyond the ability for the property owners within Mountain Home Park to pay in cash, and it was a large enough borrowing that it also was difficult for them to borrow the funds. And through much communication, again, I'm not privy to all the details of exactly what happened at that time. I know the end point of it was that the town stepped in so that we could use the town's credit to obtain the loan for this work and to obtain it at a favorable interest rate. but because it is a private, it wasn't an improvement to the public utility system. It was an improvement to the private pipes that come off of the public utility system. There is this arrangement that was made for this debt to be repaid. So the town pays the entity that loaned the money, and the Mountain Home Park, actually Tri-Park, pays the town. And each year on the warning for representative town meeting, there is this item for that, this year's payment to be specified.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, I'm still a little bit confused. So the town is still paying for water that goes to the Tri-Park, correct?
These are for pipes that were installed, not for the actual water. It's for the pipe.
Oh, it's for
the water
the
from the town's
actual pipes
distribution system through these pipes into the homes within Mountain Home Park.
And so we pay for this year after year?
We're paying off the debt, just like when the town takes out a bond to pay for a major capital improvement that's part of the public system. In this case, it was borrowing to pay for private improvements using the town's credit. The town pays the creditor, and the owners in Mountain Home Park pay the town.
So just to cut you off, and obviously you finished, I'm not cutting you off, but we are allocating tax funds to private entities. Is that correct?
No, so that's why it's a pass-through. So what you're doing here actually is authorizing the collection from the benefiting private properties so that the town collects those funds and then pays that exact amount to the folks who loaned the money to the town in order to make these improvements.
Okay, I appreciate your response. I will have to think about that more. Yeah, land back.
Okay. Chair would recognize Joshua Jones.
Joshua Jones, District 2, I call the question.
Okay, thank you. There is, we need to clear the participant list here and ask for a second. Richard Rash, do you wish to second the motion to call the question?
Yes, I second the motion and also hope that we can stay to 2 minutes and 30 to 40 seconds when we say that.
Again, it's one of the shortcomings that we have, unfortunately, but it's been made and seconded to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, say no. We'll launch the poll. Is in process. More seconds. And we will conclude the poll. Listen to the results of your vote. 94 in favor of ceasing debate, that's 90%. 10 opposed to ceasing debate, that's 10%, and you have ceased the debate on Article 18. The question for your next consideration is the principal motion. that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $223,276.47 through special assessments on property within the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District as approved by town meeting March 24th, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to establish and regulate the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood Mobile Home Parks. All those in favor signify by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed signify by marking your ballot no. The ballot has been launched. Okay, we're going to allow another 15 seconds. And we will end polling now. Listen to the results of your vote. Ayes, 100. Nays, 3. And you have approved Article 18. Article 19. To see if the town will adopt the following resolution and submit it to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, as comments to communicate the town's ongoing concerns and interest. It's a lengthy resolution, and it's in your booklet. I'm sure everyone has read it. So what the chair will do with your permission is call on Elizabeth McLaughlin for the motion. We'll hear her read it. It's Liz. Here, there you go.
Hi, I'm the wrong Liz.
Sorry, Liz, this is the last motion. Oh, before other business.
I have to read something.
What you got?
Okay,
Yes.
wonderful. All right, here's our bedtime story.
Okay.
I move that the town adopt the following resolution and submit it to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, as comments to communicate the town's ongoing concerns and wishes. Whereas the peaking operations of Wilder, Bellows Falls, and Vernon dams have been causing daily surface water elevation fluctuations of, on average, 2 to 3 feet every day in the impoundments behind the dams for at least 70 years, resulting in a loss of land for landowners in Vermont and New Hampshire and degradation of water quality and habitat of the rivers for decades. Whereas in the late 70s, during the last relicensing process, the Army Corps of Engineers conducted an erosion study on the project area, and FERC issued the last licenses in early 1979, just months before the Army Corps completed their study in November of that year. And the Army Corps study clearly states that pool fluctuation levels are the second most important causative factor for erosion in the project areas. Whereas the erosion study completed for the current relicensing by Great River Hydro, the current owner of these three projects, did not look at the effect of pool level changes on erosion, instead focusing only on the potential erosion due to velocity along the bank edge that would be typical for a natural river system. And the Connecticut River in the project area does not function as a natural river, instead functioning as a series of lakes with water flow controlled by the dams. Whereas many towns and landowners up and down the river have used millions of dollars in public and private money to attempt to stabilize and restore their stream banks to protect property and infrastructure over the past 70 years. Therefore, be it resolved that the town of Brattleboro formally requests that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission require via license article the current and any subsequent owners of the Wilder, Bellows Falls, and Vernon dams to modify current dam operations to minimize peaking, provide for ongoing stream bank monitoring, develop a shoreline adaptive management plan, and create a mitigation and enhancement fund to support riverbank restoration and/or property ownership compensation to reimburse towns and landowners for any and all damages resulting from the deterioration of the riverbank.
Thank you, Liz. Is
And
there a
come back,
second?
please.
Is there a second? Rick Sullivan, do you wish to second the motion?
I wish to second that motion.
Thank you. All right, then the chair would go back to Liz McLaughlin.
I also ask, Mr. Moderator, that you recognize Connecticut River Steward Kathy Erfer to provide further information about this article.
Ms. McLaughlin yields to Kathy Erfer.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience and rather complicated end to the night. And I appreciate Liz's comment about the bedtime story because, I'll be as brief as possible. Essentially, this article is addressing the relicensing of the 3 hydroelectric facilities in Vermont and New Hampshire that control the flow of the river. So the Connecticut River's flow is controlled from its headwaters all the way down through Montague, Massachusetts. These facilities are, so they affect, these particular facilities affect over 150 miles of river. They only are able to apply for a new license once in every 40 years. So the decisions that are made at this moment in time essentially are going to be in place for several decades. The river is a public resource owned in common by the people. It is not owned by either state or the company. And so the license serves as a contract between the people of our state and the company, with the assumption that the company will maintain the habitat and quality of the river and will be a good steward for the river. The license process through the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission requires equal consideration of electrical generation, ecological considerations, and public use, meaning recreational access and our ability to access and use our river. The relicensing through this process is a public process. It's a very complicated process, and Connecticut River Conservancy decided to bring this resolution to the 30 towns affected in Vermont and New Hampshire as a way to educate the public and also provide for the public to have an opportunity to comment on this complicated relicensing process. And I should have said, I took my town meeting member hat off and put my river steward hat on. And so I will not be voting on this. I will be abstaining from this and maintaining my role as river steward in this moment. I'm glad to answer questions, and we also tried to provide a short video, and I hope that helped to illustrate this in a kind of more comprehensive way.
Questions or comments? Questions or comments getting some feedback. Questions or comments relating to the resolution? Start with Andrew Davis.
Andrew Davis here, Andy Davis, District 3. Just want to thank you, Lauren, for doing a very good job today. That's a sideline. I did want to compliment Connecticut River Conservancy for a very thorough and educational presentation. At lunchtime, I watched the video that was linked in an email to all of the representatives, and I would encourage everybody to watch the video. It makes it very clear what this ongoing environmental problem is. And I think that this organization has sort of raised the bar on presenting an issue to representative town meeting with the full background information. It's educational, it's timely. There's a very clear role for the town of Brattleboro to be part of this relicensing project. So my hat is off to Kathy, you and your organization for doing this so thoroughly and so educationally. So thank you. I will be voting for this.
Chair recognizes Catherine Turnus.
Oh, congrats to Kathy. I watched the video. It's fantastic. And I'm definitely going to vote for this. No problem.
Chair recognizes Rick Sullivan.
Am I on?
There you go.
Yes, you're on.
I watched, am I on there?
Yes.
I watched the video. I thought it was awesome. I think this is a slam dunk on this one. Really, and I support it wholeheartedly, and I think everybody else should. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ann Kablinka Lauer.
Ann Kaplinka-Lair, District 2. I'd like to call the question, please.
Okay, the question has been called to cease debate. Let's clear the queue. Is there a second? Zach McLaughlin, do you wish to second the motion to call the question?
I do wish to second the motion to call the question.
It has been moved and seconded to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate with regard to Article 19, please indicate by signing your poll aye. Those opposing ceasing debate, nay. The poll has been launched. We're going to allow another 15 seconds, although I can see that we're starting to lose members. But we still have a clear quorum. And we will end polling on the motion to cease debate. Listen to the results of your vote. Ayes, 88, that's 91%. Nays, 9, that's 9%. And the 2/3 having been obtained, you have voted to cease debate. We return then to the resolution that was read so well by Liz McLaughlin that I'm not going to read it again. And would ask that all in favor of the resolution relative to the comments and communications to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in connection with the Connecticut River indicate by labeling your ballot aye, and those that are opposed to the resolution nay. You may vote now. I'll give it 15 more seconds. We will end polling, listen to the results of your vote. At the conclusion of a long day, we have the privilege of all voting unanimously. 99 aye, nay, 0. And that concludes the primary articles of the meeting. And we now proceed to Article 20, to transact any other business that may lawfully come before the meeting. And the chair wishes to recognize several people. I can start with Chris Chapman.
Unmute. Okay. So I just wanted to say, I want to express my gratitude and astonished pleasure at having been in a meeting chaired by you, sir, Mr. Moderator, Lauren. You've done a super job. This is not a resolution. I don't think we want to vote any more votes if we don't have to, but thank you so much. After 11 and a half hours, making it look easy.
I thank you very much, but I got to tell you that I am just the front guy.
Oh, I know.
And my co-pilot here, let's not forget, has really put this all together. I do thank you for that, Mr. Chapman, but there are very many people within the organization which made this happen today, not the least of which is my co-pilot, Patrick Moreland, who has worked tirelessly to make this all happen. Let's hope we don't have to do it again, but the good news is that we at least know we've learned a lot of things. We've got some great suggestions from people today, and if we have to do it again, it will be better. Now, let's continue on down the list. The chair would like to recognize Tim Wessel.
Hi, folks. Thanks for sticking in there. Really quickly, and thank you, Mr. Moderator. I wanted to just give a little informal shout out. Unfortunately, we'll be putting something together a little more formal later around this, but I wanted to give a verbal recognition and kudos to David Scholes, who served on the select board many years. I think it was 6 years, but I could be wrong about that. We like to give recognition when someone has given so much of their time to the town. And this was a very strange year, of course. And David very graciously stepped aside so that the elected new town select board member, Ian Goodnow, could take the seat. And that's why we have the pleasure of being able to serve with Ian Goodnow. And so thank you to David for that and for all of the excellent service that he's given the town of Brattleboro for so many years. I just wanted to give that shout out because we'll be putting something together more formal, as I said, but we haven't been able to do that quite yet. Thank you.
Here. Thank you very much. Chair would recognize Marta Gossage.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is a question that might lead to a suggestion, but as far as earlier in the meeting today, you or somebody else recommended that if certain things didn't pass, to bring it up under other business.
Yes, because that's non-binding. And if you have a resolution or anything, you can send it to the email address that we gave at the beginning of the meeting, and we could consider it if it's appropriate.
Sure. Actually, I just wanted to ask, since this year's meeting and last year's meeting were marathon meetings, and at the end of the day, everyone pretty much starts just kind of voting much more quickly. People don't get really tired of the kind of discourse that's really important for some of these issues. And, town reps wait all year to go to their town meeting and bring up issues or discuss things. And that's actually part of the town meeting reps job in the charter, is to bring up discussions and make resolutions. But if the only time that town meeting reps can do that is after, like, most of us have been signed on since 7 a.m. This is not a great time to do it. Is it possible to suggest a resolution that states something like other business shall be brought directly after lunch? Or always the town meeting will end at 5 p.m. and resume the next day, in order that the town meeting reps can do what they've been charged to do, which is to bring resolutions and have discussions. I mean, it's just not tenable right now that we could bring up any topic and have a robust conversation.
I think you raise very good points. I think that these are things that we could explore in a number of ways, either through the select board or through special meetings. Maybe just since these meetings are becoming longer, our meetings for a long time were getting over at 2 or 3 or 4 o'clock, and we had enough time to really consider some of the more conceptualized things that we wanted to talk about as a community. They have been running late the last couple of years. This year, because of COVID and the challenges that has presented. So I think your point is well taken. It's something that needs to be discussed. If we are going to continue to have meetings that are this long, it does make sense. It makes sense to try to break them up. And I again think we will all take note of your comment. Thank you.
Is there anything that I can propose?
Sure.
Can I propose that next year's town meeting Other business shall be performed right after lunch, after the lunch break.
Okay. Propose that next year's other business be directly after lunch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize this is only advisory, but let's see what everybody thinks, okay? So the resolution is that next year, other business be moved to a position where it will be considered directly after lunch. All those in favor, I'm going to launch a poll. Yeah, oh yeah, we do need a seconder. Let's clear the, I'm sorry, let's clear the queue here for a moment. Do we have anybody that will second this? Tim Masil, will you second the motion?
Yes, I second it.
Okay. So the motion and resolution is that next year, and again, this is non-binding, but it is for the purpose of getting the sense of this group, that next year, other business will occur directly after lunch. We're going to log that poll. All those in favor of the Gossage resolution indicate by signing your poll aye. All those opposed to that arrangement indicate by signing nay. Going to allow another 15 seconds to get as many votes on this resolution as possible. And we will conclude the poll, and we are losing people. Listen to the results of your resolution. Ayes 35, that's 35%. Nays 64, that's 65%. We had 99 voting on that one. So the overwhelming majority of the sentiment is no, but that's a worthwhile test. And we should continue to discuss and debate that. Jim Maxwell is someone we have not heard from today.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
So, Lauren, you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, very good, very good. I just want to echo Chris Chapman. You've done a wonderful job. I want you to know how particularly pleased I am that given the opportunities to launch, you've confined yourself to launching polls.
In typical Maxwell fashion. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dimes.
Meaning no disrespect. Lauren, you keep on making mistakes. We just took a vote before you allowed 1 moment of debate on.
I apologize for that. We should have asked for discussion. You're right.
Yeah, so errors keep on happening like that, and it proves what I and the Right Honorable Representative from District 2, Martha Gossage, have been saying. We need to slow down at the end of the evening and quit early before people make mistakes. Now that's like the third or fourth one.
Well, I don't, okay. Do you have anything other than that to say at this point, Mr. Downs?
Yeah, we should reconsider that. I move to reconsider, have a proper debate on what she said.
All right. If you wish to reconsider, let's clear the, it's perfectly fine with me. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on the Gossage motion to
before I go to bed,
as to whether or not we should conduct other business after the lunch break? Yes, we have several people on this. Spoon Agave. Spoon, what's your feel? This is all non-binding, and so we can talk very informally. That's what this part of the meeting should be. But Spoon Agave, okay, we've got your mic open.
Okay. As a person that has spent a good deal of time studying democratic process, or process that is most attuned to the philosophy of democracy, there is a reason that new business is last, and it's a very important reason. One of the fundamentals of any democratic process is that everybody has access to the agenda. That means that when somebody requests to be on an agenda, their name is put on and their item is gets onto the agenda in order. Unfortunately, throughout history, when this has not been done, people in power have been able to stonewall others that want to have something discussed, that want to see their item, their subject on the agenda, by always conducting new business before old business is completed. And so it is proper that new business be done last. I certainly sympathize with the long meetings, and I feel like we should just get more in tune, or know from the beginning when we're starting that we may, perhaps more and more frequently, go to a second day. But that's a worthwhile part of the responsibility of being a rep. Thank you.
Other comments or thoughts on this concept of having other business immediately after lunch? Chair would recognize Sheila Linton.
Good evening, Sheila Linton, District 2. Spoon, I really appreciate your comments, and Kurt, I really appreciate yours, and everybody who's spoken on this. I have been considerably frustrated year after year. I've been a town meeting rep for some time, and I feel as though there can be a solution to this issue that keeps on coming up time after time, every single year. I take Spoon's comments, and that makes me think that maybe it shouldn't necessarily be after lunch, but I think that we need to have some type of a process, like other people were mentioning, where we either end or we have a whole separate meeting or something happens, but every single year we choose not to engage in these conversations. And again, that's not acceptable for the people that we serve, and it's not acceptable for me as a town meeting representative either.
Further discussion about this issue of whether we should conduct other business immediately after lunch. George Carville.
I won't go where Spoon went on this, but on a more practical matter, I like the idea of doing the other business right after lunch. However, we do that and then we go down the rest of the afternoon, and something may suggest itself during the afternoon that then you want to bring up under other business. It would seem if we're going to do the after lunch thing, there still has to be something at the very end of the meeting.
Thank you. Maya Hasagawa.
I was wondering, this is more of a inquiry. Is there any reason why issues that people want to bring up can't be put on the agenda in advance so that the rest of us can see them? I don't know what the mechanism would be, and I don't know if there is such a mechanism, but I think that that's something to consider. I know that there are issues that people really want to raise. And I think it would be helpful for the rest of the town meeting reps if some of them we knew in advance. I mean, I agree with what George Carville just said, which is that you might find something that you hadn't thought of before at the end of the meeting. But some of the issues that people want to raise, they know what they are going to be. And maybe we should have a mechanism, if there isn't already one, for them to get on the agenda so the rest of us can look at them in advance.
Thank you. We did discuss, if I can respond to that a little bit, because we did discuss that a little bit for this year. As many of you know, in the past, people who did wish to introduce non-binding resolutions or topics of one form or another would typically either send them out in advance, leave them on your chair at town meeting, or they would be on a table. And so we could all have the benefit of that. This year, the best we could come up with without having people send them around was to come up with this TM secretary at brattleboro.org. And we did get a few just messages. I'm going to try to get back to some of those messages, but what I found is it's just really impossible to try to deal with these while we're running the meeting. They're mostly things related to how we could make the meeting better. In terms of substance, which is what I think Kurt Dimes is talking about, I do like the idea of seeing things in advance so people can start talking about them. And that's what we have traditionally done to some degree. Please bear in mind that this is an extraordinary year under extraordinary circumstances. And so but nevertheless, the point is well taken. And I think we all have to consider what Mr. Dimes is suggesting. Further discussion. Ricky Rosati.
Hi, I have a question and a motion that is independent of the question. The question being for Article 18, I still don't understand what paying the debt service means. Did that mean that the reps approved an interest rate that is charging for supplying clean water? Because that doesn't sound ethical. And my separate motion is for us to adjourn for the day and to start new business tomorrow.
Okay, can we just hold that for 1 second? We're still in the middle of discussing whether it might, I will come back to you, Ricky Rosati, but I do want to conclude a little bit more discussion as Mr. Dimes has requested. If there's anyone else that wants to speak to the question first of whether or not it makes sense to do other business immediately after lunch, does anyone else have any other thoughts or ideas that can be further considered by this group? And then I will get back to other issues. Marilyn Chirillo.
Marilyn Chiarello, District 1. The other option that was presented with this topic was to have a set end point of the meeting. I'm bleary-eyed at this point. This is my first town meeting, and whew, I can't wait to get a nap. But if we had an end point and putting these last few ones, I was just bleary-eyed. I just, it was just really too much. I didn't really even have a feeling of need to participate. But if we could get new business and the tail end of the meeting on a second day, I think if we're going to make a commitment to do the right, to proceed in the right way, in the correct way, and do what we're supposed to be doing, then we have to take the time that we need to take, and not just, get people to the point where let's just get this done. And that's how I'm feeling. And I just finally had to speak up on this one. So I like the idea of having a set end point, maybe 6 o'clock, and that's it. And then whatever doesn't get accomplished by 6, let's put it off to the next day.
Thank you. Bob Everingham.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Bob.
Great. I just want to, it's my opinion that we might be misidentifying the problem. I don't think it's when other business comes up, but maybe we could also look at how much time we spend each year amending the human services budget. It's at least an hour or 2 every year. I think we can be more efficient about how we spend our time during the day and get done at a reasonable hour that way.
Well, that's point is well taken as well. I know that along those lines, for whatever reason, we have had time creep over the last few years. It seems like our meetings become longer and longer. People have more to say, and that's good. But our meetings have become longer. So there is that time creep factor. And I think your comments are well taken. Christopher Kane. Okay, we've got you unmuted. Christopher Kane, on the topic of what are your feelings in terms of other business directly after lunch?
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Crisp, for acknowledging me. I think that there's a lot of discontent between the older folks that have been running this town, which have been always asking the younger folks to start being more involved. And it's insane to me to think that well, maybe it's not insane for me, but it's very funny for me to think that, like, wow, these older people that have been asking these younger people to be involved in the town have different perspectives. Like, it's so ridiculous. Like, they consistently have been like, oh, maybe you should be involved in the town charter. Maybe you should be involved in like this part of the town. I'm using my time to like vent. And I have like probably 30 seconds left. Maybe just take a look at what is going to surpass you, older folks, specifically, because we are going to make these amendments, these second amendments, these third amendments become rule. Like we are going to. And I'm not telling you not to not to advocate for like younger people to be involved, because we're going to be involved. Trust me. I see this in my day-to-day. But like, it's sad. It's so sad for me to like sit through these things. By the way, I did want to say one more thing. I know I'm going over time. I know I am. This is actually the second time I've spoken during my time as a town rep. But it is like this year is the first time that I have spoken as I have been a town rep, you know? So I didn't speak last year. I didn't speak the year before. I didn't speak the year before that. I didn't speak the year before that. I am ready, and we are ready to change this town. And I'm sorry, this might not be germane to this motion, but we are here and we are ready. That's all I have to say. Land back.
Thank you. This is the time when we can get everyone's view and viewpoint. And again, the question that I'm exploring is Mr. Dimes's issue, which is a good one. And that is, should we change the time for other business, perhaps to after, directly after lunch? Is there further discussion or anyone else who has anything to say on that issue before we open it up to other issues? Let's see, Ronnie Byrne, do you have anything to say on time for other business?
Ronnie Byrne, District 3. For the love of God, can we call the question?
We can. This is informal, and this certainly is not binding. And yes, if you've had enough of this discussion for this evening, we can. We'll stick by Robert's rules.
He'll tell you.
Is there a second to Ms. Burns' motion to call the question? Yes, John Logia has suggested that we call the question. A second? You want to hear from him? Yes, I do want to hear from him.
I call the question.
Okay, it's a second, actually. It's already been, so it would be a second. Thank you. All right, so the question is, do we stop talking? Do we cease debate on this question of when we have other business? All those in favor of ceasing debate on the proposal submitted by Mr. Dimes, please indicate with the poll we are about to launch. Aye for ceasing debate, nay for keeping the discussion going. Getting pretty close to running out of quorum here too. Okay, I'll give it another 15 seconds. And we'll end the poll. 74 or 85% vote aye to cease debate. 13 or 15% vote nay. So we're going to cease debate on this issue. Again, it's non-binding. It's more of a casual recommendation. However, we cease debate on it. We actually can take another poll. Mr. Dimes was right. We did not get into any debate on this resolution. So let's take another poll at this point. All those in favor of having other business directly after lunch, that's how I believe Mr. Dimes had structured it, in the future, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. We're going to give it another 15 seconds. And we'll close the polling on this. Listen to your results. 19 are in favor of doing it after lunch, 23%. 65 are opposed to that, 77%. That's actually a wider margin than the first poll that we took, Mr. Dimes. In any event, let's move on to some other topics. We, I think, have other people that want to raise other issues. Let's see, on the top of the list, Mr. Loja.
Did it come on?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, it's actually Lissa Weinman. I don't know why it's
You're just
something's
on
with
the
it.
wrong
We're sitting
computer.
with our computer.
Okay.
I don't even know where to look.
It just doesn't matter where you
Anyway,
look.
it doesn't matter. I just wanted to comment that, you know, I would be in favor of a 2-day weekend-long town meeting. I hate to say it because I don't really want another day, but it seems to me that going from 9 to 5 basically on a Saturday and Sunday is probably a better solution. I will say, however, though, that, you know, there's select board meetings constantly. And if you have issues that you want to be on the town meeting, you can definitely attend and participate and warn and, you know, get them on the representative town meeting agenda. I also wanted to say it's been really a pleasure to participate in this today in some way, because compared to what's going on nationally, I think we should all be really proud that even when we have opposing opinions, even opinions that to me smack of intolerance and ageism, that we can all listen to each other, accept each other, and continue in a civil way. So I want to say kudos to everybody. Should be an example for the nation. And finally, I wanted to say that weighing in on a federal issue like the FERC license is a role I wish the town would do more of. I am vice chair of the nuclear decommissioning panel, and I often wish that the town of Brattleboro would insert itself more in some of the federal issues regarding the storage of nuclear waste in our community. The town seems to have disengaged with that process totally. So I would love to see within the Energy Committee, perhaps resolution in the future where a town might stand on the storage of nuclear waste and federal compensation to our town potentially for playing that role, all kinds of things. So having the town weigh in on a big federal matter is something I think is very healthy, and I would love to participate more in. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair would now recognize, let's see some new people. Ain Thompson. Oh, I'm sorry. She's up. There you go. There you're up.
I was raising my hand to be in the stack under someone else who raised their hand. So if I could allow someone else, Emily Megas Russell, who has her hand up, I raised mine after her.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll have you yield to Emily Megas Russell.
Hi, folks. Emily Megas Russell, District 1. Yeah. So I wanted to circle back to our conversation earlier about what I mentioned earlier about how this body's decision to move forward with the marketing proposal gives us an opportunity to also consider how we're supporting the QT BIPOC organizations in town and making sure that we're making that investment in the folks who live and work here. And so I actually want to make a motion to an advisory motion to increase for the select board to consider increasing the human services budget to a minimum of 2% of the total town budget for the fiscal year of 2022. Yeah.
Okay, so your motion, Ms. Megas Russell, is to non-binding recommendation that the select board consider increasing the human services budget to 2% of the total town budget. Is that correct?
A minimum of 2%
minimum
of the total town budget for the next fiscal year 2022.
Okay, can we clear the queue and ask for a second? Let's call now on Ain Thompson.
Hello.
Are you willing to second that?
Yes, I'm Ain Thompson, District 3, and I'd like to second that motion.
Great, thank you. So it has been moved and seconded that the select board consider increasing the human services budget by a minimum of 2% of the total budget for fiscal year 2020. Is there discussion? And perhaps you would like to speak to it further, Ms. Megas Russell. See if you can. Yeah. Do you wish to speak further to your motion? Okay.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Now we got you on.
I think we had one of those, like someone pressed the unlock button in the car, someone tried to open at the same time. Anyways, yeah, thank you for that. What I would like to say is that we, I think, have a responsibility, as we've discussed much throughout this meeting, to really make sure that we are making economic investments in the people that live and work in this community, and that we are circling back to the commitments that we're making to particularly folks who are most vulnerable in our community. And if we want to draw tourists who identify as queer and trans or BIPOC folks, then I think we have to really sort of make sure that we're tending to our own community first, and in addition to these economic investments. So I think that giving the Human Service Committee the authority to really be able to make a deeper impact in our community is something that this body, I hope, will consider.
Okay.
Thank you.
Folks that want to be heard on this motion, let's start with Liz McLaughlin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I just wanted to say that in light of the ongoing public safety discussion that the town will be having, it hasn't quite started yet, but essentially it has begun, that I think that this motion, although it's not binding, is premature, because once that committee completes its work and has the discussions with all the nonprofits that are relevant to be discussing their relationship with the police, then new initiatives might appear for increased funding, but that at this time, we're in the dark, so that it might be more appropriate at the next town meeting, after the Public Safety Committee has completed their phase 1 effort, to have a more informed discussion about what is actually being proposed with regard to increased funding for nonprofit agencies.
Okay, thank you. The chair would recognize Ralph Mima.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thanks. I'd like to speak in favor of this motion. I wasn't expecting it, but I have felt for a long time that there is quite a gap in terms of human needs, across the board: family needs, health needs, needs of youth, and so forth, and the resources that we're making available to address them. And in the larger world, there's a lot of conversation these days about Medicare for all, paid family leave, and things like that. I am personally in favor of I guess, a more social democratic society, which means that the slack or the gap is going to have to be addressed one way or another over time. And of course, my hope is that it can happen at the federal and state levels. But why should Brattleboro sit around and wait for change to happen at those levels when the needs are all around us? The quality of life in our community is affected by these gaps. And if the citizens of Brattleboro are willing to move more resources toward services, toward addressing human needs in town voluntarily, there will be the arguments that it represents more social taxation that could, technically, or could hypothetically drive businesses away. Other people might argue that, well, you make a lot of services available, and it's going to draw more people with all kinds of different needs to Brattleboro and add to the existing burden. I think those are both wrong-headed arguments, and really only reflect what people who lack a sense of responsibility and solidarity might follow. But I think that if just as a small step in the right direction, Brattleboro was willing to allocate 2% rather than 1% of the town budget toward addressing human needs, it would be a gradual but much needed step, and hopefully the larger system will catch up with us. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's jump up to the other end. How about Mary Casey? Chair would recognize Mary Casey.
I would appreciate a little clarity on this. Are we talking about 2% of all of the human services funds that we expend at RTM and that the select board does on an individual basis throughout the year? For instance, they spent, what was it, $150,000 this year because groundworks needed to get that drop-in center in. Are you talking about RTM taking over the human services budget from the select board to decide where it goes, with the recognition that we are going to have public funding for nonprofit entities, these two separate animals? So if Emily, I'm not even giving an opinion on it, but just clarity as to what, I think sometimes people look at the amount of the RTM human services funding and fail to realize how much other human services funding is spent by the select board as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. George Carvel.
Yeah, I would, real nitpicky little thing. I'd like to ask the person who made the motion to tag right under the end of it, 2% of the previous year's budget. And I say that simply because when the committee is doing its work, it doesn't know what the total budget is of the same year. And it becomes a chicken and the egg question. And our budgets don't change that much year to year. So if the committee starts working with a percentage of the previous year's budget, they have a concrete number and they can, I think, move more effectively.
I think in this case, George, that Ms. Megas Russell did say 2% of the fiscal year 2020 budget, which would be retrospective to look at for next year. Am I right on that? No? Okay, can you elaborate on what you had intended?
Yeah, thank you. I said 2% of the fiscal year 2022.
Oh,
for that term, for the next fiscal year. So thank you for that.
Okay.
But I'm happy to add that on as a friendly amendment, George's, to the, you said current year's budget, right?
No, to the previous year, right, George?
Previous year.
Or you can name the year, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Is that okay, previous year?
Yes.
2% of the previous year?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, that's. Okay, other debate on this topic. Spunagabi.
I would like to add a very interesting and pertinent historical sidelight here. A note, in 1931, when there were no federal programs, no state programs, there was not yet any New Deal, and the entire country was spiraling into the depths of the Depression. The select board increased the amount of money it was going to give to what you might call, now we would call, social services. It was a large amount of money that was to be used to provide paying work for people who were out of work. The amount that they allocated increased the amount of their quote social service budget to 8% of the entire town budget. So these are very different times, and the town now is carrying liabilities with pensions and much larger debt than it ever has. There are many things that are very different. Nevertheless, I think the time has come that we need to rethink, and I support Megan on this, to look at how we share our money in a much more beneficent light. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Brandy Starr.
Hi, good late evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. So I am in favor of this, and there's a few reasons why. Just because we have raised the human services budget, which was grossly underfunded previous to our several raises, or a couple raises since I've been on the board, doesn't mean that what we did was adequate and was matching the actual need of our community. We are, on one hand, creating marketing campaigns to bring in people, likely middle class to upper middle class to even above that, right? Because people that can afford to travel and stay and eat and shop to our town. And if we're not at the same time building the foundation and the structure of our town from the bottom up, that is going to be seen. We do not hide these things. And when we build buildings, we don't build them from the top down and hope nobody notices. We create sustainable, strong structure from the bottom up so that when people see us, we are healthy, we are united, and we are vibrant. And what I have felt time and time again, a bit at this meeting, and I'm going to be honest, at the last several select board meetings, is a dissonance, is a failure to connect the fact that what we want to be is not what is natural right now. We need to build us before we market us. Those doors need to be working before we ask people to come in. And so I understand that we've given human services raises and that we're proud of that, but that doesn't mean it was enough. And I would say if we want to be who we want to be and sell who we are, then we need to do better and step it up. And so I'm in favor of this motion.
Okay. Let's go to the top of the list. Joshua Jones.
Joshua Jones, District 2. I have a question perhaps for a select board member. With the motion as stated, what sort of impact would the taxpayers be looking at on an average bill? And that's it.
Okay. Is there someone in the administration that's perhaps here that could tell us that it would basically double what is currently, if 1% equals approximately 190,000 this year, it would be twice that.
Yes, it would be.
And so the question then would become, okay, what does that mean to the tax rate? And I bet, I'll bet you Mr. Elwell could tell us.
Yes, it'd be about 1.6 cents on the tax rate.
Thank you. Further debate. This is getting a lot of discussion. I'm trying to look for new people too, and I see Georgia there. So I will call on Georgia. At the bottom.
Yes, I would like to call the question.
And who is this, Georgia who?
This is Georgia Morgan, District 2. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, Georgia Morgan has called the question. Let's clear the queue. And is there a second? Gary Stroud? Mr. Stroud, are you willing to second the motion to call the question?
Gary Stroud, District 2, I'm willing to second the motion.
Okay. Then the question is, shall we cease debate on the Megas Russell proposal? All those in favor of ceasing debate signify by marking their ballot aye. All those opposed to ceasing debate mark their ballot nay. And the ballot has been posted. Yeah, we're starting to get close to a quorum. Maybe we don't have it now.
Jan, do you have a sense?
Participants are 91. There are 8 eligible people. Which takes us to 83. If there are truly 83.
Yeah, Hillary says 83.
There should be 83 members still with us, which still gives us a quorum. I'm going to wait another 15 minutes to see if we... 15 seconds, 15 minutes. 15 seconds to see if we get some more votes posted. Right now we have 68. $69. And we will close the poll. Listen to the results of your vote to cease debate. 54 or 78% have voted to cease debate. 15 or 22% nay. So you have voted to cease debate on this resolution. So let's take a vote on it. This is the Megas Russell resolution to have the select board consider increasing the human services budget a minimum of 2% of the previous year's budget. All those in favor of that resolution signify by saying aye. Those, or by marking your ballot aye. Those opposed, nay. I'm going to give it another 15 seconds. We've only have 72. Hasn't changed, so we'll end the poll. Listen to the results of your vote. 47 in favor, aye, and 25 nay. And so the resolution has been adopted. We have 72 voting. So we need to, any other issues that we want to take up, we need to do that. The chair recognizes Ricky Rosati.
Hi, I'm confused about how, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We
Oh,
can
okay,
hear you
thank
fine.
I'm confused about how the last motion I tried to make was to have the different business on a separate day and to start that, but then I was muted and there was no further debate or action taken on that.
Well, we were in the middle of another discussion, that's why. Would you give me the motion that it was? I think it's appropriate now.
To please have new business start tomorrow on a different day than the warned business.
So now you're saying for this year, for now. Have
Yes,
new
and
business
next year
tomorrow.
too.
Okay,
Both.
so have new business moved to 8:30 tomorrow morning, right?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there, let's clear the queue. Ricky Rosati has moved that we postpone new business, further discussion on new business until 8:30 tomorrow morning, and that in the future we consider doing the same for future town meetings. Is there a second to that motion? I'm looking for a second. Okay, Mr. Dimes, are you seconding that motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Please.
you. Okay, so Mr. Dimes has seconded the motion. The motion is to have new business moved to tomorrow morning at 8:30. Is there discussion? Henry Pereira.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I had a question regarding that. What if we approve this motion and there is no quorum or nobody shows up for the meeting?
That is a problem. And that's one of the reasons why I like to get done if we can, because that is the one difficulty we have, is convincing people to come back. That could be an issue. Good question. Other comments and questions? Michael Averill at the bottom.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you, Michael.
I'm wondering if we actually even have a.
Michael, you
wondering if we actually even have a quorum now.
We did just 5 minutes ago. Yes. By
How many do we need?
We need 75.
I thought the last vote we only had 72.
That was the accumulation, yes, but there was more in the room than that. Our calculation was, hold on one second.
We were at 83.
Yeah, we at that time had 83 in the room, even though that wasn't the number of votes that we actually have. Now, when I say 83, I mean 83 voting representative town meeting members were in the room. So
With their computers happen to still be on.
you might be right. They,
You know,
they could have left them on when they went to the movies. That's possible.
or to bed.
Yes, that's true. I don't, we are getting close to a quorum problem though. We're now down to, actually, we're now down to 77. Further discussion on this. Dr. Tortolani.
Okay. Yeah.
Dr. Tortolani.
Here I am.
We have you on.
Hi, thank you.
We have you live.
Tortolani, barely alive.
Yeah, well, we caught you napping.
Yeah, you did. So Bob Tortolani, District 2, right. Well, first of all, I wanted to start by thanking the American Sign Language folks who are working so hard, as well as yourself and everybody else that got ready for this. And I am amazed at the stamina of everybody here. And I have some comments about that later, but I think basically, yeah, what is the question?
Well,
I'm getting tired.
I saw you were recognized on the question that is currently before us, which is a motion to have new business moved until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much. Well, I thought we were all trying to get through this day and staying this late because we thought we could do it. And the question I had is how much new business is yet to come before this body? I thought we're pretty much finished, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think.
Yes, let's move to adjourn.
Somebody just said to adjourn.
Yeah, let's move to adjourn.
Well,
okay, I'll come back to you in a second, Ann, on that one. But it's difficult to know how much more we have. People want to discuss things, and people have things that we want to have an opportunity. So this is just a suggestion, but we have been going with the idea that we would
finish tonight. Well, I think we probably will not have a quorum, but I would be okay with reconvening at 8:30 in the morning.
Okay. Further debate on that topic and of having new business tomorrow morning starting at 8:30. Let's see. How about some of the new people here? Ain Thompson.
Hi, Ain Thompson, District 3, and I wanted to call the question and then hopefully move to adjourn soon.
Okay. Let's clear the participants list. Is there a second to call this question on whether we go to tomorrow? A second. Ann Kablinka, Lauer, are you making a second to that motion to call a question?
Yes, Ann Kablinka, District 2. I second the motion to call the question.
Okay. All those in favor of calling the question of ceasing debate on the Rosati motion to have new business tomorrow morning at 8:30, signify by stating aye. This will cease debate. Aye for ceasing debate, no for not ceasing debate, and it requires 2/3. We'll give you 15 more seconds to respond. Okay, we'll close the polls. And on the question of ceasing debate on the motion to move the meeting tomorrow, 55 vote aye, that's 85%. Nay, 10, that's 15%. So we cease debate on this issue. So the question is, the issue before us is, do we have new business start tomorrow morning at 8:30? All those in favor signify by marking aye on the next ballot coming up. New business tomorrow morning at 8:30, aye. No would be not tomorrow morning at 8:30. We are? Okay, all right. We happen to be right at 75 at the moment. So we are at the threshold of at the threshold of a quorum. And I'm going to give it 15 seconds to see if we get any more votes. Although I think it's pretty obvious. We'll close the polling. Those in favor of going to tomorrow morning, 10. Those opposed to going tomorrow morning, 57. So at this point, I think that the chair, we're running out of a quorum. And I believe that Ann Kavlenka had a motion to make before. She's right there. Right there.
Sorry.
Okay.
Double unmute.
Yes.
I wasn't sure if we needed a quorum in order to make a motion to adjourn, but I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. We need to clear the queue. Is there a second? Steve Brown. Mr. Brown, do you second that motion?
Mr. Moderator, Steve Brown, District 3. I second the motion to adjourn.
All those in favor of adjourning, please signify by marking aye. Those opposed, nay. And we'll give it 10 more seconds. And the ayes have it 57-7. And this meeting is adjourned at 9:19 p.m. Thank you all for participating. I would like to just take a moment and once again thank, and Dr. Tortolani has already done this, but thank very much the ASL folks for their diligent work today, as have the BCTV people who've been with us all day long to broadcast this meeting live. And to all of the people that provided the support, thank you all. And I'm glad that we were able to maintain a full quorum for as long as we did.